a trace, like thoughts inside a dream. He's the map that led me to that place, yellow desert screen. My Shangri-La beneath the summer moon, I will return again. You're the dust that floats high into when moving through the Kashmir. empty, cold and bare. But with the rolling truck stones playing just outside, making our music there. With a few red lights, a few old beds, we made a place to sweat. No matter what we get out of this, I know we'll never forget. Smoke on the wall. Another turning point, a fork stuck in the road. Time grabs you by the wrist, directs you where to go. So make the best of this test and don't ask why. It's not a question but a lesson learned in time. It's something unpredictable, but in the end is right. I hope you had the time of your life. So take the photographs and still frames in your mind, hang it on a shelf in good health and good time. Tattoos and memories and dead skin on trial. For what it's worth, it was worth all the while. It's something unpredictable, but in the end is right. I hope you had the time of your life. Something unpredictable, but in the end it's right. I hope you had the time of your life. It's something unpredictable, but in the end is right. I hope you had the time of your life.
Is there anyone home? Come on now. I hear you're feeling down. Well, I can ease your pain, get you on your feet again. Relax. I need some information first. Just the basic facts. Can you show me where it hurts?
There is no
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joshua Graveling. Alongside me in the commentary box is Dan Curran once again, and welcome to the 47th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. It is race day 2, and we're sending everyone back home to Alice Springs.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. The 47th running, as you said, and we're also the Polaris Motorsports Australian Off-Road Racing Championship Round 3. So these guys, it's a very interesting day because there's guys with all different plans here, and none other than Toby Price, the 487 on the line. This is a Finke specialist. He's not here for the championship. He's not here for the points. He's here to stand on top of the grandstand, on top of the podium one more time, which will be 3 in a row in a trophy truck. In fact, in this trophy truck, this beautifully turned out Red Bull Tisco truck. Toby, big program. They're running a big show here. He's literally just flown in from Mexico. He was down there racing Baja last week, got into Australia on Tuesday. He flies out to go Dakar racing, Rally GP racing. Just, I think it's this week coming up. Seeing as we're now Monday, you got to remember, it's not the weekend anymore. We're back racing on Monday. People at work, if you're joining us before you head to work around Australia or around the world, welcome again to the Tatts Finke Desert Race in the beautiful red centre of Australia. Geography. Geography.
Anyway,
geography.
It's too early on Monday.
It is too early on a Monday, but we're right in the centre. We're very close. Actually, these guys are very close to the GPS location centre of Australia. Only about 100 kilometres from the middle. 60 miles for you Americans over there that don't run the correct metric system. But we've got the Triton on the line now, ready to head home on day 2. And what a stacked day it is, because that's what I was about to say is right behind them. And it's good to see them on the grid. Let's talk about it, Josh. I heard some rumours. Oh, and we're green light right now away. That was very quick. It is 7:15 local time, so Toby Price in the 487 is off in that Tisco trophy truck. 7:15 Northern Territory time. They are away, headed down, making their way to what we call the finish line jump down at Apatula. No big dramas there for them. They heard them talk about it was a very easy prep for these guys as they make their way over the jump. Dust just sitting there a little bit. The trees don't look to be moving at all, Josh. So I'd say it's going to be a very dusty run home. And lined up now right behind him, about a 2-minute wait, or a little bit 3-minute wait, is the 13 OBR T-Rob, the man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah, these guys have been so close to that top step so many times, and with this 3-minute gap, they're really going to have to push that vehicle to its absolute limit. But, you know, yesterday you did hear in that afternoon interview with Trav that the vehicle did have some issues, so hopefully they've got everything fixed up and in tip-top condition to make it home to Alice today.
Yeah, absolutely. Many of the teams coming in with some sort of issues, and the 13 was no exception there. He said on the live feed there that he had to have a bit of a look over it and do some work. But again, the OBR guys, no strangers to getting things sorted out. And this Jimco Pro Buggy looking very good. But this is what I'm talking about, the difference. Currently, T-Rob is leading the Australian Championship in points. He would be very aware of that. And that is something that's going to come into play here. But then you can't stop T-Rob. And I think we're going to see 6-gear limiter video footage here as he tries to go on the hunt for the back of that Tisco trophy truck. And again, we're just one little thing. There's so many mechanical components. We heard them talk about it.
Big vehicles.
Exactly right, you know. And again, the way that technology's come along, the race cars have just improved. You can even see the air vents on this car. It's a little bit hard to see, but he's actually got top vents taking air out so that it doesn't catch. He's got those big tyres, the BF Goodrich tyres on that 13 Jimco. Got all the horsepower. These things have about 1,000, a little bit more than 1,000 horsepower wicked up when they're turned up to 11. And I tell you what a beautifully turned out machine by the OBR. We see the thumbs up. We're going to get on boost here very shortly, and the boys will be away in the lucky 13. Andrew Pinto in the passenger seat of that machine. Now, I tell you what, if there's ever a likely pair of lads, T-Rob and Andrew Pinto, both of these boys know how to go very fast and have given us some spectacular footage over the years. But I will say, we've seen a matured, a smart T-Rob running this year in the Australian Championship, and it'll be interesting to see how that all plays out. Beautiful shots here around Apatula. So again, that's about 200 kilometres south of Alice Springs, where we started the race yesterday. They camp overnight. It's a big area down there. It grows to about 10,000 people overnight. There's all sorts of stuff going on down there. We don't want to give the game away a little bit too much. If you've never done it, you've got to get to Finke. You've got to go down to Apatula. You've got to swag or camp it or trailer it for the night. There is no accommodation down there. No. It is very much roughing it in the desert. There's rocks, race cars, and helicopters and transporters down there. And I can tell you what, it is a fantastic overnight as the green flag drops for the 13.
So Travis Robinson making his way off into the sunrise, making his way to the Alice, and he'll be hot on the heels of Toby Price. And you know, he'll be hoping that that 487 has a little bit of an issue out in front, but we'll see how that all plays out. Again, this a tribute to the Robinsons' father, who unfortunately passed away in the previous year. So the Robinsons, you know, getting it done out there for their father this weekend. So it's great to have that all happening.
Actually, Josh, there's a brilliant memorial on OBR's page on their social medias of showing some of that racing and some of the great tributes to a great man, Brian Robinson. So make sure you head on over. It's after, you know, when we've got a little lull in the action, and check out the OBR social medias and the great work that they're doing. Now, Shannon Wrench on the line here in the 33. Going to be cool to see what happens here.
Yeah, this is only 1:04 the interval here for Shannon, behind the pro buggy of Travis, so you can definitely tell Shannon, you know, he left down in the pack yesterday. He left around about 6th or 7th, so he's done a really, really good time yesterday to get down there. And once all the seating has made its way and settled, he's found himself in the 3rd position so far, and we'll look straight back to the line because there'll be another man very close behind him.
I was about to say, I reckon maybe even in that video footage of the 33 headed off, because we were looking at about 20-second gaps there to Greg Gardner. So Greg Gardner, have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully we get to see Greg Gardner do this drop off, because this is the wildest thing ever. He never lets off the gas. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, you don't win a race, but you win hearts by doing that. Deadly Greg Gardner. And Josh Howells off the line as well now. Again, how good is this footage from Finke? We just haven't had an opportunity to do this before, so technology's come a long way, and that's why I'm so excited as the 15 gets off the line, and another man in the hunt for a championship, but he's also a very fast Finke specialist, because he's the man. He pushed Toby all the way home. Must have been 3 years ago now, when Toby got his first trophy truck run. This car, the 15, was literally on his bumper. You heard Toby say about how hard Josh pushed him the whole way home. So if you want a guy with pace. Now, another cool truck this year, Josh, is this number 2. This is the all-wheel drive Mason of Brent Smoothie. Has Dave Walsh in the passenger seat of it too. So if you want a man that's got a bit of experience in the passenger seat, this guy knows the track. He could pretty much shut his eyes and tell Brent Smoothie where to go in this 2 truck. And this 2 truck has a all-billet 7-litre built by Joe Gibbs. Yes, that Joe Gibbs of NASCAR fame. And it makes a touch over 1,000 horsepower, is the rumour on the street. Has a Mason-matic, you know, all-wheel drive system, a special Mason-matic gearbox. It has all the good stuff. We saw that awesome footage of it doing a wheel stand off the line in prologue. You show me another trophy truck that can do a wheel stand, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I don't think there is very many of them, and Smoothie will be looking to get this vehicle down in a good pace. You know, David Walsh had an excellent run down to Finke yesterday, you know, caught up in that first 80 Ks of the track, and put himself on the box seat for today when he comes back on the bike by himself. But we're not too far away from getting the number 2 of Brent Smoothie and David Walsh off the start line down at Finke. The interval between those 2 vehicles will be 2 minutes and 12, so that's why we've got a little bit of a break, and we're just watching Smoothie on the start line. But the green light is getting ready and we are boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing for all my American fans out there.
Yeah, very apt with that Gibbs engine getting off the line. I absolutely love it as the 2 is on the go. That's going to be fantastic. And it's going to be interesting to see just how much he attacks. We've seen those first, 3 or 4 really attack out of this stadium. I tell you what, the 2's doing exactly the same as they have a good run. Beautiful jump. I tell you what, wasn't so many years ago these guys weren't jumping off that finish line jump headed to the north, and now they definitely are. Brent Martin in the 120 right on the heels. This is going to be another little pack where they get out quite quickly here. As Brent Martin, we've got Mark Burrows not too far behind him, just about a minute. So again, all of these cars from Toby's time, 20 minutes back, they are going to be running on corrected time. So ladies and gentlemen, all these cars are on corrected time. So to put that in perspective, if this car, the 21 of Mark Burrows, comes over the line first, we know we've got a winner, which is different to yesterday's proceeding where it was all time based on the way down. You want that clean air, you want to be the first car so that you haven't got the dust, but we could have potentially seen someone come out of 13th and then jump the list to run home on day 2. That's not the case here. Pretty much all of the top 20 cars are going to be starting on corrected time. They run home. So again, example is if Brent Martin comes across the line in the 121st, we know we have our king right there and then. We're not waiting for times. Just a little bit different from a lot of desert racing. Like over in Baja, you got to wait for everyone to run through the pack because it is corrected time that gives you your, your positions and that sort of thing. So again, we are racing for the checkered flag here today at the 47th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. Mark Burrows in that beautiful little monk build, the green flag, ready to go. And the flag is dropped. The turbo V6 power in the 21. Mark Burrows, a multi-time Australian champion, a multi-time Finke champion. The first man ever to beat the bikes in a buggy.
Yeah, he definitely was, and what an awesome year that was. It was very, very interesting to see that happen, and a lot of people in this town and watching the race around the traps never thought it would happen, and this man came out here and showed them how it was done and made it happen. So it's always good to see. We continue to watch on from down at the Finke end, and next off the line will be the 413 of Bo Robinson. And then only 23 seconds behind him will be the big man, Phil Lovett.
Yeah, Robinson unfortunately not having any real mechanical dramas yesterday. It was just purely that they dropped a power steering belt. They stopped on track, changed that, and kept going. That truck was hauling except for that one little issue. So we're going to see a very cranky 413. We're going to see a guy, because again, he has nothing else. He hasn't been racing the Australian Championship. It is all or nothing here at Finke. Unfortunately, this is a very hard position to come out of for the 413. But listen, it's not impossible that we see a man like Bo Robinson absolutely charge through the pack. He is a absolute lion among men. And I tell you what, it's going to be interesting to see how this 413, the two-wheel drive truck, they've done a lot of work to this Mason in the last year that they've been developing, been talking about the steering and all sorts of things. And now we're going to have one very fast, Bo Robinson. Shane Hutt in the passenger seat of that one, I believe.
Yeah, and him sitting there for that amount of time after chasing Toby yesterday morning. He'll be on the gas very, very hard. It's going to be very interesting to see how he takes this Finke jump here.
Again, all those 7 litres, have a listen to the way that makes noise so fast. The 4-wheel drive trophy truck, it's a Racer Engineering of Phil Lovett off the line now. Gee, it must be cold with that open face helmet. Luke Stanley in the passenger seat for Phil Lovett in the 897.
Yeah, crazy, man. I still don't know why or what or when or any of the logistics behind running an open face rally helmet in the desert, but that's Phil for you.
Yes, absolutely. Once a motorbike boy, always a motorbike boy. Once a nut, always a nut. Phil Lovett out here having a good crack Interesting, I mentioned about that truck had a bit of a misfire yesterday on the way in. I was sure I heard it, and it definitely sounds like it's got a misfire on the way out. Now, this is a cool little race. 2 elements side by side. It's going to be Carl Havey, I do believe, off the line first.
Yep.
And then right behind him is going to be Kent Battle, and there is not much in it.
No, only
Just
21.
21 seconds. So it's going to be very close there. Again, Carl Havey off the line in the 56. Wayne Tabb in the passenger seat of that car. Again, not just a car, an element prodigy. These guys actually build these elements out of South Australia. So if you are interested in a very, very well-built and capable Australian car, check out these. There's a number of a great Australian manufacturer around. These elements are a really nice piece of gear. And I was going to say, Kent Battle will be off the line. Adam Facklin in the passenger seat of that, the 31. And it looks like Michael Dolan in that time is also off the line, the 455. That is the Brenthal Gen 3 6-litre truck. We were talking about that. Just a stock 6-litre, literally a sealed motor class, but he already has a 7-litre sneakily on order is the word I heard. Kent Battle, an all-Australian car, Australian gearbox, Australian-built motor, very, very cool. And again, there's that Brenthal right on his heels. Now, that's actually a really tough spot for the 455. Now, in that time too, nipped off was the 177 of Mel Brandel, very fast, the Lumicraft Australian Pro Light. Got 3.5 VQ in it. Nick Price in the passenger seat. And we have Hayden Bentley in the big bad racer trophy truck. Interestingly turned out car. These racers always had that real low slung front pushed forward. It's a unique look in a trophy truck, but obviously they're trying to get the aerodynamics right. They are a very fast car. Dale Dondell has a good program out there, and there was a period of time where if Dale Dondell qualified a race truck, you knew it was going to be on the box seat. That man was a absolute menace in qualifying.
Yeah, definitely always is. And then you look there, and after Bentley, you've got Craig Martin, his pro buggy closely followed behind him. So, you know, the names continue to come through here, and they're big names as well. So there's still a heap of action to come from the pointy end down at Finke, and they continue to make their way through the checkpoints, and we'll give you updates as soon as we can once those vehicles start making their way through that first checkpoint. So that checkpoint we'll be looking out for, I believe, is Bunduma, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we're keeping a good eye out there. Again, it doesn't look like the numbers have changed too much, although Deadly Gregley, the 410, looks like he is right on the back of T-Rob. Looking at our tracker, and even the 15 looks like it's right in there as well.
Feather it before they get it.
Going to be very interesting to see. Gee, there is a fair gap back to Hayden Bentley now. Was 2 minutes and 41, so almost 3 minutes back there on corrected time.
Thanks, Glenn.
But again, good to see these cars. Wow. Looking at our tracker, it looks like the 15, the 410, and another car is right on top of the 13, although the 13 just jumped forward a little bit. So it's very good. So yeah, it's all happening there with a good race there. Oh, the 33's in there as well. Shannon Wrench, obviously. Gee, there is 4 cars in one little section there all running. Again, keeping up with our tracker. Obviously, the way the tracker works is, you know, it's working through when it does an update. However, that does indicate that there is a pack right there of 4 cars that are all almost in the same bit of dust. Hayden Bentley with Hannah Bentley in the passenger seat, I believe. Hannah was actually going to drive this truck, but due to a mechanical issue with Hayden's primary 4-wheel drive racer trophy truck, they had a motor issue, I believe. He took over driving the 418. He's actually done a couple of things in this 2-wheel drive truck, so knows his way down and back very well. Hayden, a winner in 2013 in a racer pro buggy in a single seat car. And actually, this car on the line now, the Alpha, which is now Craig Martin's car, was actually the car that came second in 2013.
Yeah, there you go.
So a lot of these cars have some really good racing pedigree. Craig Martin, multi-time champion in the 80s as well as an Australian champion, so has an absolute lineage, and is Brent Martin's father. So there you go. family that race together. I'll tell you what, big shout out too, if you listen, Martin Motorsports, Dale, we would love to see you up here and have a crack. Those two boys are so damn fast. And I believe Dale's building a pro buggy. So Dale in a pro buggy, he ran a Tatum Pro Light, super, super fast, had the outright pace constantly, has built a pro buggy. Going to be very interesting to see that run because both Dale and Brent and Craig, obviously, the whole Martin Motorsport team, it's a brilliant team and they are silly fast. It's very good.
Yeah, there's a lot of quick names out there and it is really, really heating up here. The tracker, we're so eagerly watching it because they're moving so closely together, that mid pack that we all sort of set off within 5 minutes, 6 minutes of each other. We set off the first 4 or 5 cars in that little pack, so they'll be battling in that dust and trying to make their way down. And I know there was a little bit, and I'm only saying a tiny bit of rain down this end of Alice last night. Nothing down at the Finke end from what I heard, so will be interesting to see how the dust plays a role today as well. We'll wait to hear from the drivers as they make their way into the stadium section and they talk to our host here. But Martin patiently waiting. I do believe he's one of the last. He will be the last to go on corrected time, and then it's all from grids from there.
There you go, very good. Yeah, I think we do remember that Matthew Burrow was the first one just on grid start. So, but mate, what I'm looking at is still, and I know that those updates, until we get those real live times, we don't know. But between the 33, the 13, the 410, the 15, every time the 33 updates, it's literally under the 410. They must be so close there as we look towards, our checkpoints. We're looking for our Mount Squires checkpoint, which is back at the 172 mark. So about 50 kilometers up the track. It's a very fast flowing section. I mean, it's still rough as Craig Martin gets ready to go off the line. But it's prior to those big Bonduma whoops. So, a few of these guys in these pro buggies really need to get a hurry up, because when the 410 at Deadly Gregley makes its way into the whoops, I tell you what, it is going to be like a cruise missile in there. Got a good story. Greg Gartner's the only guy on the way home one year passed us 3 times and still finished behind us, unfortunately for him, but the man is an absolute weapon. We got to see him at work a couple of times. The 25 of Craig Martin. Beautifully turned out Alpha car built over there by Alpha Race Cars, but Gene Towler, shout out to all our American mates, Harley and all the boys over there. J-Rad, hope you're having a great day in California. Hope you're welding some tubes together. Well, it's Sunday over there. Maybe they're at the river having a bit of a chill, cruising around in some boats, having a good time. But the 123 about to get off the line. Again, this is Mark Burrow's old car with son Matthew in it. They pulled the turbos off and are running it as a pro light, thus the 123. Again, if you're only just joining us and you're looking at the cars, just checking it out, the first number does denote the class that it's in. So obviously if it's just 2 numbers like the 13 or the 33 of Shannon Wrench, that is a pro class. It also, if it's got a 9 in front of it, I don't think we've got too many 9 pro numbers out here, but because we've got so many pro class cars, they did start running the 9s as well. But everything else, like if it's got a 1 or a 2 or a 3 or a 4, quite simply, that means it's one of our class 4s, which is our extreme 2-wheel drives, or an 8 means it's a class 8, which is one of our extreme 4-wheel drive vehicles. And all this information can be found in our awesome event program. It's got all our sponsors as well, as Matthew Burrows makes his way out of the line. The 79 of Malcolm Turnbull, beautifully turned out Aussie Jimco Special.
Didn't know the ex-Prime Minister of the country raced in the off-road scene.
Oh, true. I might have got that wrong. You're absolutely right. It rolled off the tongue too easy, didn't it? But it is Turnbull. Gary Turnbull.
There
it's his
we
brother.
go.
It's his brother. And Tamara Turnbull in the passenger seat. You're right. Gee, that did roll off the tongue way too easy, and that makes sense. Gary Turnbull in the 79 and Tamara Turnbull in that Aussie Jimco Special. They've been doing a lot of racing in this car.
Yep.
It's a beautifully turned out car. Really stepped it up in the last couple of years. It's great to see it out here. Nice, smooth run off that Finke finish line jump. But I guess just being real, ladies and gentlemen, you can see the difference in urgency between the top 5 and then once you start getting down into the, say, top 20, top 30. Like the way the guys attack the course at the top of that field truly is aggressive. And that's where I think that we've seen the biggest change in pace. Have a look at the 487 just out there. He is having a great run on our tracker on the left of the screen. Definitely moving towards his checkpoints very quickly.
Yeah, we shouldn't be too much longer from getting that first checkpoint time from what we believe to be will be Toby Price. I apologise. You know, he had that big gap at the start there, a 3-minute gap. So would be very, very hard for Trav to sit there in the dust and try and get that thing down there. But you know, everyone's got GPS now and they're sort of running those level fields on that. So
absolutely, yeah, you're absolutely right. Now, minute gaps down here, Josh, at the far end. So the 42 coming off the line will be the next car, which will be, oh, now unfortunately, Toby Watley hasn't lined up in the orange truck. We haven't seen Toby. He was actually meant to leave off the line next. That's why we've had a little bit of a gap here. So we've actually had 2 minutes there, and Brad Belcher will be next off the line. So unfortunately for all you Loveday fans, I mentioned about how fast, blistering fast Toby Watley is. Again, some dramas on the way down. He was right in the mix for a while there. But unfortunately, obviously couldn't get the car sorted. I believe they were going to do the return leg. But the 42 away now. Again, another one of our awesome Jimco Pro buggies. It'll be an Aussie special. Russell Newman in the passenger seat of that car. Right behind them, we will have James Cook, the first of our side-by-sides, which is absolutely ridiculous.
Super, super impressive for a side-by-side to be up here in the pointy end of running. But it shows that if you are consistent on the throttle and you know this track, you can be right up there. So
absolutely, and just over a 2 hour on the way down. That would have been previously unheard of in a side-by-side. There's obviously a reason he's got the 601. That is our class champion from last year on the number plate. Have a listen to that Can-Am X3, absolutely wide there. Now, Molesy, I don't want to take James Cook away, but it was good to see Molesy on the line there too. He fixed that car overnight. Obviously had dramas on the way down, did not come in. They've seated him and he's going to run home, and no doubt he'll have a great run home. Great drive from James Cook. And again, we're back to seeing that urgency. There's no off the gas. This is where that time's made up in a side-by-side. You can see he's got all the corner speed. There's no braking, all gas. Molesy will be very much the same.
Yeah, he will be. That 3.5 litre D-stroked V8 BMW. It's one of the best sounding motors in off-road and in the country. So ladies and gentlemen, get ready to listen to this D-stroked motor sing, because it is one of the best things you'll hear over the weekend. And for anyone watching on the live stream, this could be one of your turn up the volume moments. You know, F1 like to turn up the volume on some of their laps. They try and do some sound effects stuff and supercars and stuff like that as well. So I'll be quiet as soon as Andrew Moles gets off the line, because this thing is probably, yeah, one of the best sounding motors in the country. But like Dan said, Molesy did have issues down at the far end, so it's good to see him down there, and he did get seated. So, you know, even sometimes if you don't make it down there, you can still come back. You still can get seated.
Well, I was going to say, I actually think, Josh, what was handy, I mean, obviously Handy would have been making it all the way down, but Handy being a local, I actually believe he didn't go through the first checkpoint. He took it back to his shop and fixed it, and then towed it the whole way around, and now he's running home. So isn't it handy to have a hoist and a shed, and if you're a hose tech, you've probably got all the parts you need to fix that thing. So yeah, it's actually it's one of the true things about being an Alice local is you've got a little bit of an inside advantage there, haven't you, when in time of need?
Yeah, no, you definitely do. And
so this car, again, beautifully turned out. Another one that's on the line too that I see is Paul Wheel, the 450, another guy that fixed it. Didn't make it. Oh, no, he made it most of the way down, which was the hard bit, 30 Ks down, 30 Ks short of the finish line. did a third member in the rear end is the story that I saw on his Instagram. Again, Paul Wheel. Again, all these teams. We're going to throw back to it a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, get on board with their media because it's just so good at the moment how everyone's starting to really post and keep up to date. And there's a lot more opportunities, isn't it? You talked about Toby Price stepping up his game a fair bit, which he's always been at the front there. Molesy about to take off. Yeah, again, what a beautifully turned out. Listen to that RPM. Almost sounds a little Formula One-ish, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Maybe we need to commission Molesy to F1 to get some noise back into some of these motors, de-stroke some BMW motors and put them in.
Another thing we talked about is Molesy. He's changed it a couple of times over the years, hasn't he?
Yep.
He's actually gone from, he was a two-seater, then he actually went to where he's sitting in the middle as a single-seater, and now back to a two-seater. So his program's changed over the years a couple of times. Tegan Moles in the passenger seat of that Razorback.
Yeah, father-daughter combo in that one this weekend, so they'll be very, very happy that they did get the opportunity to get the car fixed, and now they'll start hurdling towards Alice.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, listen, I believe Jack's back at the wheel of the 424 MOR racing vehicle, Motorsports. So Jack Mildwaters, and he's got Amy in the passenger seat. So Bailey Cole from America ran the way down, said he had a fantastic run, enjoyed it. So it'd be interesting to catch up with him and have a chat. But Jack's in a good position to make his way home again, racing some of those bigger trophy trucks, unfortunately. Always hard, but in the essentially developed by them vehicle. They've done a lot of work. And Jack actually full-time as Bailey Cole's Ultra 4 pit crew chief, or chief pit crew. So doing a bit of time over in America.
You happy with that shot, Shane?
Next up, 450, the spares box. Geyser Brothers G6.
Yeah, that's it.
This is the other half of Team Australia. PWR. Actually, probably the main half because he's the team owner. The guy that pays the bills does the saying, isn't it? Or something along those lines. He who does the paying does the saying.
Does the saying. So it's great to see that machine back out there as well. They would have got that thing fixed up, and now they're back on to the assault.
Absolutely a beautifully looking truck, turned out truck, and you can really see if you look close the differences between, like, say, Greg Gartner's early Geyser Brothers 6100 truck and this full-size G6. You can see that they're sitting much lower. The door panels are down. It's got those big pumped guards, which again the Geyser does. But if you keep having a look, if you park this beside, say, Billy Geddes or Greg Gartner's truck, you'll really see the differences about how they've changed the control arm angles and bits and pieces to make this hook up. It's a really beautifully turned out truck. The G6 is a nice thing, but there's a lot of nice things. Again, we've talked about the Masons, we've talked about the racers. There's a lot of things. I talked about that. Racer on the line right now with Sam Bentley. Should have said two in the 450. It is Paul Wheel and Preston Schmidt.
So the 1018 off the line, I believe the first of our sports light vehicles. Great to see that race engineering buggy get off the line, and listen to that thing start to wind up. And I got to say, Paul Wheel's machine is probably my favourite looking trophy truck style of body. Definitely is a very slick body, and I think it's what we got very used to out here at Finke, because it was run by so many people.
Yep, plenty of them out there, absolutely. Beautifully turned out car.
So the 38 of Tim Vandenberg off the line now in his Racetech Hustler. We're just not too far away from that first checkpoint, and I do believe, unfortunately, we don't have the Squires checkpoint up and running, so we'll be looking looking for that Bunduma as our first checkpoint, as our representative popping up on our screens.
Now, another very cool car, Ivan Schmocker about to get off the line, and this is actually a bit of a combo car. It's one of the very early Element cars. Well, it's got an Element front end on it, which makes it quite unique because I think it's the thing that it was actually an old Haby car. You can see those laid back arms. It's got a lot of caster camber corrections and bits and pieces. I think that's made a big difference because it was a Southern Cross. Started life and then they did a bit of work, and this is sort of like one of the very early development cars that has created Element off-road race cars. So yeah, you can see there, Southern Cross SC Element. It's the Cross. It's one of the early ones. And Ivan Schmocker having a great run there in that single-seater. And there's plenty of photos of this back when it was a Haby car, of it running at the Pines, just absolutely flying. It used to love the airtime. Still does love the airtime. But yeah, when the Habys had it, I tell you what, it got a lot of R&D, and this is basically what has led us now to the battle cars that are running with Element.
Yeah, next off the line will be Josh House's sister, Ali House. And let's see how she goes.
Yeah, Sarah in the passenger seat. So this is, I hope I'm right here, but this would be our fastest women pairing.
Yep.
They are extremely quick. They do run the 101 on the roof because they are last year's Australian Pro Light champion. Ali been doing it for a couple of years now in this beautifully turned out Jimco Aussie Special. They basically, when Josh went to a pro buggy, they built a brand new Aussie Special. This has got a little bit of a unique body. It's a little bit different. It's almost like one of their 10 cars over in the States. Bit of a combo car, and this runs really nicely as a pro light, little V6 motor in it. And again, both Josh and Ali coming from a motocross background and now stepping into a cage, as they say, you know, getting into a car and having a good crack here. And both of them running very fast in their respective classes and in outrights.
Yeah, the Patriot Camper twins now on the start line, the Montesalvos. They'll be looking to make their way back here to Alice. And they'll be followed closely behind Dad, I do believe, in the Extreme two-wheel drive behind. So they get off the line in their sports light, Christian and Ashton, the Montesalvo twins. If you do get a chance to check out some of their social media as well, the Patriot Campers, boys and girls, definitely have a look on there as well. A lot of these races are really picking up their social media game to try and expose their racing to a new audience and to a younger audience, which is awesome to see.
Now, just to add to a little bit of the tension, got me mate Lee Wells. Big shout out to all the Wells and the Wells family. Just sent a little message through. He thinks that the 15 stopped for a few minutes on the tracker and then got going again. So that's going to be interesting to see whether the 15 did stop for a little bit on the tracker. It does look like, though it doesn't look on our end like he lost any positions, which is interesting, but apparently was showing no speed for a little bit. Again, thanks very much, guys, for sending in updates, because it's very hard. We've got a lot of info going on here, haven't we, Josh? There's tables and pages and books and all sorts of stuff happening up here in the commentary. And again, ladies and gentlemen, we just love this race, just like you guys do. It's so good to see. How good is this? 1088 off the line, obviously, as you said, Christian Montesalvo, but also on the way down, we've got Justin right behind them. So two Patriot cars. It's going to be interesting to see. I bet you young Christian's going to be trying to hold out Dad for as long as they possibly can, doing a little bit extra clutch kicking and making a little bit extra dust. Maybe they threw the sand anchor out trying to drag a bit of dirt. Dragging the toe, as they say.
Oh, it'll be very interesting. The Montesalvo boys and girls, they're all about the racing, and the 604 will be the next off the line. But as Dan was saying, a massive shout out to everyone who does send through these messages. I just got one from my little birdie in race control, who's actually got the all the live timing to his advantage. Toby was through Mount Squires at 7:39. 58, so that was around about 20 odd minute ago, close to. So we'll really be expecting that Bunduma time not too shortly.
Absolutely, mate. Jeff McNiven off the line now. Got Jake in the passenger seat of that vehicle at 6:04, one to watch out for indeed. They didn't seem to qualify quite as high as I think that they would like to have a real good crack, but the 6:04 is extremely fast. I keep mentioning the first time I saw him at Gundy, they were hitting the run down there, the Malapanya run, way too fast, and give them big credit. So Jeff McNiven knows how to hold it wide, and I think you'll see him now that he's shuffled through the pack a little bit. So he's got some fast guys in front of him. He could have a very good run here. Now, this is good to see. This is Brett Taylor, the 4.31. We did see it on the tracker going down, so that makes sense. It obviously went down the service road on a trailer or something along those lines. And they did move it down, and they fixed it overnight. So Brett Taylor is running his 30th Finke Desert race. That means there's only 17 that he's missed. How nuts is that?
Yeah, definitely crazy to think, and I'd say those 17 years were his younger years.
I was going to say he probably wasn't allowed to race it. Mum wouldn't let him.
Let's see how he goes off this jump. Yeah, he'll be pretty tame on the run home today. Well, as I say that, he gets it all nice and loud and gets that motor absolutely singing.
I was about to say, he's got nothing to lose.
Yeah.
You may as well just crank it up and send it for Alice, hey? Rod Visser in the 1057 is going to be up next. Beautifully turned out little car. Lumicraft this one with, again, a 10 car, so it's got a limited motor, 2.5 litre naturally aspirated. I believe this one's got a 2.4 in it from what I know, an Eco Tech. Very big class over in America. Again, big shout out to Jared Sallenbach if you're listening over there. Got a little Tatum 10 car, does very well out there. And Mongo, all the crew over there. Actually, I think Wild Bill Sallenbach just had his birthday, so happy birthday, Wild Bill.
And there you go, ladies and gentlemen, the first through Bunduma. Toby Price and Jason Duncan. The time, 7:54:06. So we've got our first car through Bunduma.
Now, out of interest, the other thing there is that looking at the tracker as I look down at the laptop, definitely Josh Howells has lost a couple of positions. The two's got passing the 120. Now, I tell you what, again, we can only look at the tracker. It does update intermittently. Let's talk real. But it looks like the two is having a really good run there.
Yeah, it definitely does. The two car looks like it has made a couple of positions. That is the Brent Smoothie and David Walsh machine.
Yeah, in fact, the 15's a fair way back now, isn't it? Looking at the tracker, or either that or it's underneath one of the other cars. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, it's a bit hard to see with all of this going on, but it is the 487 leading at the moment, obviously through Bonduma at 7:54 local time. That is a cracking run. The 699 on its way out of the stadium now. That is Peter Carr and Matthew Wyndham. They're going to have a good run there. And again, as we said, the 10:57 in that time period, Rod Visser and Cody Visser out of Finke with the Illumicraft. Hard to think that there's cars going through Bonduma and you're taking off at the checkpoint at the start, isn't it? But that's what happens here in Alice Springs for the 47th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. Again, the Polaris Motorsport Australian Off-Road Racing Championship, round 3. A lot of guys here chasing points, keeping up with all of that sort of stuff. Joseph Patterson off the line in that nicely little turned out Fusion. It's a Fusion 10 car, again, a Class 10 car over in America, but he's running it in Pro Light class, thus the 175. Got the 3.5 litre V6 in that car. Not sure. Hope he's not going to nurse it the whole way home. Have they just realised they've got an issue right off the start? Yep, they sure have. That's not good to see. That right there is right near all the teams and pits. Well, again, interesting. Just a side note for all us racers that are sitting at home. In this day and age, it's probably much smarter to pull the full 30 metres off the track, get out of the way so that you can, you know, get assistance from your team. There's nothing that says that you can't have a guy having a chat to you and all those sort of things as far as I'm aware, but they will not be able to come to you if you're within that racing line. So, you know, in this current era of Finke Desert Racing, it'd be a good idea if your car's still driving to make sure that you're well off the track and give the racers plenty of room so that the officials don't make you get away from your car, essentially. Now the 68 of Craig Barnett and Douglas Barnett, the Southern Cross Mark 6. Get another one of these fantastically turned out Southern Cross cars off the line. The big 6 litre sounding strong there. Plenty of horsepower.
Yeah, as we just look at the Joseph Patterson entry, we're just going to see what they do and have a look at.
Yeah, hopefully it's nothing too serious. They definitely are looking at the motor side of it. Wonder if it had a light on the dash or something like that. Nothing worse than seeing an oil light come on, or a high temperature light or something along those lines. The 627 off the line of Justin Ryder and Stephen Teese now.
Good little run for these guys, and a nicely little turned out Can-Am this weekend in the 627 machine. And ladies and gentlemen, if you are following us on Facebook or Twitter or anything like that, make sure if you do have some photos from the event to tag us in them. Get those social media posts out there, tag the Tatts Finke does a race in them so we can get them out there on our social media so we can push this great event out to everyone around the country and everyone around the world. It is such a great event. I've seen some awesome pictures coming around the traps, so it is great to see. And again, if you are watching here live from the grounds, I hope you're having a good time so far. Make sure to go and grab yourself something to eat from some of our wonderful food vendors. They'll be getting opened up very shortly, I would say.
Hey Josh, I just got sent a bit of information. It's a screenshot of the split times, which is always fantastic to see as the 603 gets off the line of Greg Campbell and Lachlan Campbell. Now what's interesting, Toby Price, looking at the splits at split number 1, do you know who's running the next fastest time? Is Bo Robertson, 4:13. He's only 32 seconds closer slower than Toby Price at this split. The next fastest car is Brent Smoothie, only 44 seconds back. Then T-Rob at 45 seconds back, Greg Gartner at 55 seconds, and Shannon Ranch at 59. So at the splits, now don't get me wrong, Toby's got a 3-minute lead, so that helps him. He's still the fastest man on track. Don't worry if you're a Toby Price fan. But all of these guys right now, all of our top 6 are running within 1 minute of Toby's return time, which is absolutely nuts.
Okay, so as we were talking about that, you've just had Travis Robinson through, 5 minutes behind Toby Price, and then Greg Gartner has then come through, only not even a minute behind T-Rob, so it is very close at the top end between those two for that second and third position.
Well, it also means that Greg Gartner has passed Shannon Ranch on road.
Yeah.
So he's gotten around the 33. Greg Gartner has physically passed in the, because to get to Bonduma, you've gone through about 20 or 30 Ks of those big Bonduma whoops, and they're back in them now as they go past the water tower. So Greg Gartner is absolutely moving, and there is Shannon Ranch right there. So only about
37 seconds
behind.
Wow.
Exactly. So he's only just past Shannon, not more than a couple of minutes, just a couple of kilometres ago. And now he is on the go. That Ford would be absolutely wound up. Jamie Jennings is telling him to send it to the moon. But again, he's got Travis Robinson in front of him. He really needs to get around T-Rob.
If they come in like that, it's going to be one of the closest races we've seen in Finke in a long time in the cars, especially with the top 3 that close. Toby out there in front, he does have a 5-minute lead currently, but your second, third and fourth are literally a minute 30 between each other on road at the moment. So ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be an action-packed ending to this race. Do not go anywhere. Why would you? You're going to miss all the action. Make sure to stick around.
Well, it's interesting. I'm getting a bit of text here. Kezia is still involved in the conversation. She's texting me some information down here. She said they floored it too hard. This is the 175, and it went bang off the line. So unfortunately, they did do they've got essentially no power there. So it sounded very rattly off the line apparently, and unfortunately, I'd say that their day's done on the way home right off the start line. Nothing worse than that. Although, at least you're nice and close to the race transporter. You're not halfway down the track. The trailer's very easy to get to if you're looking for some consolation. But again, on road, we're looking at Toby Price leading this year's Tatts Finke Desert Race. Right behind, well, not right behind him, but then there is a pack. Travis Robinson, Greg Gardner, and Shannon Wrench all through Bonduma. All within a little bit over a minute and a half between the three cars. Greg Gardner has picked up that spot, which is definitely worth noting. The fastest vehicle on course other than T-Rob, Toby Price, is actually Bo Robinson, who came out of about 9th. So there is a lot going on this course. Shane Hutt is holding on for dear life.
Bread Smoothie through Bunduma, 8:03.08.
I tell you what, Josh, the other car that must be going very, very quick at the moment is the 120. He's got to be holding on because he has T-Rob on his back door.
Yeah, he does. You would not want to be behind T-Rob at the moment. Or in front of him, I apologise.
Sorry, Bo Robinson I meant, but yes,
yep.
Absolutely, Bo. We knew what we were talking about, the 413. So getting pushed along by that big Mason car as the 1075 of Josh Gaskin gets off the line with Leo Grady. Brent Smoothie has gone through with David Walsh.
Yeah, so 3 minutes is the gap between them and Shannon. So that's 4th to 5th on road.
Another one of our beautifully turned out Brenthals. That'll be the west line entry of Nicholas Cummins and Andrew Cummins. The 479. These guys have been doing some great job. They're actually racing there at the McIntyre 900, the St. George race, where they just ran a long race. They did have some dramas, but I feel that they learned a lot. They got a lot of pace out of it, so keep a good eye on the 479 in the next couple of years. They're a great family of racers, the Westline crew. They've also got a Brenthal Pro buggy, and I think in the not too distant future, you're going to see them really pushing up the front.
I'm hoping we haven't put the mocker on Greg Gardner, but his transponder has not moved in 5 minutes.
Oh, no. Never a good thing, and yep, definitely going backwards through the pack at the moment with that information. But anyway, the 13 and the 33 are still moving along nicely. I think maybe the transponder fell off, mate, because it just couldn't stay attached. No, I don't know.
I would say so too, because it looks like he's back on road and that transponder's updated. So there you go. I apologise about that.
Had a moment.
That little moment there.
Listen, if I was holding on with Greg Gardner, I'd be having a moment. I might turn off a few times too. But like you said, that did update, and it's very close to the back of the 30.
There you go, Brett Martin through there, 8:05.
Well, keep a good eye, because now we want to see where Bo comes through. But the 695 off the line of Alex Davies and Dylan King. Great run from them in their Can-Am X3, the 695.
That little thing sounds awesome.
Does sound very cool. Interesting with the side-by-sides. You know, we're talking about the manual gearboxes and the Can-Ams with the slipper clutches and bits and pieces, and they've got the constant velocity drives with the belts that move, and these guys have got really on top of their belts in the last couple of years, and now we're seeing them go full races. You know, they look after them. They can definitely put some performance down. HBR car off the line now. Now, this is Alex Hanley, I believe. Yep. So Alex Hanley actually also races one of those stadium trucks converted that we talked about, the 665. So he's had a bit of time in a trophy truck as well. There's Bo coming through Bonduma with Shane Hutt, 413. So what's the time difference there? It's a little bit. So he's still got about almost a minute. It's about 50 seconds to Brent Martin. So he still has a bit of work to get on the back of the 120. Brent Martin.
Oh, Burrows is on a push now. He's right on the back of Bo.
He is. 10 seconds. Mark Burrows. Now, I can't remember. There's too many calls. Did Mark Burrows start in front of or behind Bo Robinson? I can't actually give you that information right at this millisecond. Oh, look, Josh has got it up. He's getting the laptop out to have a look and try to remind us how that played out. No, Mark Burrows definitely started behind Bo, looking at our timers. So there you go. Mark is on a hunt. And Bo Robinson running the quickest split time. So that must mean Mark Burrows is running some fast times as well. And again, Mark Burrows, once it starts getting smooth and flying, because remember, I'm going to sound like a trophy truck hater here for all you people listening at home, but again, this is where the trucks have the big advantage. Obviously, Toby Price has an advantage, absolutely everywhere. That's the standard statement. But in the smooth, twisty stuff, as we get back towards the 120 mark back this way, it's really going to be very interesting to see the likes of Brett Martin, the likes of Mark Burrows, how those guys can go. But then the flip side of that is Bo's done so much time out here in Alice Springs on the track, as has, whilst Toby hasn't done it this year, he's done it in years leading, so maybe it's not going to be such a factor this year. It was a huge factor back 10 years ago when guys weren't coming out here pre-running for months in a time, but it'll be interesting to see.
And the technology's changed as well. These guys aren't putting their big race vehicles out on the track to pre-run. They're either in their their work vehicle, either a Raptor or a Patrol or something like that, or they jump in one of these Can-Ams if you are one of those bigger teams, and they have a bit of a squirt because they don't want to put time and stress on the motor and the parts. So that's another little interesting thing.
Again, me boy Lee Wells has sent me photos, which I definitely appreciate. I would think that we did have that information wrong, which would make more sense, the 413 being the fastest car other than Toby on track. I've got to keep saying that. But I do think that maybe looking at my number that he did start behind Mark by a little bit too. So I'd say if that's the time on track, Bo has made up about a minute and a half on Mark, but has to obviously, and has passed him, so we'll now have a good run there. So, yeah, Bo is on an absolute charge. Now, this is Cade Crawford, off the line in another one of these Brenthals. And the other thing that we had just in that little bit of talk, we had the 6165 of Benjamin Ward with Noah off the line, as well as the 6166, the boys from North Queensland, Kai Camilleri and Luke Camilleri in the passenger seat of that rig. So they're having a good run as well, all off the line at Finke. Now, I wonder if Vern Crawford is in the passenger seat or Connor Crawford. Vern Crawford is the legend behind Cadco, has built a lot of cars that are racing in the Queensland Series. Again, these guys have basically, I believe they bought a frame and then finished this Brenthal truck off, so very cool.
Yeah, definitely awesome to see these really cool vehicles being put together and being raced through the red centre desert. As the next of our side-by-sides makes their way off the line, the 6195. Another little X3. And that was James Mongford and Michael Mongford there. Getting off the line. Phil Lovett and Luke Stanley through Bundooma now at 8:10. So a bit more of a gap between those two, around about 4 minutes between Burrows and Lovett. On track. And we'll be looking for the Rodinga checkpoint next. TP is hurtling towards that checkpoint as we speak. And really it's that man out front's race to lose at this point. But you never know. This track always has something to say. That was Glenn Brickman and Dale Moscott off the other side of that Finke jump. As the Tyrrell car gets ready to launch off the line. The 1036, the next of our sports light vehicles. Tyrrell's the single-seater out there today. There's a couple of them getting around. And there you go, Kent Battle through Bundooma. So he's made up some spots on track, I do believe.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Nortrans legend, Kent Battle, running through. And what we're looking for there is the 56 of Carl Habe too. So it looks like Kent Battle has actually got around Carl Habe. Adam Franklin in the passenger seat there. Michael Dolan too. So Michael Dolan, he started right behind Kent, so they're having a good run. They're running with Kent, so the 455. Peter Morris in the passenger seat of that Brenthal truck. But I tell you what, the element going to battle is Kent Battle.
Yeah,
you like
it
that?
Definitely is. I like that one, Dan.
The Nortrans boys having a cracking run there in the element prodigy. Briggs Performance.
Yeah, some of our transporters making their way back up the Old South Road towards Alice Springs as one of our Team Cosgrove cars gets off the start line. One of two of these Commodore Ute bodies out here this weekend. That's Cole Desborough and Royce Hodge.
Hey, Josh, thanks to the legends at Method Race Wheels, Michael Taylor actually sent me a video of Bo Robinson passing Mark Burrows right in front of them. It was absolutely awesome footage. I put it up on the Off-Road Cartel Instagram reel. So if you want to see Mark Burrows getting passed by Bo Robinson, jump on there and have a look. But again, big shout out. This is something, again, can't stress this enough. How cool is it? For years, it was just as soon as you went anywhere past the airport, it was blackout. Now people, well, look, we're checking phones, we're having a look, we're sharing stories, we're sending snaps. And I know whilst lots of people will say, oh, that changes it a bit, it does change it. Don't look at your phone. But I tell you what, if you can capture that one moment where you're getting some awesome footage while still enjoying the race, I tell you what, it's awesome for everyone at home.
Yeah, Mel Brandel, the first of our pro lights through to Bunduma.
Yeah, Nick Price in the passenger seat holding on to that Illumicraft Australian Special. Now, I believe what that means is it's a 10 car frame-wise, but with large pro arms on it. That's what the Yanks call an Australian Special in Illumicraft. So it's a bit of a unique mix, a bit smaller. As you could see, we looked at AJ's car, massive big Illumicraft. Unfortunately, AJ did have those mechanical issues on the way down, I believe, and didn't get down to Finke. Obviously not racing home either. The 661 of Adam Spicer and Amanda Spicer off the line as well in the Can-Am X3. We also talked about 481 of Cole Desborough and Royce Hodge off the line in that Holden Commodore Ute. Again, starting to get through them now with these cars off the Fink line. I think that looks like the 6169. Gee, if I guessed that right, I'll give myself a pat on the back, ladies and gentlemen. Heck, I'll give myself a pat on the back all day, every day.
Anything to Hey?
Either way, it's going to be interesting off the line. Again, we're looking for Bonduma checkpoint times. Now, unfortunately, the 56, I haven't seen it come through Bonduma at all.
Straight on the laptop at the Patterson car. So they're obviously trying to work out what's gone wrong with that engine. They've hooked that up and they'll have a look at their data logger to see where it all went wrong. And, well, really, there's going to be maybe 15 seconds of data at maybe 4,500 RPM on the start line, and then nothing but zero oil pressure. So
just enough to tell you that it's stuffed,
yes,
maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. So,
absolutely.
Yeah, patiently waiting here to get these guys underway. So might just be a couple of positions, missed, didn't make it to the line. So we just do have to spread these out.
So, ladies and gentlemen, 8:15 local time. We started at 7:15. Toby's been at it for an hour now. So if he's on pace for his 36, 38, somewhere in there, we're going to see him come back into and start seeing choppers flying around about 35 minutes. So again, about 8:50 or so local time. Add 30 minutes to whatever time you've got right now and make sure that you're ready, because we'll be coming into the stadium. We'll see the helicopters flying if everything goes to plan.
Yep, if you've got your breakfast on, I know it's probably about that time, it's 8:16. If you've got the barbecue going, I know people down track actually have us live on the YouTube feed, and that's awesome. Like to hear us out in the middle of nowhere.
Our condolences?
Yeah, our condolences, because they'll have some pretty sore heads over the weekend and having to listen to us. But hi to everyone out on the track. If you are listening to us, a big shout out to you all. You guys have done the right thing this weekend. We've asked you to stand back from the track. We've asked you to obey all these safety rules, and we haven't had anything to report over the weekend so far. So we've been really happy here at the Alice Springs end.
Absolutely, it's been been really good. The 6-1-8-9, what did go off the line there, Andrew Roast and Matt Lagerski.
Yep.
Let's run with it.
Let's
the
run with it.
637 of Paul Colgan and Jason Colgan off the line as well now, which is those beautiful bits of footage. Look at that sun coming up now. Now affects the drivers, but doesn't it make for some great images? The red really coming out now. Again, you can start seeing those camps there. There'll be a lot of motorbike camps. Remember that the motorbikes are still waiting there, about 11:45 off the line, something down there. So we'll get that information exactly to you, but local time. They've got a few good hours there. They're starting to get up and have breakfast and check things out. And no doubt they've heard the tear of the dirt of all those big trophy trucks and buggies running up and down the track. The 619 off the line now. Christian Rich and Nathan Mortimer in their Can-Am X3.
Making their way through that iconic Finke River. And ladies and gents, we shouldn't be too far away from our next checkpoint update from our front runners, and that's Rodinga. And that's around about 98 odd K out from the start finish line here. As the King Chrome side-by-side makes its way to the start line, the 636.
Yeah, Eden Evans off the line now in the King Chrome entry. Awesome to see the Evans having a good run. That you could, I'm sure she told the story on the way down last year. She had a bit of an issue about 40 or 50 Ks down, so good to see them all the way. Oh, I lied. It's Simon Evans. So I looked at that King Chrome colouring. Actually, I do think that maybe hers is a slightly different colour. So 636, that's Simon Evans and Max O'Brien off the line. Simon, multi-time Australian rally champion. So the 636 off the line there. Good looking car. That is a big car. You don't realise it until you're standing beside it, just how big it is. Lots of suspension travel, and Simon doing a lot of development. They were talking about the Pro R that's coming. They don't have one yet, but they will be racing it next year, and he believes it's going to be a big step up for the competition.
Yeah, if we're that close to under 2 hours this year at Finke, I reckon next year at Finke, the side-by-side turbo and supercharged classes, they'll definitely be going under 2 hours. Well, your top runner will probably go under 2 hours, I would say. And there you go. Wait a minute. Okay, no, sorry. Because that was just a big...
Yeah, so it's just an information dump. It did look funny because it actually shows us like as if Greg Gardner went through first. But it's that's not true. Greg Gardner went through at 8:19. But that does mean that we might wait for the information dump, because does that mean that Greg Gardner's gotten past
Trav?
Well, both the 33 car and the 13 car, which he did indicate that he was one of the fastest men on track. It's a potential that Greg Gardner, the Hellman, has gone past two buggies. Wow. So looking at our tracking, which you guys can see too, the 487 is fastest on road. Toby Price, Jason Duncan came through Rodinga at 8:13.57, and Greg Gardner came through in the 410 at 8:19.49.
So he's still holding. Well, he's pushed a little.
He's less than 6 minutes back. Do you know what? I think, man, I might be wrong. Hold on, I've got to start.
Yeah.
There you go. Mick Taylor's texted me and saying that Gartz did get by Trav.
Wow.
And that means that on time, if that's true, Greg Gardner might be the fastest man on the track right at the moment. Now, he's still got 6 minutes to make up, ladies and gentlemen. That's a long way to go, especially when they are already at Rodinga. They're only 90 kilometres out. Less than, I mean, Toby Price has already done 30 or 40 kilometres. You know, he's starting to make his way back up, probably 20 kilometres. 30 might have been a bit of a big guess, but he's already done a few kilometres, so it's going to be interesting to see there.
It's going to be a close one.
Yeah, listen, it's going to be interesting anyway. It's definitely different. Tedley, Greg Gardner, hey, and Jamie Jennings, the original Finke truck racer. The 605 we probably should talk about. Warwick Mitchell is off the line with Reese Wilson. Also, the 25 is through Bunduma. That's that alpha of Craig Martin. Look at the information dump now. 620 of Marajan Kiffer with Katie Chandler has gone out of Fink in the 822. T-Rob is now through Redinga as well. So he is the next car through in third position. 13, Travis Robinson, Andrew Pino. And the 123 of Matthew Burrows has gone through Bonduma. Not through Redinga, through Bonduma with Jay Mitchell in the passenger seat. We've still got plenty of cars now starting to make their way all the way up to Redinga. Now this is interesting because again, what I would have said the fast, like as in 13, is going to be very fast in this, you know, I use the word so loosely, the smooth section, but in these trees coming back, the 65Ks back, Travis Robinson and, you know, Josh Howes have been very fast traditionally, but now they've got the dust machines in front of them. The 410 is in front of them. You know, it's a different game when you've got to physically pass them on track, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely is, and it wouldn't surprise me if T-Rob is nursing that car home.
Yeah, it's possible he's made the decision that it's a points year for him.
Yeah.
We talked about that early.
Because I do know there was talk of no water and no coolant in that engine when it got down to Fink. So you never know, but Shannon Wrench now through Rodinga at 822. So he's not too far.
So what a great
behind.
race. 2 trophy trucks, 2 pro buggies in our top 4. It keeps it so exciting, ladies and gentlemen. We love this smack talk just quietly.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, now I'm also getting a text too. I was talking about Eden Evans before. Unfortunately, she's not starting. She destroyed the transmission. It actually pushed the clutch housing out of the side of the casing. They tried to drive it in to the finish in low range, but unfortunately they timed out yesterday, and they were trying to get it fixed for today, but not really sure how that played out. So again, that's from the socials. Again, Brad Belcher in the 42 is through Bonduma. Shannon Wrench is through Redinga. And Dylan Baishaman is the 493 with Harry Richardson out of Fink. So Dylan and Harry making their way off. Nice drive there out of the X3. Looking at that, I'd almost say they're a little down the order there. They might have a really nice run home. Maybe they had some mechanical issues on the way down. But they're definitely pushing along very nicely.
The Patterson crew are working hard on that car, trying to get it out. So it might not have been as bad as they thought. And it's the first of our Super 1650s off the line, the Garrity's and the 210.
Yeah, beautifully turned out little A-arm Super 1650 cc's of screaming death. You can hear them just rev. Lots of these guys are still running manual clutches, trying to keep the horsepower up to it. It's a tiny build. Got a little GSXR 1340 cc motor in that.
Yep, that's Brad Garrity and Courtney Garrity for Chambers Engineering and Thinkwater Alice.
And you can see some differences, Josh. See it runs some slightly smaller shocks. You don't want to carry that extra weight of those big shocks. You don't need it for the heat, but it needs to be high enough performance equipment to do what it needs to do at Fink. It's a real balancing act with these things, getting them to move, getting them to drive out of the corners, getting them, you know, all that sort of stuff. So it's very cool to see the 210 out and about. Now they've jumped back in that 175. I'd say we're going to see the 175 cranking back up.
Maybe it didn't go kaboom boom, and now we've got the wild man off the line, Shay Lander and Shannon Lander behind the wheel. It's going to be great to see them.
Do you know I saw some prologue footage, and did you see it? Because it looked like they were getting real wild in prologue as well. So it's so funny because even last year after they had that wild roll off the 40K June, they obviously nothing's changed. You can't change the wild man.
No, you definitely can't. He drives this machine like it was stolen, I can tell you that. And he loves this thing.
Cool shot of the big sway bar hanging out with the arms and that. You don't actually see that on a lot of these trucks. Like, sorry, they all have sway bars, they haul it, but you know, lots of the times they're all in different locations. You don't actually see them working like that, so it's interesting. Big torsion bar style sway bar, big link arms, big links. Shannon Lander in that trophy truck, 485. Now we got another one of our fantastic Can-Am X3s off the line, 653. Troy Beshman and Anthony Milsom. Interestingly, we called 693 of Dylan off the line. A couple of Can-Ams having a battle, maybe brothers, maybe father and son.
Absolutely awesome to have so many families out here. And the 175 is up and running. Good on you to the Patterson crew for getting it through. There we go. Sorry, we just had an information dump at Rodinga, so I'm going to have to try and work this out for you, ladies and gentlemen. First through was Brent Smoothie through there. And then it was Brent Martin, closely followed behind him, and then Bo Robinson, then Mark Burrows behind him.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense there.
Wow. As the 269 gets his way off the line in the Super 1650.
Brent Smoothie's got a little bit of room there, breathing room to Bo, but obviously Bo on corrected time will be moving very quick. So Bo, one of the fastest cars on track right at the moment, as we would expect, but got all that time to make up. Isn't that crazy to think how just one, it was simply that belt that threw off. You know, they had to stop and fix a belt. If they didn't throw that belt, they'd be right up the pointy end right now challenging for the win.
Andrew Moles and Tegan Moles now through Bunduma, so they're making some good time. As we have these awesome shots coming from us down at the far end. As the next of our competitors makes their way through, and there you go. James Cook is following closely behind Andrew Moles in that side-by-side. So that was Ben Falk and John O'Connor off the line in that side-by-side, that X3. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. We're not far away now at 8:29.11. Toby Price was through deep well. That is only 68 Ks away. So that means we are not too far from crowning our new King of the Desert. Jack Mildwaters through Bunduma now as well in his HSV. But it'll be interesting to see who's next through Deepwell and how far away they are.
Yeah, absolutely. We think it's going to be Greg Gardner.
Yep.
But the split's going to be what's interesting to keep an eye on. But it's so hard because, again, looking at the splits, we're talking exciting, but Toby's still the fastest man on track at the moment. So it's going to be very exciting to see how that goes. Now, listen, ladies and gentlemen, Nick Burt also leaving Fink there at the 4-3-2. So Ben Falk also...
Welcome to Alice Springs Fink race fans. Oh, how is this weather here? It's a gorgeous 25 degrees. It's going to turn into a little bit later. The cars are about to join us in their final sprint across the finish line in the shortest time possible. A little bit of information from yesterday. 30 cars and 13 bikes did not make it to Fink. The desert said no. Who will cross the finish line here today? Well, we will be bringing you that information very shortly. Toby Price has hit the Deep World checkpoint, so he's got 68 kilometres to go. Do not go anywhere. We will be bringing you all the action and emotion as the competitors cross the finish line, head into Parc Fermé, and we congratulate and announce the 2023 Fink Tatts Desert Race winners.
Yeah, it's an absolute buzz of action here in the commentary box, isn't it, Josh? We've got it all happening. We've got laptop screens. We've got views. We're watching for helicopters. It's a really good time here. We've got open books, and we're looking at the track and the track points and looking for who's next through that Mount Squires. It's going to be very interesting to see how it all plays out here because we're looking for Greg Gartner to come through in the 410. We're looking for Smoothie. We're looking for where the OBR boys are. And isn't this crazy? We've got cars almost all the way home and still is about to crank off. Phil Lovett is through Redinga as well now. We keep talking about these. There's cars all the way up and down this 226 Ks, Josh.
Yeah, is set on the back gate, that famous back gate that so many people know. And once we see those helicopters in the air and we start hearing them coming our way, we know it's on for young and old. And will we be crowning Toby Price, a 9-time King of the Desert? Yes, 6 in the car. 6 on the bike, and then maybe 3 on the cars.
Yeah, the 3-peat. It'll be a nice feeling to be on the box 3 times here. He stood in whatever year that was. When the rental that he did the double, he actually was first in class, but second overall. So, yeah, going to be a very nice feeling to stand on top of the box 3 times. He's won the Method Race Wheels Prologue 3 times now. How nice would it be? So that would essentially mean for 3 years in a row that he's led the race start to finish, fastest prologuer, had clean air the whole way. Isn't that an amazing feat?
Yeah, it definitely is. And Toby is a wild man behind the wheel. There's no doubt behind that. He's shown his worth behind the wheel, and as you can see, you know, he goes out there and he's racing for some of the best in the world and best in the country. And Paul Wheels even giving him the chance to race over there. So he definitely knows how to steer one of these vehicles. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, as you said, he's got lots of time now. Lots of people sort of get under the impression that he hasn't done a lot of time driving, but I mean, he's done a lot of time over in Baja now racing. He actually did a fair bit of time racing with Jesse Jones over there, which was very, very beneficial for his program. We had a great podcast talking to him last year before Fink and the Dirtbags podcast, available on Spotify and all those great places. So have a listen to his journey, because it's not as easy as you think, ladies and gentlemen. You know, he did it tough. He actually was a privateer in the motorbike scene for a long time before KDM really got on board with him. He went through riding desert bikes and doing all the other stuff. He was far from a household name, far from paid big dollars, and then he got the Dakar ride. A fascinating story about the Dakar ride is that he went as a water boy. Now, a water boy is a guy that carries the bikes for the pros. He was just simply there to make sure that the pros had the parts that they need and all that. And then he tells a fantastic story on that Dirtbags podcast about the way that it just, like, you know, he kept, you know, stepping up parts. They gave him a bit of suspension. They gave him a better steering damper. All these things as they started realizing how fast he was. And that was the year, in his very first year on what was essentially a backup bike, he came third outright at Dakar. And I think someone went, hey, bud, we need to get you on a pro bike. That's what needs to happen. The next year, he won the race outright. So Toby's got a fantastic story, and it's the same. He actually went over and went to Bryce Menzies' team, which is the Red Bull team, and he just flew himself down to Mexico to go the first time because he just wanted to be involved in the race. So, you know, this is the sort of thing, making sure that you're in the right place at the right time to perform, because he was literally wiping windscreens, and Jesse Jones said, hey, bud, why aren't you driving my trophy truck with me? And all of a sudden, got a trophy truck drive. How good is that story? And now he's racing as part of Team Australia over there with none other than Paul Wheel.
So Toby's put the gas down. Greg Gartner's just through deep well at 8:35.07. So that is meaning that there is around about a 6 to 7 minute gap now with those two. So it looks like Toby's actually put the foot down.
Josh, nothing more I like to do than stir the pot with the Australian off-road racing scene. Ladies and gentlemen, right at the moment we have 2 6-litre trucks, trophy trucks, leading the championship. We changed all the rules to keep up, and we currently have 2 6-litre trophy trucks that are apparently slow leading the Fink Desert Race. Very funny story.
Yeah, it really is. Hey, we had this conversation at the end of last year about the 7 litres, and yeah, no, it's been a very interesting topic to talk about, and looks like 2 6-litres are about to show some of these 7-litre boys up.
Yeah, 2 of the trucks that can't keep up with the turbos are smoking the trucks, the smoking the turbos. Who would have thought?
Crazy to think that that's the development in these vehicles that has come through.
So good. And to be honest with you, we're talking about Toby Price,
yeah,
and Greg Gartner. Yeah. Honestly, these two they could probably win in a wheelbarrow, to be honest with you.
Oh, they beat me on a wheelbarrow.
Absolutely. So some fantastic racing here. as Jason Neat is off the line, the 685 down at Apatula, down the Finke River. I tell you what, it's a good feeling. By the time you get to the Finke River, you've settled the nerves, you've got in the groove, the car's starting to feel warm, you're starting to feel warm.
Alex Howes now through Bunduma as well as Tim Vandenberg in the 38. Mel Brandel through Rodinga. The 6141 off the line, that's Thomas Hicks at Finke, and Jason Neat in the 685 was also off the line, and the 451 now making its way off the line down at Finke. Brett Taylor, local, is through at Bunduma, so he's on a good charge in the Class 4.
Yeah, that's a great run there. A couple of cars now through Bunduma. 431 will be having a good run there.
Surely not already. Do I hear Chopper in the background, Dan? Or are we about 10 minutes away still?
I think we're about 10 minutes away. Starting to get very quick, but I tell you what, it is starting to get there. As we look, there is a helicopter coming in, but I don't believe it is chasing Toby down. But what a great shot there. Again, we've still got vehicles leaving off the start line. The 451 of Michael Bertonazzi and Ben Bertonazzi. Now, the 1088 of Christian Montesalvo, that's through Bunduma. That's going to be our fastest 10 car at the moment, our sports light. 59 of Carl Havey all of a sudden turned up at Bunduma. Well back, I'd say they've stopped for some reason. Had a little bit of time on the side of the track, but they are going again, that element. So the 56 is moving again. The 606.
It's Toby's helicopter, which is, yeah, it's a bit weird to me that they're coming down quickly. Travis Robinson is now through Deepwell as well, so expect him in the top 3 behind Greg Gartner. And we'll continue to watch these checkpoint times as they come in, because Deepwell should be a bit of a battle pack at the moment now with these competitors making their way through.
Yeah, absolutely. We're thinking we're going to see the 33 pretty quick. The 2, there is a number of cars there, all that will be very quick and very fast. The 606 on its way out. Gee, that suspension there sounds like it's done a few kilometres. About 226 real hard ones yesterday, I'd say.
Yeah, the 1063. The single-seater.
Yeah, the Solidco car definitely making its way back. That would be a long drive back in that little 10 car. But again, legends. Chris Solid, built out of Julia Creek in Queensland. Local family that do build these frames, the Solidcos. They have a great time racing. They're very, very quick at a state level. I can tell you what, we've tried to race them, and those guys in between the trees are just stonkingly fast. When it turns up, you turn up to a Mackay race or something like that, holy moly, don't rule out the 1063. It'll be there for the outright. But again, Shannon Wrench now, as we expected, through Deepwell as well, the 33. Again, we're keeping a good eye out for the number 2, David Walsh. Be a nice morning for David Walsh, but he's got to get in the helicopter and head straight back as soon. There won't be too much celebrations here at this end. You can't have a beer, I don't think, when you finish.
No, he'll be jumping straight back into the helicopter and getting straight back down to Finke. He's in the best position leaving Finke today. It is the reigning king of the desert, and as we cross back to the Alice side of things, we've got our hard-working officials out there. And yes, that is what we are keeping our eyes peeled on, that little back section there. They come through that famous gate and then start making their way through the rollers there. And
you're talking about that pack. Like, I'm just absolutely miffed by, on top of each other is the 13, the 33, the 410, and the 120's under the 413. It looks like at the moment. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we get those great videos out there, we're going to throw down to Kate on the start-finish line.
Brent Smoothie and David Walsh. The car has broken down. The drivers are out. So we'll need to watch this space and hopefully be able to bring you more information when we get it.
Thank you very much, Kate, and that's good info to hear up here in the box, Dan, as Bo Robinson just went through there at Deep Well.
Yeah, so does that mean, I'm not really sure if we saw... Oh, yeah, there's Brent Martin in the 120 through Deep Well as well. He must be right on his tail. Wow, about 26 seconds. Brent Martin is in front of Bo, but this is where Brent Martin shines. It's starting to really get smooth and fun. Again, I use that word smooth. It's such a G up because there's no such thing as a smooth Fink track. But what I can tell you is that, you know, in these trees, Brent Martin is very, very fast, very experienced, and the 120 will be wound up, that little VQ, absolutely on the bopper.
How good is the atmosphere here in Alice right now? You can see that crowd starting to build, that iconic Tatts Finke Desert Race banner. And we look out to the S section, and we've got helicopters in the venue, which means we should not be too far away at all, ladies and gentlemen. Local time here is 8:43, so we're only really a couple of minutes away, I would say.
Now, Josh, some of the interesting logistics before Toby makes his way in here. Now, the two that's broken down with David Walsh, is that a flash of light? So I think Toby might be very, very close. But anyway, think about this. David Walsh has to land, get in a helicopter in that broken down truck. They now have to find him down the track in that Brent Smoothie vehicle, get him back to the start line so he can race the motorbike. The logistics of the double when it doesn't go all right is crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, you can definitely put yourself in a worse position than you did start with, so you've got to definitely be careful. But I do believe I see dust being kicked up in the background. I would say that would probably be all the people closer to us, closer to the Alice end. This weekend they'll be coming back trying to get their glimpse of Toby making his way in to Allison, so we can crown him the new king of the desert. As we do speak about these, though, Matt Bray just went left Fink, and he's on his way home. I apologise. And then Craig Martin went through Rodinga there in the number 25, and we are all eyes on the background here to see who appears first. And unless something major happens in this last little bit between Deepwell and Alice, I believe we'll be seeing the 487 of Toby
absolutely.
Price.
But ladies and gentlemen, don't hold anything out. It has been before. The Smiling Assassin, Shannon Wrench, has literally come in. He was leading the Fink Desert Race, and I'm not joking, on this last S-bend, broke a CV. They couldn't move that vehicle, and he actually ended up getting a DNF with less than 50 metres to go. I think that was about 06, 07, something along those lines. Someone will remind me of it, but it wasn't. You know, these things can happen. Hayden Bentley, the year he came in 2013, literally had a CV falling out of it. That's why he limped in. Luckily, he'd made enough time. He had a bit of gap. Again, Toby's in that situation where he could nurse this car. Surely they'd be just listening to everything right now there. You know, every little squeak, every little bump. We saw photos of the 51 car, the Michael Zacher car, the Wilson car, actually pulled an arm out, and it looked like it was just fatigue, something that, you know, just is crazy that happens. So, you know, this is a tough race. Toby's been here before. He knows his way home. Obviously, he's got the experience. It would be fantastic to see the three-peat, and at this point, he's on track. But I tell you what, sometimes Fink can be cruel. There's plenty of people out here. Look at Brent Smoothie. Had an amazing run coming home, and now the two stopped on track. Only just a little bit home. He's had a stellar run. The 410 is absolutely hauling down there. But again, yet another one. Interesting story. Carl Havey was actually leading the Fink Desert Race when a wheel fell off that trophy truck and broke a hub, I believe, or something along those lines. And Greg Gardner came through in 2011 to be the first trophy truck to win the Fink Desert Race. So anything can happen is what I'm trying to get at, Josh. Anything can and will happen here.
Yeah, it is not up to the drivers. It's up to this famous track, ladies and gentlemen. we're not too far away from crowning our new king of the desert.
We've got some awesome vehicles. Yeah, and the 13s right there, the 33s right there, the 120s there, the 413 Bo. Again, I got to throw it out there, Bo. If he didn't have a belt looking at these times and, you know, he knew that he had blood in the water with Toby, because right at the moment, you think he's working through the pack with these times. He's trying to make passes with this time. You know, he's trying to get around Brent Martin, who's super fast. He's trying to get around Travis Robinson, who's super fast. He's trying to get around Shannon Wrench. So these guys, you know, they're kicking up dust. Imagine if Bo Robinson had a truly dust-free run, because you got to remember, again, Toby deserves his accolades 100%. 487, he's the man. But he's had every year, and this is the position you put yourself in to win. He has had clean air start to finish for 3 years. Do you know what I mean? Like, imagine if Bo had clean air and no breakages for 3 years. It'd be interesting to see these times, because it is truly crazy to think how well these cars have done. And, you know, again, Greg Gardner having a great run, qualifying out of just, I think he was in that top 10 group just, and now he's put himself second on position on the road. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, it definitely is amazing. And just yeah, great to see how close these second and third, fourth places are going to be coming into this stadium section, as Phil Lovett just made his way through Deepwell. So he's hot on the heels of some of the races. As we have a look at some of these shots, some eager people waiting to see the competitors make their way through. It looks like some of Toby's team there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so good to see all the competitors and the spectators out and about down the track, still enjoying a fantastic Fink. Again, big shout out to all the competitors that have done an amazing, the officials that have done an amazing job under trying conditions here this year. It's great that people have still come out supported. The town's buzzing. The Northern Territory government have done a great job making this happen. All the police and safety and ambos and everything. Big shout out to all of you guys. We thank you very much for all the effort. Now that's Shane Tuck Lee off the line at Fink.
Yep, we're
Paul,
still...
I apologise. I was going to say, as soon as I said it, I was like, that doesn't feel right. Paul Tuck Lee in the 996, that single-seater.
Yep, we're still sending vehicles off from Fink. And that one sounds like it's been in better condition. The 674 looks like will be the next to get off the line. And big shout out to our Fink officials as well, down that end of proceedings, as Kent Battle, the 31, makes his way through Deepwell behind Phil Lovett. So I'd say he'd be pretty happy with his run today so far, not too far away from home. As we continue to watch the tracker and try and see what's going on. To see whether that 487 is still the man out in front. So there we go, the 6190 making its way off the line at Fink. Graham Colburn and Aaron Colburn making their attack on the way home.
Yeah, again, another one, the 6190, looking like it might just be limping a little bit there, or it might be right on pace. They know what they've got to do. They've looked over the car. Sounds a little rattly there from what I can hear through our earphones. The 6190 sounds very rattly, if I've got to be honest. Hopefully they can have no dramas there. They might be limping a front diff or something like that. But again, Simon Brown and Sam Ferguson making their way home. Actually, I might be lying to you there, Josh. Now that I have another listen, I think someone's riding a two-stroke around out the back there. That's what was rattling. That's definitely a two-stroke motocross bike. The 603 of Greg Campbell and Lachlan Campbell is through Bonduma as well. As you've mentioned, 135 Andrew Moles and Tegan Moles through Rodinga, so that's a good run for them considering they were seeded and fighting the way home.
Yeah, good turnaround from the Alice crew there in the Moles. So that's awesome. They've turned that thing up to 11 today and decided to abuse it all the way home, which is what we like to see. As the 617 makes its way off the line, and Glenn Ockwood and Andrew Cassidy down from Fink.
Yeah, Glenn Ackroyd's done a lot of racing around the place in the side-by-side Australian Championship. And it's a bit of a change because they used to race 6 cars on a motocross track. It was lap racing, and they actually changed to the long course stuff with that invent of that nasty little flu that we had floating around about 2020, which was not cool for anyone. Definitely not cool for off-road racing. But Mel Brandel, the 177, and Nick Price through Deepwell, and the 601 through Redinga. That's a flying. James Cook, man, he is moving out there. So keep a good eye on where we see our first side-by-side. Are we going to see a side-by-side with a top 20 plate this year? I tend to say yes.
See it.
So the 60 of Lewis is out of Fink as well. So it's going to be very good to see how those guys go. So it's going to be an interesting race. We've got plenty going on up and down the track. We've got all these great times, Josh. It is so much information now, which is brilliant. We've got the live stream, we've got the updated tracker, we've got the racetrack. These guys got pushed to pass and all sorts of things. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this goes. Now, one of our very interesting stories of the weekend is David Walsh. We're going to throw down to Kate for a quick update.
Yeah, I just heard down from Fink that he has jumped in a chopper. It has landed at Maryvale Corner. Obviously, he's going for his 4th consecutive title. It's very important for him to get back here to the bike. That needs to be the priority, so hopefully he's back in time.
Yeah, absolutely a priority. Makes a lot of sense there, Kate, because we've heard previously when people have been doing the doubles press, especially like Toby Price had that, he actually had a time in his truck that if they had, even if it was an issue, I think they had about a 10-minute window from their run time where if they made it, he was actually going to stop, get out and get in a helicopter no matter what, like if they had a flat or those sort of situation or a broken axle, because the bike is the priority. Let's be honest. This is a bike race that we're lucky enough to race cars at. I know the cars guys might not like that, but big shout out to all the motorbike guys that let us race in this. 10 years it was a motorbike only race, and then they let the cars in. It's become a national championship. It is one of the most it is one of the most fantastic race in Australia, the Fink Desert Race. It gets national and global fame, and I tell you what, it's just an awesome race all round.
Yeah, it is. It's just such an iconic event. 47 years of running this great event. And we hope to run a heap more, but I do believe I hear motor in the background.
That's crazy to think that we can hear 6 or 7 kilometres out, because that's what I assume we can see.
That's what it is, yeah.
And we can hear that little 6 litre just screaming from the edge of its life. I can see the dust now, and I would assume that that quantity of dust indicates that there is a trophy truck coming in at a blistering pace.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, so if you're in the stadium section, get up on your feet and get ready to experience one of the most awesome vehicles coming into this section here. And we'll crown Toby Price for the 9th time here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race. Yes, that's correct. 6 on the bike, and this one the 3rd in the trophy truck. And here we go. You see those 2 distinctive lights, and I would say that's that Mitsubishi 487 Tisco trophy truck.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. He stood on the top step in the bike 6 times. Top step, if he completes this, which it's looking very, very good, for 3 times. And then he's actually stood in the 2nd spot. So he stood on the podium at Fink. This will be a record 10 times, which is super impressive.
Yeah, he is synonymous with this event, ladies and gentlemen. Get your hands together for the man, Toby Price. He is a legend in the off-road scene here in Australia as he makes his way into the stadium section now. Looks really, really good. Doesn't look like the Can-Am sponsored machine has had any sort of issue out there. That awesome-looking Mitsubishi Tisco trophy truck, proudly brought to you by Red Bull this weekend.
Yeah, the winner of our Method Race Wheels Prologue. He's had clean air, absolutely start to finish. It'll actually be the third year in the row he's won the Prologue. It's the third year in this Tisco trophy truck. What a program, what a man, Toby Price, the 487. Sounds so good, sounds absolutely healthy. He's not limping that at all. He knows where the races are. He'd have enough information with the live timing and tracking and everything else that's going on.
Yeah, Dunk would just be telling him to, you know, mate, enjoy this. This is going to be that third time round. And ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the 2023 King of the Desert in the cars. It's the 487 of Toby Price and Jason Duncan for 3 years in a row. Wow, wow, wow. Let's see what time he does. But ladies and gentlemen, our King of the Desert for 2023 is the 487 of Toby Price and Jason Duncan in a time of 1:43.11. So compared to last year's time into Alice, not too bad at all there. Last year they did a 1:45.07, so it was actually 2 minutes quicker.
Very interesting. So what I want to see now is the overall time, because that's what's going to be interesting. Got to see that overall time, because we think that he was about 2 minutes slower on the way down and 2 minutes quicker on the way home. So is it a record year for him or is it not? I wonder if he'll know that information off the top of your head. I think they would track a lot of those times as we see that party down there going on. You get to get right down. This is called Park for May. They park all the race cars in here. So ladies and gentlemen, again, if you're close or you want to get close and you want to chat to the racers, this is a great opportunity, because I tell you what, this man, the myth, the legend, Toby Price, it is deserved. The champagne will flow tonight. And I tell you what, he's finished today too. No double for him. No. So that's a nice, easy one. He'll be at the casino. He won't be feeling too bad at all. You've seen him limp years into the casino, not this year, because I tell you what, that champagne will taste so sweet from the top step of the box. Tisco, Mitsubishi Triton, Red Bull.
I can't wait to have a couple of champagnes with Toby at the presentation tonight. I'm looking forward to that, but this man will be over the moon with this car, the way it is. Listen to that 6-litre rev. He's just going to be over the moon. We cannot wait to go down and have a chat with him. Kate will be with him shortly, so get ready for that, ladies and gents.
Yeah, this is going to be amazing to see this action. Look at Toby. He looks fresh. He looks fit. He's ready to go. Grab a Red Bull and he's ready to party. There's no question about that. The Tisco racing truck looking fine. All the panels on that. As we throw over to Kate. All the panels on that. As we throw over to Kate.
Toby Price, congratulations. You are the 9-time King of the Desert. That must feel amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I didn't know what to expect out of coming home today, but all the crew back home in Australia have done a good job just prepping this while I've been in the States, and it always looks like I'm on a holiday. So, yeah, it's been pretty crazy, but we're stoked to be here and to have 9 now. Like it's like a dream come true.
Oh, so fantastic. And how was the run? Any dramas? Nothing? You made it look pretty smooth.
Yeah, nothing crazy. We just really backed off in the big holes and the big bumps and tried to look after the rear end a little bit. But yeah, we just had a good, clean, smooth run. Duncan was just there giving me all the directions and making sure everything was all good. But the Tisco truck's done an amazing job, and can't thank all the sponsors, everybody on board enough. made this whole program work a treat.
Oh, fantastic. Well, we'll let you get out of the car and celebrate with these thousands of fans that have arrived here to see you go so fast, so quick on the bopper over that finish line to see you become the 9-time champion of the desert. An incredible achievement, and we cannot wait to get you both out, have a chat to you as well, Jason, see how your ride was, and celebrate, drink that champagne.
Awesome, Kate. Awesome to hear from the 9-time king of the desert. And yep, he gets that #1 plate up. But as we look to the back of the gate, it looks like the next of our competitors is making their way through. So our second place getter, we're expecting the 410 truck of Greg Gartner into the stadium section next.
Yeah, 3 in a row for Toby Price. He's led the prologue. He's led every kilometre of the last 3 races. That is a dominating performance from Toby and the Tisco Mitsubishi Triton. Greg Gartner now on screen, as you said. These boys very close behind. They've had a absolutely cracking run. Yeah, super impressive, this Ford Carrison motor. These guys have had a lot of good years. And again, what lineage, what racing. We've got a couple of heroes. The first trophy truck winner is about to be on the podium with the 3-time trophy truck winner.
Yeah, what a run from Greg Gartner, though. You know, he was down the pack yesterday, got down into Finke in a really good time, was happy with his run, and it was just about getting down to Finke for Greg yesterday, and now look at him, he's turned this run around, and he's going to put it on the second spot of the podium, so he's going to be over the moon with that.
Yeah, this man has literally gone through traffic this morning to achieve this spot. Not only, you know, it's just absolutely amazing to see him come through that speedway skill set. Greg Gartner, one of the heroes of the sport. Lots of men look up to him. Women want him. Men want to be him, as they say. Greg Gartner.
Yeah, no, that's why we've been calling him Deadly Gregley all weekend. I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, he's been on the big push.
I tell you what, Josh, if I'm looking right, it looks like that roof number is bent over on that truck now. That's definitely not a rollover. Don't want to suggest that. But has he been through the trees trying to pass people? Because Greg Gartner, that number is definitely not straight. There's something going on there as Greg speedways for the final time at Finke here. Our #2, the 410, Greg Gartner and Jamie Jennings. So good to see that truck home. Again,
good time.
A pair of trophy trucks on the podium.
With 6 litres as well.
I love that you throw that in, mate.
I will.
The old 6-litre trophy truck. There's nothing faster, I can tell you that.
Nah.
Greg Gartner and Jamie Jennings in the 410.
We're in trophy truck country here, Dan. Trophy truck country.
I'm eating my own words up here.
Oh, you gotta absolutely love it. Paul Wheeler's just made his way into deep well, so he's on a charge. Expect him to be coming in around 40-odd minutes. He'll be flying through there, but we continue to wait, though, because we still got our third place getter, but it's going to be very, very interesting to see what Greg has got to say. And yeah, give us a wave if you can see yourself on the big screen. It looks like you guys are really enjoying Parc Fermé. Get to see all the legends that are coming through, but a massive congratulations to Jamie Jennings and Greg Gartner. It's really good.
Yeah, absolutely awesome. That Geyser Brothers truck with a Ford. Again, good to see a Ford right up there, built Ford tough. These boys will be very happy. And again, the original 2011 trophy truck winner. He's the first tin top to bring it home at Finke, and now he's standing here on the podium again. So good to see Greg right up there. The RJ Batteries entry, these guys, it's still sounding healthy. They'll be very happy with that. It's a beautifully turned out machine. They run a great program. 2 trucks in this team. And this is the Geyser Brothers truck. These guys actually built their own truck that won Finke in 2011. Again, Greg Gartner, the Hellman, the legend.
Greg Gardner, the original Hellman. Congratulations. You and Jamie Jennings have come in with a bit of flora and fauna in your car. How was that run?
We absolutely give it everything it had, and we're just happy to be here, to be honest.
Oh, fantastic. And were there any issues? Because we see a slightly bent 410 number up the top.
Yeah, we took a fair few trees out, unfortunately, in the dust, but we just pushed as hard as we could, and when we got past Shannon, then we seen Trav's light, so we got past Trav 50, 60 k's out, maybe a bit later and a bit further, and we just pushed as hard as we could because we didn't really know who was coming behind, to be honest.
Yeah, and how hard was that overtake?
Both were, I'm not sure they knew we were there, but we swung through the bushes a bit, got past.
And no dramas with the car, everything was pretty sweet.
Look, we had a power steering leak last night. We were really nervous about that today, but it's got here and, we're wrapped.
Oh, excellent. Congratulations. We'll let you get out, celebrate with your fans. A P2, congratulations. It must feel really good. You worked pretty hard out there.
We had a fair go, and thanks a lot. Thank you.
So good. And well done to Jamie Jennings. An excellent job as navigator.
Yeah, complete and utter legends there. It is so good to see that smiling face on the podium again. Greg Gardner, the onion farmer, the wild man. I tell you what, it's just absolutely awesome to see that again from a guy that, he's working pretty hard as a farmer and doing his thing. He's had a couple of years where he couldn't race and do different things, and here he is again having a dead set crack. And you can see there the look on his face. You know that he's had a rough run through some of those trees and bushes. Again, my great story about that is the only person that's ever passed me 3 times on the Finke track is Greg Gardner. The man is a weapon.
Yeah, you love to see it, and just a great drive by the man, you can tell. Toby going up to him and congratulating him. And just a big name here in the Alice over the years, and he's put on a show.
And again, you can see just how fast these guys are. Like, they've gapped the field. They actually had their interview and had a chat. Like, these guys really pushed. And again, the other one that I really wish had a clean run on the way down is obviously Bo with the 413.
Absolutely. Took all the horsepower you had. It took everything.
It's just enough.
Yeah,
you don't want to break nothing, but then you just want a little bit more to get on top of it. So.
You need to get on top and need to stay in front. So
good job, mate.
Good job, mate. No worries. Good on you. Thank you.
Nice little insight there from Parc Ferme, and I can tell you, I think our Parc Ferme cool-down rooms are a little bit cooler than any of the other ones going around.
It's so cool, mate, because as you saw in that shot, like, they can get right up on the fence. They're literally almost touching a trophy truck. Now, is that Trav Robinson? It looks like a white buggy. It sure
is.
is.
It is.
This is fantastic for Trav. So exciting to see the 13 make it home safe. He has had a brilliant year this year. I can't suggest this enough. He does. I got to be honest. It looks like he's in championship mode here.
Well, he's got to be careful because he might not hold on to third. Who's that behind him?
Very hard though, Josh. I'd say at this point, Trav is pretty safe. He's been driving really smart. Unless he has a mechanical from this point, Trav is going to be very hard because you've got to look at the dust here.
Yep.
That car's going to be, it'll be the 33, I imagine, of Shannon Wrench. And Shannon Wrench will be in championship mode as well. Shannon loves a good win here, as does Trav.
That's Brent Martin.
Is it Brent Martin in the 120?
Oh, from what I could see, I don't know. I haven't seen it confirmed.
It is
too.
Too.
Wow, he's on the push. He's going to push the whole way. He wants third. He wants it for a second time.
I take it all back. Brent Martin is on the move, and you're right. It looks almost like Trav is just... there's a fair gap, though.
Yeah.
It would be very hard with 1,000 horsepower at Trav's disposal. But I guess we'll see what happens here, because as you said, Brent is doing a flying finish, and I reckon Trav just saw him there.
Yep.
And will realise that he's got to make this stick.
Brent's pushing very, very hard, but I don't think it's going to be good enough. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, for his return to racing. How good is it? Travis Robinson is going to take home third position in the number 13. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Travis Robinson. What a run in the pro buggy.
Absolutely, mate. And Brent Martin,
on the
giant
push.
killer. Have a look at that time. Holy moly, Bo Robinson is in the building as well. So the 413 is here. But Brent Martin in that pro light Isn't that crazy? So he has essentially set the same time as the winning pro buggy, ladies and gentlemen, in a pro light. That is nuts. I don't know what to say, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe we need no horsepower. This little pro light has about 350, 380 horsepower as Bo Robinson comes over the line in the 4-1-3. Shannon Wrench is in the house as well.
How close is it, ladies and gentlemen?
We said this battle for 3rd to 5th would be absolutely crazy, and it is.
So Shannon Wrench now coming in to the stadium section. And it looks clean.
Absolutely. That little hammerhead looks absolutely perfect. The 33. He is 2nd on the podium. But it's crazy because he's 5th on track. Oh, Mark Burrows, the original Finke Hellman. He's come through. Look at this. This man is having a good crack. The first to beat the bikes ever in a buggy. Mark Burrows in that Monk-built car.
Yeah, great to see Shannon up here as well. This man is, you can tell, is a multi-time Australian champion. Behind the wheel of this thing is Shannon Wrench, and the number 33 makes his way across the line.
Yeah, absolutely amazing footage here as we see the most winning off-road driver in Australia in the 33 of Shannon Wrench being followed in by the guy that he took the crown off, Mark Burrows. How cool is that?
Trav looking happy with the young fella as well. Families there congratulating him. Yeah, that's going to be a very emotional camp this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. So brilliant. And they've got 2 cars home, which is absolutely perfect. The 413 is in the stadium. Oh, sorry, he's at home in the Park for May, I meant, as we watch Mark Burrows come over the line. So good to see the OBR team have a fantastic run. I know it wasn't without its difficulties. It's always difficult here at Finke. It is a cruel mistress here, the old Finke Desert Race.
We'll throw down to Kate with Trav.
Travis Robinson, do we need to get the sensor beeper out? Tell us about your run. You got a P3. Tell us what you think of those results.
Oh, we battled problems all weekend. So it's just amazing the car got here. So we're just happy on that.
And how was that run back to Alice Springs? Any dramas?
Oh yeah, the whole weekend. Yeah, full of drama. So we couldn't even. Car was getting so hot on the way home. We just had to dawdle the whole way home.
So you're kind of okay with this result then? I mean, you couldn't take it to Toby, but it is what it is.
Yeah, no, we were happy to be here. It's amazing we finished.
Yeah, fantastic. All right, well, that's a smile from you. That's great. We'll grab you guys up on the podium, but well done.
Thank you very much.
Well, what's so awesome about that is Travis Robertson is in the best position with this Australian Championship, brought to us by Polaris Motorsport. It's round 3, and he has an excellent lead. And it's great to see Travis Robertson. Like we said, he had that 6-year hiatus. He's come back fast, clean, smart, all those things that OBR are just ticking the boxes of. They're in a absolutely brilliant position right now for the Australian Championship. And how nice would it be this year, with everything that's happened, all the emotional things that have happened this year for the OBR team, to have a number 1 on that roof this year?
Yeah, it definitely would be. So we wish the best to Trav for the rest of the season. And yeah, we hope he can...
and great shot there, Josh, of Brent Martin congratulating Travis. They pushed all the way in there. Shane Hutt, so great to see all of these guys. That little 120 Pro Light, man, it never got off the gas. It's so good to see. No doubt he'll be enjoying a few quiet ales later. He's our fastest Pro Light. But I tell you what, what's crazy is to think he came in on the rear bumper of a pro buggy, the fastest pro buggy at the Finke Desert Race. Oh, how times have changed, ladies and gentlemen. Back in the day, it was good if you could get in the top 10. Now, essentially, if he was in pro buggy, he'd be standing on the podium with the pro buggies.
Yeah, it's crazy to think how the times continue to drop and just drop and drop and drop. And yeah, it is great. And as we continue to look at our timing screens, I just saw Brett Taylor there through deep well. So he's on a massive push from his position earlier this morning. So
yeah, Bo in the dust did a 1:44.35. So on the way home, passing people, a 1:44.35. Brent Martin ran a 1:47.36, which is just nuts.
Yeah, that's crazy to think as we look to see the next of our vehicles coming through. And just an update for some DNFs. Joshua Howes and Hayden Bentley are a no finish. And is that Phil Lovett, I see?
That is indeed Phil Lovett. A great run there, and he is in Class 8. So he's going to be the first of our Class 8s. Amazing to see this truck here, this Racer Engineering truck again. They've done a lot of R&D and development over the years. This is actually an old Comiskey truck that was raced in America, came to Australia with a turbo big block in it, and they put the compliant motor. I believe it has a 7-litre in it now. But very cool to see this truck. We thought it had that. It's funny, I must be wrong. It must just be the way the exhaust is set up or something on that car, because it still sounds a little like it has a misfire to me, but it clearly does not with this speed and time that he's running. He is the fastest of our Class 8s by a long way. Phil Lovett in the 897, and it must feel nice to be in this position coming in.
Yeah, definitely would be. And yeah, I understand what you're saying there, Dan. It definitely doesn't sound the most healthy thing in the world, but that might just be the way the vehicle's set up. We'll see how it goes across the line, but for the 897 of Phil Lovett, this is a really, really good run. Let's see what time he ends up getting here as he crosses the line. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Phil Lovett, the first of the Class 8s.
Do you know what's crazy here is that essentially everyone in the top 10 so far has been running under like a 150. This, and I don't want to use this word, but like Shannon Wrench at the moment on the way home ran a 152. That is absolutely nuts to think that that's a possibility. Now, this looks like a Brenthal truck. I almost want to, and I'm calling it early, I reckon this might be the Mr. Digger truck. It is indeed.
It is, wow.
Michael Dolan. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, if you're cheering for the Mr. Digger. This thing, again, let's talk about it. This thing has a turnkey sealed LS3 in it. It does not have modifications. It's a sealed motor class. That is completely nuts to think that Michael Dolan has been going that fast with what essentially is a Commodore motor. The 455, the Brenthal Gen 3, he will be very happy with this right now. They only got it out of a container. I think they raced the King of the Hammers Desert. I think it's called the T1 class over there at King of the Hammers. And again, this is a sealed turnkey, and keep a good eye out for Michael Dolan next year, because the rumor is a 7-litre has been ordered. It's only whispers, but I'm running with it.
Yeah, and this is, why not Ellis the World here from Mr. Digger. What an absolute run from this 455. Let's see. We'll bring him home, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, great drive there in the 455 as they speedway into the stadium. Michael Dolan and the fists are pumping. They are happy, ladies and gentlemen. That's the sort of Fink they want.
And Kent Battle.
The boys from North Queensland. The 31 is in the house. The little 6-litre that could. Got the Brinks Performance motor and the Australian element, the Nortrans boys. The lion on social media. The little kitten in real life, Kent Battle. He is a gentleman. He is a scholar. The boys built this car, or essentially finished this car up north in their own shed. So it's great to see a number of these guys out here, these grassroots racers, as all of them are, having a fantastic time at Fink. I think even Toby would tell you, there's a famous saying that if you want to make $1 million going off-road racing, start with $2 million and go off-road racing. You may as well put it in a bit of a pile and burn it, I think, because off-road racing, it's one of those sports we only do for the love. Have a listen to that.
Kent Battle across the line.
So good. The Flames shooting that element home. He will be very happy with that. Well inside the top 10 there, I believe. Looks like an 8th position today. Again, just to qualify, that is today on the way home. So good to see Adam Franklin sitting in the passenger seat there of the 31. As we just look at all the updates and bits and pieces that we have going on, ladies and gentlemen, it is fantastic to see. We're starting to get towards all of our top 10 cars home now. Again, Big shout out to all the team up there at Nordtrans, prepped in-house. The boys do all the work on it, make things happen. And I've heard a little rumour next year that there might be another element. Pretty confident this is a real story, and none other than Seton Battle. Now, Seton Battle has been a top 20 motorbike rider out here at the Finke Desert Race previously, but again, as we always say, with age comes a cage. He literally said, I'm a bit too old to lay in the dirt anymore. So I've heard the rumour that they're going to build another element, and it'll be very cool to see Seton, because Seton has a lot of track time as a motorbike rider, and again, we see clearly how much of an advantage that is. It's going to be great to see them racing.
Yeah, definitely will be, and more off-road races is always a good thing, so we're trying to get as many as we can out there.
Yeah, exactly right, mate. Now, unfortunately, we can give you a little bit of updates on our timing. It is saying that Josh Howells at the moment, 15, is classed as a DNF, which would have come through on our race packs.
Yep.
And Hayden Bentley has also pressed the button for a DNF as well, which is a shame, the two-wheel drive, so the 418. We haven't seen too many updates from him, so I'd say that happened a fair way down. Unfortunately, Josh Howells most of the way home in the 15 before that DNF, so that's a bit of a shame. Hopefully nothing too serious there. And again, same with Hayden Bentley. But at this point, everyone else is still classed as racing as far as we're concerned. So 151 for Kent Battle on the way home. 151 on the way home with a 48. Great drive home there. So another car coming into the stadium on that far vision. Again, it's a long way out for us to call who it is as it flashes through the trees. But we are keeping a good eye out on them. It is a pro... it's a pro light. That'll be Mel Brandel, the 177. So a great little pro light battle here. Again, Brent Martin in now. We're going to see Mel Brandel in the 177 come in.
Yeah, Pro Light's getting quicker and quicker as the years go on as well. Crazy to think that these machines are so high up. As Rod Visser makes his way through the deep well checkpoint in his sports light. I believe the first of that class through there, so they'll be happy with that. But Mel Brandel, what a run.
Did you just say he's the first through that, 1057? Have we seen the 1088?
Oh, we might have.
I was going to say, just keep an eye.
No, yeah, sorry, we did. I apologise. We did see.
Scroll through. I was going to say, but that's the trick with two Montesalvos out there. I didn't know which one I'd actually seen, but I knew that I thought that, Christian started off the line first in that 1088 and seems to be doing very well. And I think, as you said, that's the battle right there, down for the battle for the 1088 for the 10 class, that super light class. So the 177 of Mel Brandel in now, that little Illumicraft headed for home. It is up on the gas and he's having a cracking run there. 3,500 cc's of death, the 177 over the line now. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have our podium presentation right now.
Travis Robinson and Andrew Pinto, congratulations on a P3 in the Tatts Finke Desert Race. Give us a little bit of an overview of your entire weekend. I know you had some dramas. I know you struggled to get it in, so I saw you smiling before about this P3. I'm sure you'd like a P1, but you got it here in the end.
Look, we've had 6 years off. We'll give them one more year, and next year we'll be back. The real us.
And really important championship points for the AORC championship for you.
Yeah, hopefully we've got the AORC pretty well wrapped up, so yeah, good.
And a true family affair as well. You've got so much family here. Tell us about the livery on your car.
Oh, that's the paint scheme my old man used to run when I was a kid, and he passed away a couple of months ago, so we ran it in honour of him.
Excellent. And Andrew, tell us how the ride was from your end.
Oh, it was pretty tough, but we were just trying to focus on getting a finish at P1 would have been nice, but, Australian Championship is also pretty important to us.
Okay, well, good luck in the next rounds and for that championship, and well done in what you could achieve this weekend.
Thanks very much.
Cheers. All right, boys, I'll just get you over to the side here. And in P2, Greg Gartner and Jamie Jennings. Congratulations, my friends. Brilliant work out there. The Onion Farmer, you still have got it. You won in 2011 in the original trophy truck, and you're still chucking it on the podium. Congratulations.
Yeah, absolutely. We had a good run on the way home. We pushed. We had nothing left in it, to be honest, and it's probably getting harder to do it 12 or 13 years after we won it, but we're happy to be here.
Fantastic. And how was your ride, Jamie? You've got a bit of a pro in the car with you there?
No. It's pretty comfortable riding there. That's about it.
Probably don't have to do too much, right? And how was the track?
Look, we always like the track on the way home. The truck seems to like it a lot better than the way up. So you really just want to get to Finke and get the position where you're at and then just work on the next day, and we pushed really hard today, and where we are, second.
Yeah, fantastic. Well done. Couldn't quite take it to Toby Price, but nobody seems to right now.
He's a machine, Toby, and he's great. And but yeah, would like to thank all our crew and all our sponsors. We've got a fair crew and a lot of really good sponsors, and we couldn't do it without everyone. So thank you.
Excellent. All right, congratulations. We'll get you to jump off the stage, and then we'll have some champagne after. Boys, I'll get you to jump off the stage too, and we'll grab some photos and champagne after. And I'd like everybody to welcome to the stage 9-time King of the Desert, Toby Price, and his navvy, Jason Duncan. Hey, big round of applause. There is a massive crowd here. Toby breaking more records 9 times. How does that feel? What does it mean to you?
Look, yeah, it's crazy. I didn't ever expect my first time in 2010. To get my first win was a dream come true, and then to say have 9 is wild. So we had a really good run. The truck did an amazing job. All my crew did an amazing job. So without them, I wouldn't be up here. So it's I get the easy part. I get to break all the stuff. So we had some fun.
And I guess the question we're probably all wanting to know, and you were pretty keen on it last year, are we going to see you come back and do the double?
It's always a plan. It's unfortunately just with the World Championship at the moment, we're leading the World Championship in the rally program. So I just try to take a wise, smart, old man decision to not come and do it. But at the end of the day, it's always there. I know it's possible at the way it's going at the moment. We know we've got the equipment here on this side now. It's just got to have to try and tame Walshy a little bit, and that's going to be a very hard job.
Totally. He's having a bit too much fun there, going for his 4th championship and now trying the Ironman as well. Jason, tell us how it is from your end. You are now a 3-time Finke winner. Congratulations as an American. That's quite an achievement. But how is it to work with Toby? How is it being a navvy in that car?
It's a dream come true. I mean, I do what I can to tell him where to go, speed him up when I can encourage him, but he goes pretty fast, and sometimes I'm like, okay, that's a little bit enough. So, but it's a dream come true, and I have a lot of fun over there. You know, it's great being out here, seeing all the spectators. We waved I think every single one of them on the way home, and but it was great, and hopefully I can come back again.
Oh, fantastic. Well, we hope you can come back again and critique Toby and tell him which apexes he's missed.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
All right, everybody, please. There's thousands of people here. Give it up for Toby Price, Jason Duncan, 9-time King of the Desert for the Tatts Finke Desert Race. Boys, you're going to go and celebrate tonight pretty hard, I can imagine. We'll get some champagne up here, some photos, and a big fat check, so well done.
Perfect. No, appreciate it, and thank you for everyone to come out to watch, and always supporting us and keeping us going. So we'll hopefully look forward to seeing you all next year again.
Yeah, excellent. All right, well done, boys. Congratulations.
Huge congratulations to our top 3 there.
Well, Josh, as Matthew Burrows comes over the line and deserves his absolute cheers, the 123 home as well now. I don't know. For that crowd, do they understand the depth of our top three that we're standing up there? You know, we've got Toby Price, Jason Duncan, world stage, world leaders. We've got Travis Robinson. We've got Andrew Pinto. Andrew Pinto is a freak of nature and can drive the wheels off anything. We got Jamie Jennings. We got Greg Gardner. Like, all 6 men on that stage are Australian legends. You know what I mean? In off-road racing, it's so crazy. I know Jamie Duncan is not an Australian, but, you know, it's just so crazy to think how qualified that 6 are. It's absolutely amazing to see these legends up here. Can't wait to see the champagne pour out over there. But again, the 42 sliding into the stadium now. That Jimco. Great run from those guys as well. Nice clean run on the way home. Doesn't look like they've got any damage to the vehicle. And again, Matthew Burrows. They'd be very happy with that. A 154 for Matthew Burrows. And we're going to see the times update here quickly. Brad Belcher in the 42 has run home with a 152.54. Wow, very fast time on the way home for Brad Belcher. He's had a great run there.
Yeah, as we look down to the podium once again.
Yeah, those ambassadors, they're about to get a little bit of champagne spray, I think, down there tonight.
Yeah, the champagne will start to flow in. I think Jason winning 3, Finks in a row now. I think we're claiming him. We're taking him as an Australian. We can claim him as an Australian. So, Duncan, I hope you enjoy Australia because, we're claiming you, mate.
Yeah, absolutely awesome to see this podium presentation. Again, great live stream here. It's only 9:30 in Alice Springs local time. Again, the trophies. To the victors come the spoils, as they say, Josh, up here on this podium presentation at the 47th Tatts Finke Desert Race.
Yeah, it's probably 5 o'clock in Mexico.
Final round of applause for our Finke Desert Race place getters. A huge round of applause for Travis Robinson and Andrew Pinto in P3, Greg Gardner and Jamie Jennings in P2, and Toby Price and Jason Duncan in P1. All right, here comes the champagne. I'm going to get out of the way.
As it sprays down there, Josh, I look across and all of those guys are multi-time podiums. You can see they've got talent. They know how to spray the champagne.
Apart from Toby there.
He had his hands full, obviously.
Yes.
T-Rob stole his champagne.
There we go. Oh, it's awesome. They'll be very, very happy. And that's Paul Wheel. What a drive from Paul Wheel in the 450, making his way into Alice as we speak.
Yeah, great to see the 450 making its way back in after that rough run on the way down where they were going absolutely stonking and unfortunately broke a third member. So it was a centre of the diff that broke on that, just about 20 or 30 Ks out of Apatula down there, so unfortunately a disheartening run for them, but essentially all the body panels on, everything, other than that one mechanical failure, they were right in the hunt. I suppose sometimes they're the ones that are almost the most bitter, aren't they, where it was so close, it was right there again. Bo Robinson, unfortunately not on the podium this year, but absolutely deserves to be, other than that one belt issue. He had the time, he had the pace, he had everything else there. Those OBR boys, they just need, as soon as it clicks, they are going to be so dominant out here. They're a legend of off-road racing family. And again, that livery, it was just so beautiful this year to see. Big shout out to all the OBR crew. And again, Greg Gardner, what a run. As Paul Wheel makes his way in here, the 450 truck. Interestingly, does sound like he's just limping that a little bit too. So maybe that's not true, that he hasn't had any issues on the way home. But it does look like it's healthy, running strong. And again, no panels off that truck, no damage to that truck. That is the Geyser G6 truck of Paul Wheel.
Yeah, look at those awesome vehicles in Parc Fermé right under that iconic Tatts Finke Desert Race start-finish line banner. These shots that being brought to us by the legends at Global Headquarters. A massive shout out to all their cameramen and crew for all their hard work this weekend. As we continue to look out into the dust to the south of Alice for the next of our competitors to make their way through. So just a little bit quiet here at the start-finish line complex as these competitors come through. They'll be all running their own pace and have probably settled into their pace and just are coasting their way home.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. So good to see so many good cars down here, all up and down. Again, we talk about the different classes. Brent Martin Motorsports running that 120 car has come in very high up the order in 4th position outright, which is absolutely nuts, just so close. But he did come 3rd last year, so we know that he's got the pace. We know that he's got everything he needs to do, but right on the back of T-Rob. Also got Phil Lovett there in the Class 8 truck. So plenty still happening here. Again, good to see all the TP87 Red Bull guys. Again, we talked about their social media. They've always been stepping up. Make sure you go and follow along and keep up to date with everything that's going on, as well as the OBR team. They are doing fantastic things on their media. You are mad if you don't go do all the things. You know, what is it? Click, like, subscribe, all that stuff that the new kids say. As Andrew Moles, the 135, makes its way into the stadium area. Look at that suspension work through those big rolling whoops as he has that motor cranked up 11,000 RPM out of that little rig. I know we keep saying that, but that's because that is freakishly crazy in one of these cars that we normally only see rev to 7, or if you're Greg Gartner, maybe 8.5.
If you're an Alice local, get up on your feet, ladies and gents, because this is your man, the first of the Alice locals making their way in the cars/buggies. So it'll be interesting to see what sort of a time Andrew does into Alice.
Yeah, the 135 Pro Light. Oh, sticking it in there. Making sure he makes his way all the way around the berm. Again, one of these Razorback chassis built out of Australia. James Madden.
One of the best sound motors in off-road racing.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Again, we talked about a lot of development over the years with this car. It's been 2 seats, it's been 1 seat. We're back to 2 seats. Tegan in the passenger seat of that car.
Yep, father-daughter combo. As they make their way around that long sweeping left-hander. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Andrew and Tegan Moles in the 135. First of your Alice locals. And a good time, a 156.10. Wow, great time.
Yeah, absolutely flying there, especially considering because of that seeding that he had this morning, he was well back. He had to fight through the dust today. There'd be some stories to tell about Andrew Moles running through the pack, that's for sure. He's come from a long way back on, not even on corrected time, so he has probably been in some battles here today. And talking about battles, we've still got plenty of people running down through there. Still got cars coming through Bondooma at the moment. It's going to be a long day in the office if the champagne's already sprayed and you're at Bondooma. But for some people in some classes, that's exactly where they need to be. Do you know, we would have had the Class 7s off the line, Josh. We still have Brad Lovell off the line. Now this is the Montesalvo entry. So the Get Performance Trophy truck. Gene, if you're listening along, and all our Yank friends, big shout out. Hope it's sunny and fun in Southern California. Oh, back panels hanging off that. Can't remember whether it started with or without that left-hand panel. It may well have started this morning, but this truck unfortunately rolled over on the way down. So I guess we'll find out in what condition it's in now when it gets here, but it looks pretty good. The guys are having a good run down through the whoops. I know the boys have had a fair bit of drama with their engine development in this car, but they seem to be on top of it now.
Yeah, you can see some shrubbage there, so they may have been playing in the trees like Ben has, trying to get past some people. But it still sounds good, sounds powerful. Doesn't sound like it's down on any power, so they'll be eager to get that thing home.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Looking clean. It's got the Alvin's gearbox in it, I believe, that one. So sequential gearbox. Converter, the big healthy V8.
And I know the team behind Patriot Campers, they brought a huge team with them this weekend, so big shout out to all the crew that did travel with that team this weekend, and I hope you've enjoyed your time out here in the desert.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, 10 car is doing well, really well. The twins, the 1088. So a great drive there from Montesalvo. The 484 through now, Justin and Jamie. Montesalvo with a 150 with a 58. So again, good time there when you consider that they're coming out of a position a little bit back due to the fact that they did have that rollover and stop time.
Wow, I think this is James Cook, Dan.
Stop it, ladies and gentlemen, stop it.
This
can't be real.
This is in the top 10 as well. Oh, not the top 10, sorry, the top 20. I apologise, but...
it doesn't matter. If he runs under a 2 hour, that's just completely nuts to me.
And if he does, I was expecting that to be next year. This thing is on song. Ladies and gentlemen, you've got to get up on your hands. And
on your hands. Get on your hands.
Whatever you got to do. You
get
got
on your head for a week here.
Yeah, for a week here. You've got to get loud for this man here, ladies and gentlemen. This is a side-by-side coming in at the moment. James Cook.
As we get a little bit loose and off the top of the berm. No worries, though. Once again, we probably look at that and think it's wild. And he's like, mate, I've done that 50 times down the track. Don't you worry about me.
Awesome to see this little side-by-side so dominant this weekend. Took out the Method Race Wheels UTV win. Oh, well, the fastest time, and was fastest down to Fink, and now will be fastest back to Alice. What an absolute drive from these two.
You know what I love is that there is absolutely no... He hasn't slowed down one little bit. There's no one in the mirrors. There's no way that he's losing this position. It really doesn't matter. He is absolutely flat Bicky, hanging it all out. And this is a dominant run by James Cook, leading the class start to finish. He won the Method Prologue, and now he is the 601 over the line. And again, Josh has just gone quiet because we are all trying to work out what on earth time he just did and whether he broke that elusive 2-minute barrier, because if he's done it under 2 hours, 2 minutes, I keep saying that, 2 hours, no one's done 2 minutes. 2 hour time limit, time run, that is completely nuts, because someone told me that about 10 years ago and I nearly laughed in their face. I said, there is no way one of those golf buggies will do a 2 hour time. Apparently they will. Can-Am came out, changed the game. Polaris obviously doing another great one because they are stepping up the game with everything they do. This new Pro R is going to be very interesting. Oh, what a time for the time to freeze, Josh.
I know,
We're just stuck up here with no time. But James Cook had a stonking run, and a big shout out to him, whether he lost his time or a tracker or something. But that is absolutely nuts to think that they ran through on that pace. And if you've ever been interested in side-by-sides, my goodness, go and see what on earth this guy's done to that side-by-side, because whatever it is, you need to clone it, is what I'm telling you.
Hi to all the crew down at the start-finish line. I hope you guys are enjoying your weekend so far. Big thumbs up if you are. And Brett Taylor, the second of our Alice locals. The two Alice locals were in an absolute charge. They had an awful run down to Fink, and now they've gone, nah, we're coming back to Alice and we're making it happen.
Yeah, it's so good to see him get... It's a tough one because, I mean, it's not officially a finish, but he's made it home and taking the checkered flag for Section 2 on his 30th ever Fink Desert race. That is absolutely crazy, and he's doing it in style. Look at that big Jimco trophy truck absolutely eating those whoops. Great to see the guys from Loose Cannon Motorsport having a good crack there. Look at him back it in around those corners. He's another one. He's not going slow.
Nah, he'll be driving angry with this car today, I can tell you that. After Brekkie Bash a couple of months ago, he was real keen on getting this car down to Finke in one good bit. Unfortunately, didn't play his game. But all the Alice locals will be over the moon that he has actually got it back here in one piece. And it's looking good from good old Brettles. Sounds good as well. It's nothing better than one of those Nissan motors screaming. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together. It's another one of the Alice locals, the 431 of Brett Taylor. Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, it sounds so good as he makes his way home and takes that checkered flag. I tell you what, again, he was on it all the way over into those clipping points. He was using every bit of this track on the way home, and that's awesome to see. Again, we're just waiting for a bit of a dump of information here to keep us up with some updated times. We haven't got them at the moment. It's going to be interesting because we are definitely keeping an eye on the 601 that's come through now. James Cook, big shout out to him. Hopefully we can get down on the line and have a chat to him at some point about how crazy that was, because the 601, that was an absolutely crazy time.
And wow, you got Jesus, Dan, because this man does.
Yeah, I like it, mate. Very good. He's running the single-seater, so yeah, maybe Jesus is taking the wheel on this one. It's his navigator, so Ivan Schmocker having a great run here in this Southern Cross / Element. It's got this is one of the very first cars that had an Element front end, and this got the boys, the Havey crew, into building their own cars. So this is the very earliest version of what you may well call an Element car. Ivan Schmocker having a great run there.
This thing has done multiple Finks in the past, and it's great to see Ivan up the sticky end of things this year.
Absolutely, mate, yeah.
And it just shows that you need to get there and back and be consistent. That's all you got to do. As we start to get into the thick and thin of things here in the stadium section, cars are coming through quickly, and there you go, the first of our sports lights, the Bentleys, actually through there.
Yeah, absolutely. There you go. Sam Bentley with a stonking run there in the 10:18. When you think about it, that was one that I probably missed when I was thinking. Sam Bentley was on a tear. He's had some great rides. He's been up there at the Don River Dash, where he had a great drive. Unfortunately, it didn't all go his way. He ended up getting into a little bit of an incident there. But whilst it was going, before the mechanical issues, he was going very well. And now Ivan Schmocker in the 58 over the line. The 10:18 in the stadium. Again, Sam Bentley. Great drive there.
That will be first in class for the sports light. So Sam will be pretty happy with that run. As the Bentley machine makes its way to the line. Ladies and gentlemen, first in class for the sports lights, the Bentley machine. And they're happy, they're ecstatic in the cockpit.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's been a tough weekend for the Bentleys. They've obviously run the four-wheel drive truck, had a breakage before Fink. The two-wheel drive truck has broken on the way home from Fink. But I tell you what, a nice consolation, well, it's not a consolation prize, a nice win is the class win for Sam Bentley. So they're taking home some silverware. Well, it's actually some gold, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're taking home some gold is what they're taking.
Taking home some bling, and we love to see that. And that will all be handed out this evening, ladies and gentlemen. Don't you forget about that. That is...
You going to Lassiter's tonight, Josh?
Oh, mate, I'll be there. I'll be there from when the door opens. I can't wait. I remember last year.
Mate, it's 10 to 10. I reckon the doors open in about 10 minutes.
Hey. I'm locked and loaded for a day's worth of commentary, so I can't be going to Lassiter's too early, but we'll be kicking off presentation night from 6 to 11. And just a reminder, we normally try to kick off our outright and class presentations from around about 8 p.m. So you don't have to be bang on time. Go in, grab a couple of drinks, go see all your mates, catch up about what's happened over the weekend. And, you know, last
Josh,
year...
that's in the conference area.
Yeah, so sorry, that is in the convention centre area out there. So, yeah, all in the...
If you're looking for us at the blackjack table, that'll just be the Robinsons.
Yep.
They'll be at the blackjack table, but everyone else will be in the convention centre.
Oh, I've had my fair share of games with some X races over the years. So
X races. There's a lot of current races that don't mind that casino.
There's a lot of current races that don't mind that casino as well. I can tell you that. I've had quite a bit of fun over the years. It's always a good time. And my favourite thing about that one is getting to speak to the drivers. About how their days have gone, and, you know, just those smaller competitors that, you know, they don't get that airtime with the microphone and stuff like that, having a chat with them about how their CV bore out, you know, 150k out from town, and they've been having an issue all day. So it's really interesting, and I love that conversation side of things. As we look to the back section, I don't know whether this is the 101 of Ali Howes or the 15 of Josh, but I would say it is Ali.
100%, mate. That is the 101 of Ali Howes there. That beautifully turned out Jimco 10/Pro Light Australian car. Very nicely turned out vehicle by Howes, and they're on a fair rip for an Australian championship. In class, I should say. I've got to just clarify. So they have the 101 on the roof. They've had a great run this year. Unfortunately, Josh, not quite in the same boat, has not had that same brilliant run. That he's had a couple of really fantastic years, Josh Howes. And unfortunately now, just a few little mechanical gremlins and little bits and pieces, and that's often the way it is. Any of these older racers will tell you that that's just the way it goes. Some years it all clicks. Some years everything seems hard. Some years it's a lot of things seem hard. But at the moment, the 101 with Ali and Sarah is making its way through the stadium. And I believe that's the SS Race Tech car. That is the 38. So a nice Australian-built SS chassis. Again, Ali, the consummate performer. That car looks like it has absolutely no damage to it. Super clean, super fast. Ladies and gentlemen, cheer over the line. That's the first of our ladies, a very, very fast 101 of Ali Howes.
Yeah, the 38 is Tim Vandenberg and Jason McGlynn from Gulgul, New South Wales, in that Race Tech Hustler. Great to see this machine making its way back into the Alice. As he makes his way across the line, nice and quick. Big congratulations there to the 38 of Tim Vandenberg and Jason McGlynn. Awesome pictures here from the Alice end of the start-finish line. Got our amazing officials here this weekend. Again, I'd like to say a huge shout out to all our volunteer officials this weekend, our spectator marshals, everyone who works for the event itself. A massive shout out to you all for making this event go ahead and making it happen. You know, we were very worried that this event wasn't going to go ahead this year, and it was turned around, and a big shout out goes to the Finke committee and all their volunteers and all their crew for making this event happen. So big shout out to all those people as we continue to welcome our drivers into Alice Springs. And I do believe this will be Rod Vesser in his vehicle making his way through. And that is looking rough through the whoops there. Almost home, my friend, almost home. So this will be the second of our sports light vehicles making their way through. So second in class for the Visser team. They'll be happy with this. Nice controlled run into the stadium section in this lovely looking Illumi craft. The Lumicraft's very popular over in the States. And now being built over here in Australia. So it looks like we've got another one of our competitors making their way through into the stadium section. We do. It looks like a pro, if I'm not mistaken. No, that's the Montesalvo twins. Awesome to see. This is a third in class for these guys. Awesome, awesome, awesome. The 1057 for Visser making his way across the line. The second of the sports lights, second in class. And now for the Montesalvo twins to try and take that third in class. These vehicles are coming in thick and thin now, ladies and gentlemen. You can tell these is where all the class runners have been running. So we continue to make these vehicles come through, and the 56 into the stadium section now. That there is Carl Habby and Wayne Tabe. But a huge congratulations to the Montesalvo twins in third place in class. In that sports light machine. As the pro buggy of Carl Harvey and Wayne Tabe make their way around the stadium section. Wow, a little bit of airlight under the front wheel there. As he comes across the line in the 56, Carl Habe. And the 604 now, so the second of our side-by-side pro. This is Jeff McNiven and Jake Nicholson. The second of our Can-Ams into the finish line here. Just waiting on our timing to be updated. I'd still love to give you that 6:01 time, but unfortunately, we're still waiting for the update on that. But ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Jeff McNiven and Jack Nicholson. The 604. Second in class in the side-by-side pro. Stellar run in Dallas. So the dust settles, and it continues to be a little bit quiet here in the red center.
I just snipped out for a second there, Josh. I tell you what, it makes me, I think is life. I love it. It's a tag we've had for many years. I know there's been plenty of action, but obviously, first up, you're a loser if you're not in the desert. That's what I'm saying. Just throwing it out there. But then second after that, been getting all these funny snaps of dudes like Josh, my little brother's out there. He's pushing two-handed, one baby each hand, and he's got the phone set up in the middle of the swings. Me mate Jason Larkham, big shout out. Brody, big shout out to you guys if you're still listening along, although maybe they got back to the business end, but they were literally pulling a pump out of a well. Got the phone on the, got the reception. They're watching the Fink live feed, watching guys come across the track. All Luke and BT and all the crew out there. Big shout out to you guys. But yeah, just so funny to see that stuff going on. So good. And again, so many fast cars that come through. So much fun, so much excitement. Still classes to go. There's still battles going. We're talking about our Class 7 stuff going on. Fink is life.
Yeah, it definitely is, Dan, and we are loving it here this weekend. It's been a great event so far. Gone off without a hitch as well, so it's been really, really good. And again, if you are watching on YouTube or you're watching from around the traps or out on the track, I hope you're having a great time this weekend. Again, a massive thank you for tuning into the awesome live stream and the big screens around the venue. It's been awesome here to bring you this coverage up here from the commentary box. We've had an absolute blast so far, and we've still got a heap of cars to continue to welcome home, and then the all-important bikes this afternoon as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, make sure not to go anywhere. And I know that's the thing that here in the NT, we're very lucky. We get to spend the Monday off and enjoying our desert racing. Not all of Australia gets to celebrate the King's long weekend, so some of us back at work, and if you are at work and you are following along with the live stream, a massive shout out to you. And if you need me to let your boss know that you're doing a great job, I'll let them know. Don't you worry about that, as the number 68 makes their way through. And that's Craig Barnett and Douglas Barnett from Lensbrook in New South Wales. As the next one of our trophy trucks makes their way in, the 479, Nicholas Commons and Andrew Commons in that Brenthal truck. Lovely bit of gear as the Barnett 68 machine makes its way, hurtling towards the start-finish line. And they'll be happy with that, as Nicholas and Andrew make their way in that West Lime Brenthal truck. The 479.
Yeah, absolutely. Good to see these guys out here and having a good run. Again, mention them about running the St. George 900, the McIntyre 900. And they've made their way across the line. Had to do a bit of work after that race at the start of the year. And they're out here having a good crack here. Gee, that dust is starting to settle now, isn't it, Josh? And see it coming across on our camera and across the line. It's not too blinding in real life. The camera probably makes it look a little bit worse than it really is, but it still is definitely a factor now for some of these guys racing through. Again, as the Cummins come through. Fortunately, I hadn't seen their Brenthal. They've also got a Brenthal Pro buggy. I don't think it made it down. Yes, I didn't see it on the live tracking or anything like that, but hopefully they can get two cars home potentially. But great to see the West Lime crew out and racing. Had a good run on the way home. They should be very happy with that. Truck's looking good, ran solid both ways. Again, big shout out if you're down there at the Chicane Club. Hope you're enjoying the few quiet beverages, enjoying all the action down there. It is one of the best seats in the house. If you want to be involved next year and get on that Chicane Club, because it is the place to be, particularly during prologue. Hey, Josh, when the stands are packed, it's obviously a little bit less packed on day two on the way home and even day one, because most of the teams and the competitors and everyone are down the track this year. There's about 40,000 people lining the side of the track. And again, you shouted at them before, or shouted out to them before, not shouted at them, because they've actually been really good this year.
Yep.
So thank you very much to everyone that's been involved. If you haven't been really good, sort yourselves out, because we want this race to happen for many, many years. The Tatts Finke Desert Race, we were running the 47th year, Josh. We're so close to the 50. How good is it?
Yeah, it is awesome. It's great to see this great event continue to grow and grow and grow over the years. And so close to that 50-year milestone. And what a party that's going to be in a couple of years' time.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Wouldn't it be good to see a vintage class come out? Maybe buggies only built before 2000.
Yep.
That's a good cut right there, 2000, running in a vintage class for the 50. Kelsey, are you listening to me, mate? I'm coming up with some absolute banger ideas up here in the commentary box. The 50th anniversary, we could have a vintage.
Yep.
You've got to run an open face helmet and you've got to wear overalls. You're not allowed to wear a race suit. It's only overalls with stitched on patches. Simple.
Yeah, okay.
And we're going to do it for the 50th. You and I will commentate out of a 1980 Hornet.
Yep, okay.
I reckon Martins might be able to hook us up with an old car.
Yep.
So, we're starting to come up with some really dumb, bright ideas up here in the commentary box.
Do you trust me behind the wheel, though, Dan?
Who said you'd be driving, mate? Not a chance up there. Hey? Yeah, so listen, it's going to be a good time, and the 50th is going to be an absolute hoot. Again, just so we're really clear, we are talking absolute rubbish. None of this is official. No. We'll probably won't be anything to do with it. They'll kick us out of the commentary box and we'll never be back. But anyway, the moral of the story is it is a great time here at Finke. And getting back to the Chicane Club, one of the ways that you can be involved is get one of those VIP tickets. You get to get access to all the good spots, everything that's really cool about off-road racing, and you get the bevies. You get the food. You get it catered. It just makes it so easy.
Yeah, it is a really good package deal. So, just trying to get our timing screens up here fixed in the commentary box so we can give you these timing updates as they come through.
Yeah, unfortunately at this point we haven't had any updates. I'll tell you one that has looked like, but that'll be on the way home only, so the time's on the way home. Obviously, Justin Montesalvo had a great run there in the 4.84. Michael Dolan as well had a great run on the way home. It actually looks like Paul Wheel ran 6th on the way home today as well, so that's absolutely awesome. So there's some great times up and down the field as we have a quick word from some of our fantastic Tatts Finke Desert Race sponsors.
The Finke Desert Race Committee and club members congratulate and thank all our sponsors for getting on board Australia's ultimate off-road race. Not only is it the premier off-road event in the country, it's pulled together by a voluntary committee with enormous community support. It is the generosity of sponsors that keeps costs down and assists us to promote it far and wide.
The Finke Desert Race Committee acknowledges our amazing 24 years unbroken naming rights sponsor, The Lot by Tatts. Tatts have invested well over $1 million in sponsorship since 2000, and together we have forged a strong sporting partnership. Their generosity has allowed Finke to grow to what you see today.
The one thing that the Tatts Finke Desert Race has maintained since it started in 1976 is that it allows anyone to enter. Whether you are the best in the country or just in it for the fun, all competitors strive to achieve a finish. It is with the help of our platinum sponsors that anyone can have a go. We acknowledge the following: Northern Territory Government, TAB, Lassiter's Hotel Casino, Alice Springs Town Council, Impaja Television, Lion, Central Comms, Method Race Wheels.
The Finke Desert Race Committee.
So the next of our side-by-sides make their way into the stadium section.
Yeah, a bit hard to tell which one that is, isn't it, Josh? We're sort of trying to get that. This is one of the traps with side-by-sides, calling them early.
Yep.
Very, very difficult. I was initially going to say, might have been, because it had a bit of yellow and black on it, but I don't think, it might be Car. Is Car in yet?
We just had an info dump, so...
Oh, yeah, okay, let's run through some things. Although that's all dump, information.
Yeah.
So 159 for Nick Cummins there in the 479, so that's a great run. That's put him in 18th on the way home. So big shout out to the West Limes crew. You've had a great run there, running a sub 2 hour. That should be a big pat on the back to you guys. The 627 is in the stadium though, which is a great run there in the Can-Am.
So James Cook did 2 hours and 3 minutes 46.
There you go. So my word is still safe at the moment, but as you said, next year I don't think it's safe. Well, that's interesting because I was going to say I thought I saw Greg Campbell flash onto the screen there, and I did. The 6:03 of Greg Campbell and Lachlan Campbell. So this is what we mean. This is what's really cool about this side-by-side class championship is. Yeah, there's the fast guys. James Cook is really sooting along, but there's also a really great battle going on right behind him with the 6:27 and the 6:03. And you know, you've got to finish.
Yep.
To finish first you must finish, as Nev Taylor used to tell us. The 6:27.
Good run there from the side-by-side and then the 6:99.
This really shows it. I mean, we've got 3 side-by-sides all in the stadium area. The 6:99 as well. Again, the 6:03 in front there. Great shot. 2 cars in the stadium. They're all up high on the berm. They all know they got to keep moving. I would actually say if you're looking for some action, get over into those grandstands because there's going to be a little bit here coming in quite quickly together, I'd say. So Greg Campbell and Lachlan Campbell over the line now in the 6:03, the Method race wheels. Signed up Can-Am, yellow and black. Beautifully turned out machine by Greg Campbell Motorsport. And this is the fast car, so I was a bit wrong. It obviously wasn't Peter Carr. It must have been Justin Ryder in the 6:27, yes, with a 2:13. Wow, look how close that has all been, because that was a 2:13 with a 31. Greg Campbell actually ran a 2:13 with an 06.
Wow.
So he's actually faster on the way home, but on position, I don't think that'll change. Those 1 minute gaps and bits and pieces. The 1075 is in the house now. One of our fantastic super lights. Peter Carr across the line with the 699. He ran a 2:17.26.
The first of our Super 1650s through deep well there. So big push there from Rick Chambers out in front.
Yeah, the 269 having a great run there. Deep Wells is a nice spot to be coming home.
As the 1075 makes its way towards us here in the commentary box and towards the iconic start-finish line. Let's see what sort of a time they can set on the way home.
Yeah, that'll be a good feeling as they make their way under the Tatts finish line banner. 2023, I almost said 2013. That's how bad it is. 2023 is done for those guys.
As the 6195 makes their way through. And again, these side-by-sides are going to be coming through thick and thin. And all 4 points in their championship. So it's going to be very interesting to see how that all goes. And that's a 2:03.46 from James Mongford. So very good. We're going to throw down to the start-finish line area with Kate, who's speaking to some of our awesome spectators.
Well, it's actually not the start-finish line. I found one of the last corners coming into the start-finish line. I wanted to chat to some of our excellent spectators. We've got Bill, Chad and Eva here. Bill, give me your story. Is this your first Fink?
No.
What number Fink is this for you?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay, that's a good enough question, but you're having the best time.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. And what about you, Chad? Tell me, what number Fink is this? Are you a local? What's your story?
We're local. I don't know what to say.
No, that's all good. And what do you like? Do you want to ride bikes? Do you want to get in the trucks? Do you want to do side by side? What's your thing?
Side by side.
Oh, cool. Have you ever had a fang in, say, mum's or dad's side by side?
My stepdad's.
Oh, cool. Very good. And what about you, Eva? Why do you love coming to Think Desert Race?
So I can see everybody.
What's your favourite class? Do you like the bikes? Do you like 2 wheels, 4? Do you got any favourite riders?
Well, probably my favourite is my dad, who's in 269 in the passenger seat.
Cool. And do you know how he's going? How his night was down at Fink?
I'm not sure.
But he's having a good time, do you think?
Yeah.
And has he come past yet?
No.
Okay, well, we will have to sit here and wait and watch, because here comes a truck. If you just want to flick behind you, and you can see what kind of excellent view we've got here as they come across and around these berms. It's so spectacular as the dust flies and you listen to them on the bopper. It's just excellent.
Kate's having an absolutely fantastic time, and to those young spectators, the 269 just went through deep well, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and leading class as far as we can see. So having a great run there, the 269.
They're not too far away, guys. So we'll make sure to call them in for you so you can get nice and loud.
And that first young fella with the mullet, I think he looks about like he might be about 4 years old, 5 years old. He's probably been coming to Finke for about 6 years, I reckon.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me whatsoever. Awesome shots of our spectators, young and old. Long hair, short hair, it don't matter here in the desert. We all love our racing as this awesome Cadco truck makes its way across the line.
Yeah, Kate Crawford. I think he's got Vern Crawford in the passenger seat as well, which is super cool. It is a Brenthal truck that Cadco have finished off out of North Queensland there, and they're having a great run. They'll be very happy with that as they make their way into Alice, a 2:07, so 2 hour 07 with a 50 in the Brenthal Industries truck. Kate Crawford and Vern Crawford. We've got the 6166 in the stadium now, again, having a good crack there. No point in slowing down now, Josh.
No, hold it flat to the end. Why not?
James Mogford, have a look at that. The 6195 has run a 2:03.46. So that is right up there with the fastest time in a side-by-side. I'd say obviously he's out of position. He's had an issue. His time on the way down was a problem, but the 2:03, didn't we say that Cook ran a 2:02? I'm just trying to look at the time.
2:03.46.
There you go. So right there. So yeah, sorry, no, that's James Mogford. Ran a 2:03.46. I think it was a 2:02 for James Cook. But either way, what I'm saying is, even now working through the dust, that is a cracking run for James Mogford.
I reckon they've actually run the same time, Dan, from what I can see, because I've got James Cook there. It's a 2:03.46.955. If I can find...
Holy moly, you are telling the truth right there. That is a 2:03.46.955.
It was the 6...
And James Mogford ran a 2:03.46 with a 4. So James Mogford actually ran a split of a split faster than James Cook on the way home. That's nuts.
That's insane. Like, literally nothing in that. That would have been... Oh, wow. Yeah, if you... that's how close these side-by-sides are out here.
Absolutely nuts. Now, just giving you a run for a few names that I've seen down there. I just saw a Class 773. So that's Brad Lovell. They are still going through. They're through Bonduma, which surprisingly is exactly where they should be.
Yep.
That's a good run in a Ford Raptor. They are leading the class. And it'll be great to see if they can come across the line here, because it is a brutally tough race. Now, the other thing I saw was the 61 of Cooper Weston, and he's through Rodinga. So the 61, if you're following the Westerns, through Rodinga now. The 996 of Paul Tuck Lee is also through. In case you missed it, the 6166 of Kai Camilleri, while we were talking, came into Alice Springs. Great time of 2 hour and 10, tied to the Comiskey Mining Services crew. So great ride there. They've been doing a couple of years. Kai Camilleri racing this car, and he's going to be one to watch out for. He's only a couple of, well, I think he's still at school, I think he said. But he's been coming out to Finke for a couple of years and getting into the racing. And I tell you what, one to watch out for. HBR, Alex Hanley, is going to be in the stadium, and that's awesome as well, the 665. Fortunately, they've had a few rough years where they've had some mechanical issues and bits and pieces, but it's great to see them back in the stadium here after a good Finke.
Yep, side-by-side looks in good nick as well. Nice and clean through the stadium section here. Some of these side-by-sides just have that nice little throaty undertone.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. They are very cool bits of gear.
One of the more cost-effective, I'll put it in terms today, is a more cost-effective way to go racing, these side-by-sides, because cheap and off-road racing don't go in the same sentence. The 665 very, very happy though. The Navi giving him the go, go, go as they come across the line. Let's see what they run. A 2:14.49. Not bad at all there from Alan and Zachary.
No, that was Alex Hanley.
Sorry, I apologise.
Yep, yeah, that's understandable. It gets us in the commentary box. We're not always perfect up here, ladies and gentlemen, because there is ever-changing information and names and number. Alan Dixon in the 153 has come through Redinga in the 153 Pro Light. But yes, that was Alex Hanley across the line in the 665 with Jaden Wintle in the passenger seat with a 2:14 with a 49.
These Class 6 side-by-sides are going to continue to power through here. There'll be a majority of what we'll be seeing for the rest of running this morning. But they are great fun to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's also a whole heap of super lights and different cars to come in. It's going to be very interesting to see how it goes over the course of the weekend.
We're going to go down to car 627.
Yeah, I've got Steve and Justin here in the My Ride motorcycle side by side now. I was actually on the aeroplane to Alice Springs with Steve here. We had a good chat about the Fink Desert Race on the way here, and it's so cool to see you out and competing and to spot your side by side out there. Tell us how your journey was. You were navigating, Justin was driving. How was the navigating?
Yeah, it was great. Yesterday we did a fantastic job. Justin drove the wheels off it. We only had a couple of little issues with that. We managed our belt temperatures and engine temperatures really well yesterday and brought it home to Fink and sent it over that tabletop jump down the end there. Pretty decent, so it was good. This morning was all about maintaining that speed and coming home strong. 80k mark, we lost the front end, no drive. Tail shaft decided to have a holiday and pop itself out. So two-wheel drive for the last sort of 160k, and just a bit squirrely, bit scratchy.
Yeah.
But so we did lose a bit of top-end speed and control there a bit. But overall, we got back. The car's making some pretty horrible sounds, isn't it, mate? It's pretty beaten up.
Oh yeah, but the point is that you're here. Justin, tell us how your drive was. What number Fink this is for you?
Yeah, it was a good drive. I just had to adapt and overcome when the tail shaft went out, went into two-wheel drive, so it doesn't turn very well, doesn't go through the whoops very well. But we got it home. This is our second attempt. We're either third or fourth, I'm not sure. Top 10 last year, so yeah, heading in the right direction.
Fantastic. And Steve, this is not your first Fink. You used to race in the bikes.
Correct, yeah. So this is my fifth Fink. So I've done 3 times on the bike, and that was grueling enough. And around the paddock, they always say with age comes a cage, right? So I'm a bit safer in there. But today I was busting for a little wee at about the 10k mark up. So all day was a bit of a pain. So I got out of here and raced over the toilet straight away. But 5 Finks under my belt now, 5 pegs. I've completed all 5. So pretty proud of that.
Very cool. Well, it's great to see you guys at the finish line. I know it's a huge effort to get here. You've come over from Brisbane, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, well done for being here, putting this My Ride motorcycle side by side out there to the test. You killed it. Well done.
Thanks very much. Cheers. And good on Justin. He drove it well.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Thank you very much.
Back to you, boys.
Yeah, it's so awesome to hear the stories up and down the line, and think of the time that he could have run if he didn't have broken bits and pieces. That's super impressive. So it's going to be interesting to see how it all goes. The 1036 Jimco now in. Now, this is the one we were talking about. The old Paul Simpson car, one of the first A-arm Jimcos in Australia, the first A-arm Jimco in Australia, and a previous Fink winner. What year did he say? 1996 or something along those?
Yep.
Those lines I think we talked about. It was in the event brochure.
The 1036, the Tyrrell machine.
Interesting to see a few little modifications too that we can talk about. They've obviously got things that are protecting the shock shafts there.
Yeah.
Got a little bit of steel up there, a little bit of alloy plate, keeping it clean. The 1036 Tyrrell with the single seater. Great run over the line there. 2:13 with a 27. That's a nice run. Getting a little 2.2 litre.
in that Jimco single-seater. And then the next of our side-by-sides comes flying towards the line. These guys aren't going to hold off the gas whatsoever. It's awesome to see Adam Spicer and Amanda Spicer come through in 2:11.55.
Yeah, that's a nice run there, definitely. They should be very happy with that.
Yeah, anything under 2:30 in a Can-Am is insane. So yeah, you've got to be proud of yourselves once you actually do get to the finish line down here at Alice.
Yeah, absolutely, mate, and that's right. It's just that emotion and that feeling in Alice and the changes and everything that goes on while you're doing the race, coming under that banner. It's very exciting to see. I mean, we're still calling cars in. There's all class championships still at war here. You got to understand, this is the Polaris Motorsport round 3 of the Australian Off-Road Racing Championship. So there's guys here that are not just here to win their Fink, to win the class, to do well at Fink. They're here, guys here. You heard Travis Robinson talk about the points for the championship and how that played in. I loved it when he said, you'll see us back next year. He's really absent for the 7th year. He's going to show him what he's got next year, and that's cool because when T-Rob is wicked up, and again, Bo Robinson is going to be another one that's interesting to see, as well as Greg Gardner, Toby Price on the top step. So exciting to see. It was a great year. What a year of racing.
Yeah, well, I think the Robinson boys, from what I've heard, are going to focus their ventures on the Fink race again, and again try and get to that top spot. They've been chasing it for quite a few years now, but they're close there, and it's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, it's awesome, mate. It's absolutely awesome. Talking about championships, we've got some of our fantastic competitors that have been doing the whole season, and we're going to throw down now to Howes Motorsport with 101, Sarah Corrigan.
Yes, and Ali Howes. Girls, congratulations. You've made it to the end. Not your first rodeo. Ali, you're both regulars at AORC. How was your ride up? And tell us about the results. You kind of just found out you are multiple clean of the desert.
Our run down to Fink was terrible. I really lost confidence in the car. We had a couple of suspension issues. Made changes down in Fink, but the run back then was just amazing. Almost found a love for it again. So
that's the adventure of Fink, right?
Yeah. Keeps you on your toes. One minute you hate it, and the next minute you think, oh, I might come again.
Now, somebody did just yell out behind us, hey, Ali, remember to mention that you're 5-time queen of the desert. I'd be pretty proud of that.
Yeah, I am, and I couldn't have done it with Sarah, the other queen, sitting beside me. She keeps me going the entire way, never misses a call, and yeah, again, the team behind me is amazing.
Yeah. Sarah, tell us about how your ride was, how it is to navigate in this buggy, just the whole experience really, because it looks really exciting out there.
It is absolutely unreal. Ali's right, we had a tough ride down there, but the team got the car right for today, and we had a blinder on the way home. I had an absolute ball. She's incredible. You got no idea.
Just flat. She just didn't lift at all. How was the camping situation, overnight? Did you have to do a lot of work on the buggy?
Last night, yeah, between Glenn and the whole team, they work all night. We're sort of on dinner. It's a bit rough down the other end, but yeah, Glenn takes care of everyone, and they did an amazing job on the car, and unfortunately for Josh, he's not up here this end, but Ali got here, and like you said, 5 times in a row she's finished this race, first woman home, so couldn't be proud of her.
It really is truly incredible that you're out there representing. It's super cool, and it's a real family affair for you as well. It must be great to come here and have the support of the whole family.
Yeah, they may not be all here, but they're definitely watching at home in spirit, so I appreciate them all.
So cool. All right, girls. Well, it's always great to catch up with fellow female rev heads, and great to see you here. I hope you come back again and do some more desert dashing and queening of this desert.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Thanks, boys.
Yeah, not just fast in a car either. Ali's very quick on a dirt bike as well, just in case you weren't aware. So awesome to see Ali up there and having a good crack again, 5 times Queen of the Desert. So good to see.
Yeah, no, and that's the awesome thing. She's had a good crack at the championship over the last couple of years, and it is great to see that car and the Howes team push 2 cars, especially having the Pro and the Pro Light up there. It's great to see both of those vehicles up there, and unfortunately there for Josh this weekend, it hasn't gone to plan, but it's great to see Ali make her way down.
Yeah, it's really hard. He's seen the highs and lows of Finke. I mean, he's in one of those very quick Pro cars, and with all that horsepower, it's just extra load on everything, isn't it? Extra speed, extra performance, all that stuff that goes with it can unfortunately cause those DNFs as well. Josh has been very, very high up the order many times, and unfortunately this year hasn't all clicked together, and that's actually the second year that it hasn't all clicked together, which is a shame for Josh, because the 15 car, very quick. Ali normally running under the 115 banner too, so 15 a special number for the Howes, and having a good crack there, so it's good to see those girls out and racing.
Yeah, good to see those shots that we just had of the Parc Ferme area there as well. All the drivers and navigators mingling with each other, having a conversation about their run home and how they went. So that's, again...
Oh, there'd be some tall stories, wouldn't there, Josh? No doubt when you get down there. Stories about, how they ran out through the trees and some of those passes. And yes, it's always exciting. Again, that actually gives us good opportunity. Greg Gartner talked about the trees in the truck and that's exactly why it's so important to stay that 30 metres back. Sometimes these cars are very fast. I don't want to use the word out of control. They know what they're doing, but it's one of those things where sometimes you just don't know how or predict a failure or any of those sort of things. So again, we appreciate everyone for doing the right thing this year, and it'll mean many years of happy Tatts Finke Desert Race racing.
Yeah, definitely will. And if this is the 175, I'm going to be absolutely amazed that these Patterson boys and girls have got this thing all the way down to Alice. We'll see. I do believe it is.
Listen, it looks like it. You're absolutely right.
Yep. Wow, they have. They've got that thing started back up. And this morning you would have seen this thing parked at the start of Finke for a little bit.
Amazing. They had the laptop out.
Yeah, we thought it was had gone kaboom boom, but obviously not. The motor's still singing. Maybe just a fail safe on the ECU or something like that, just shutting that motor down. And it looks like it's back up and running and seems strong. It sounds strong from what I can hear through the headphones. So we'll see how they go.
Yeah, absolutely. If he's made it this far, I'd say that he's in a fair chance of having a good run all the way home. The 175, the Patterson entry, a great job from those guys from what looked like a possible disaster, a possible DNF right off the start line this morning. And here it is, the 175 turning and making its way for home. I tell you what, as bitter as it'd be, this would be very sweet coming under this finish line banner. No doubt they wanted to be a bit more competitive and push up the front and that time on the side of the track. But they have done a absolutely amazing job to make it all the way home. Give yourself a round of applause, Team Patterson, because that is a team effort when you push the car off the track and get the laptop out and get it going again. That shows how many people are involved in making these wheels turn.
Yeah, definitely does. And a little bit of an update for anyone who's following Adam Gier and Mitchell this weekend in that lovely Toyota 76 series. I did get that wrong on Friday, so I will apologise to everyone listening in commentary. It's not a 79 series, it is a 76 series. The 79 was the Ute back, the 76 is the wagon back. So that's my fault there. I do apologise for spreading that false information out there this weekend.
It's right, mate. It's a Toyota. No one really likes them.
Yeah, well, that is true. Especially here in Toyota country, as we have our side-by-sides come through. This is the Colgan machine, and it's awesome to see these guys making their way through. Looks like they've had a good run.
Yeah, mate, brilliant run from the 637. But like you said, it's great to see the Class 7s out there battling it. I'd actually love to see a full field, 10, 15 Class 7s. It was like that back in the day, and it was awesome to watch those because really they were battling not just each other in class, they were battling that time limit, the 4-hour time limit. It is hard to do. Might sound really easy, but doing 4 hours in a Land Cruiser on this racetrack, I'll tell you what, they are legends and they deserve praise. So again, we're watching the battle between them, the 776. I don't believe they made it down in time. Is that right, Josh?
Yep.
So there was an issue there, whether it was mechanical or whatever it was. But as the 6.37 of Paul Colgan with Jason Colgan goes across the line in a 2.18. That's a great time. They've had a good run home. But anyway, as the Class 7s, they are racing against Brad Lovell. Brad Lovell did make it down in time, and he is on the way home. He's having a good run, honestly. So it's going to be great to see him. Be fantastic to have a chat to Brad Lovell at the finish line to find out what he thinks, because I don't want to say he underestimated, because he obviously didn't underestimate it.
No.
He's got one of the best, well, let's just say it, the best production car in the world, but it's very interesting to see him say, oh, he was just going to go pretty fast here. I don't know if that was the truth. It'd be amazing to hear him talk about the Bonduma whoops and that in a Class 7. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're back down with Kate, down with some fantastic spectators.
Yeah, I got Blake and Tico here and their little cool crew. Now, you boys are here for the motorcycles, are you? I can see Alice Springs Motorcycle Club on your shirt. Tell me who you're looking forward to seeing coming across the finish line.
Luke Hayes and Dobby.
Yes. What about you?
Yeah, same people. Just hope that they hold them absolutely 6 wide, and just brat. Just you got to hold them, and you just got to absolutely, send them deep.
That's the strategy. If you were to race, are you ever going to get out there and race?
Yeah, hopefully. Just hold them and just send it deep, and hope for the best.
That's exactly, that should be Fink's motto right there. And what about you, my friend? Who are you here to see? What are you loving?
Well, I'm just here to check it out because it's my first time.
Oh, wow.
In the NT2.
Oh, cool.
Yep.
What made you come to Fink?
With a mate.
Yeah, great.
Yep.
Just thought it'd be a pretty rad thing to come and see, because it certainly is.
Yeah.
What about you, Blake? What would you like to race one day?
Yeah, I'd love to one day, hopefully. That's the goal.
What would you race? What would you ride on?
I'd ride a YZ250.
Hey, it's a good start. It's a good bike. All right, boys, will you enjoy the bikes? They'll be on soon. I think they'll be taking off from Fink at midday. Very excited to see who crosses the finish line. How do you do it? How do you say it? How should they cross the finish line?
Send it deep. Just absolutely tap. Just brat.
Back to you, boys.
I know. I like it. Send it deep indeed. No, great to see our young little weapons out here having fun. Good to see travelling too. Come all the way through from wherever they came from to into the NT. First time at the Alice.
Yep, no, we're breeding a heap of desert riders here, so watch out to all the big names, because they're being bred here in the country, and that was right on the rev limiter. Ben Falk and John O'Connor, they make it in 2:09.12, so that's a good time from the little side-by-side there. They were holding it deep, as young fella would say.
Now, Josh, are we still keeping a little eye out for the first of our side-by-side sports? I see we've got a couple through Redinga.
Yep.
And we got any through Deepwell, but either way, we've got a few still out there, the side-by-side sports, so we're keeping an eye, because that challenge in that class is still open.
Yep.
That's 614. Hey, interesting, got down, Zach Marsh there, got down south on the side of it. Hey, boys, I saw you got the TV set up, the Down South boys down there in Brizzy, so big shout out to Down South Motorsport. Those guys are there enjoying the Fink tour. This is something you forget when you're up in the Alice. It's actually Monday. People are at work today.
Yep.
It feels like a Sunday to us, I can tell you that. But, yep, everyone at work, what can I say, sucked in.
Yep. Why aren't you here in the Alice?
Oh, King's birthday public holiday in a few areas as well. So, yeah, that's very true. I'm a dirty Queenslander, so I think we ditched the Queen's birthday. It's up somewhere in September or something like that. Not very good with public holidays, I've got to be honest. Dirty old contractor. I just got to work when I got to work.
Yep, exactly right. As the Marsh boys make their way across the line.
No front clip on that car, so whether they had a little issue on the way down or they left it off in the overnight, but the 614 home in a very good time. That's another good one. 216 working their way through it. Again, Ben Falk with the 209 should be highly commended, working their way through the pack, and it's a struggle. I'd say they probably had some dramas on the way down, and they've run fast on the way home.
Yeah, it's a story for a lot of our competitors this year. I think a lot of them were sort of running it very, very safely down to Fink this year, and decided that they would push on day two, which has been an interesting little insight to the race this year. But these Can-Am drivers are continuing to come through thick and fast. And these awesome shots from the back area there. Making their way through towards the stadium section, up along the old Gann Railway. And through those rolling whoops.
Oh, look, and there's a good little race here coming too. As we predicted, there'll be a few cars and classes that are all coming in quite close together. Imagine getting into the stadium. We've seen it before where there's been passes in the stadium. We've actually seen it before where there's been passes in the stadium for very important parts. Sorry, important positions like as in with classes. So it'd be cool to see these guys have a run around the 693. Now, the other thing to just mention here is all of these guys are now starting not on corrected time. So you could potentially see a car like, say, the 620, and it already actually does have a fair lead. So it's not necessarily the checkered flag. So ladies and gentlemen, if you listen along at home looking for your favourite driver, again, you will need to check the outright results on the Tatts Finke Desert Race and where that puts them, because these guys are not on corrected time on their start. So the checkered flag in position that they're coming in does not necessarily mean, it's probably a good indication roughly of where they are, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's their overall position. They will be on corrected time here today. They did not start the far end.
And there you go, the first of the sports Super 1650. I apologise. There you go, ladies and gentlemen, the 269. So those young bucks on the hill waiting for the 269 to come in.
I think I can hear them cheering from here. Yeah. There is a lot of cheering going on over there in the stadium area, I can tell you that. And that's one of the great things. We are all here to see the Tobys, to see the OVRs, to see the Greg Gardners. But we're also here to see the 620 come across the line. There's plenty of families out here. There's a lot of guys that have got family racing, mums, dads, sisters, cousins, uncles, aunties.
Yep. And there you go. There's the other Super 1650. He's all the way back in Rodinga, young Timmy Button. But that's where Tim wants to be today. In at Rodinga, so he'll be happy with that. He did get it down there, so just needs to get it back now, and we'll be very, very happy. And I can tell you right now, Dan, unfortunately, if Timmy does make his way down to the start finish line, I've got to be there to welcome him in, because he's had some rough years at this race, so it will be great to see him cross the line. But here we go, the Super 1650 winners, ladies and gentlemen. It is the 210, the Garrity car for Thinkwater and Chambers Engineering.
Yeah, fantastic for a class win. That is awesome. As the 485.
Brad Garrity takes the win in class. That's Shannon Lander, the wild man. Hasn't been so wild this year.
I'm sure he probably could tell you a few wild stories about down the track. You're absolutely right, though, Josh. We've seen him. He looks like he's definitely maybe made the decision that he just wants to make it home now. He's this close. Why wouldn't you? Although this one's coming in nice and fast. Oh, look at the wild man. I was going to say he's out wide on the track, wide open. He was just saving the last little bit of high-octane fuel for the last speedway corner. As the wild man makes his way inside.
Shannon Lander and Shay Lander make their way across the line here in Alice. They'll be very happy after their 40K jump excursion last year. They've made it both down to Finke and back. So they'll be very, very happy as the 432 makes their way into the stadium section.
Yeah, 218 on the way home too. That's a great drive there. It's actually been a really fast drive home. This year overall has been crazy fast.
Yeah, these side-by-sides still continuing to fly through, still looking for the first of our naturally aspirated. As the side-by-side on that, the door on that side-by-side, we're looking a little bit worse for wear. They've probably had an excursion with a tree or something of the lines as the Burt truck makes its way towards the finish line, the 432 over the line here in Alice.
Yeah, nice run there. Hey, now, ladies and gentlemen, just a little bit of side information so that you know, because this is a little bit of a stress. So, and it shows you how this double, particularly for our real fast guys, can go a little bit south. So they were actually struggling to find Walshy down the far end and get him ready by the time he got back. He almost missed bike check-in, which is crazy. It was only about 5 minutes for him to get through and get into bike check-in this morning.
Wow.
So he only just made it home. And the word on the street is he said the car was going awesome. This is the vehicle 2 of Brent Smoothie. It was going all well, and it was just cruising along very quickly, and it just went bang and stopped. That was the end of it.
Yeah, okay.
So very interesting to see how that goes. Again, as you said, the 6, 7, 8 now through and in Alice Springs, Peter Rossi. So yeah, those guys down there always challenging with that Ironman. We heard Toby talking about it previously with his attempt about how important it was for him to get to the right position, to be at the right thing. And again, they actually had a deadline, whereas if he didn't get through, let's call it Deepwell, whatever checkpoint, he knew that he had to stop, get into a helicopter and head home. So very interesting.
Yeah, very much so. Don't think they will play on David's head whatsoever. He'll clear that and he'll focus back into what he needs to. He'll jump in. He's a very clear-headed rider. Knows how to focus himself and get in there, and he'll do the right thing.
Well, it's interesting, even down to, he said on the start line yesterday that it was actually good. It was a break away from all the nerves and the time. He really didn't have time by the time he was in the helicopter and all the other things and getting dressed. And I know actually Toby, when he did the Ironman, essentially said the same thing, didn't he? He said there was no time to think about things. It was so quick. Everything was happening so fast that it was almost like, obviously by the end of the day, you know, you've done, nearly 1,000 kilometres on this racetrack. That's a tough call. 1,000 kilometres on this mongrel thing.
Yeah, no thank you. I could tell you that I'd be lucky to get down in a car, let alone a bike, let alone do both. So, yeah, massive shout out to the competitors that do get out there and run the double. You know, we had Danny Woods last year, the first female competitor to do the double. She was in the side-by-side and on the bike, so that was great to see. And it's, it's definitely a class that some people try to attack, some people want to attack. It's a bucket list item for them. Others are just, they're just crazy people. Want to get out and have some fun in the car and on the bike. And there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever.
Just an update on David Walsh. He has made it back to Alice in the chopper. He has checked in, so that is a very positive thing for his championship campaign at the Tatts Finke Desert Race in the bikes category. Now, just on the start-finish line here with Claire. Claire, you are on the flag. You are waving it like a mad woman. I love to see it as all the buggies and cars and side-by-sides are just on the gas, on the bopper coming through. It's a very dusty job you've got. But what was your first, Fink?
First one I saw was 83, and I've been volunteering for just on 20 years.
Wow, what was Fink like? What was the Tatts Finke Desert race like in 83?
Believe it or not, it was a lot dustier. Far less bikes and cars. Yeah. But yeah, it was still an awesome event.
And little birdie tells me you used to race quads.
Just locally, yes, I did.
Yeah.
I don't know that race is quite the term. Maybe crawled around the track a bit, but no, really enjoyed it.
Yeah. Great. And what is your role here this weekend?
Yesterday I was marshalling, so lining the cars and bikes up, and today checkered flag, which is the best job out, I reckon.
Yeah. And why do you keep coming back to Finke? Why is this the best job?
It's in your blood after a while. It really is. I don't know if it's the dust in the air, but it gets in your blood, and you just want to keep coming back.
Yeah, excellent. I mean, I can hear a vehicle coming in right now. We'd love to see you on the job doing your expert flag waving, because I know that there's a skill to flag waving.
There kind of is. It's not to use your whole arm, because then you just get tired after the first few bikes. Yep.
Well, you've got the rest of the buggies and the cars, and then you've got about 500 bikes to be waving that flag for. So you really want to conserve that arm energy.
Absolutely.
Okay, now I can hear, here we go. We've got a side-by-side coming through. Oh, no, it's not a side-by-side. It might be a Pro Light, or it could be a 1650cc, but you do your thing and wave that flag. Go, Claire. Beautiful work, Claire.
That's one of my mates, so that's really awesome.
So cool. All right, great to catch up, Claire. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thanks, boys.
Yeah, the stories around this event are absolutely amazing. Claire's actually one of our Finke heroes from the past as well, so a massive shout out to her for all her work this weekend, as we had Rick Chambers make his way across the line, the 269, and that's the second of our Super 1650s across the line here at Alice.
Yeah, the second of our tiny builds too, so it's really cool that they've come in 1 and 2, and Patrick Garrity in the passenger seat there, so Brad, Courtney, Patrick, Rick Chambers, it's awesome to see a great run there. They'd be no doubt high-fiving each other and having a great run in those couple of little tiny built GSXR powered, Super 1650s. Fantastic class, looks very enjoyable. Plenty of suspension in that thing.
Yep.
They've done a great job. It actually had me tricked there a little bit, the double-coloured, Josh. I initially thought there was 2 different cars in the stadium at one stage and got a bit excited, and then I realised, nope, one side of that car's green and one side is red. So it's going to be very exciting to see. And again, now, listen, tell me am I wrong? Rick Chambers has done some motorbike riding out here as well, hasn't he?
Yes, no, he has. And yeah, very, very accomplished motorbike rider out here in the desert. There's a heap of different family names out here that you've got to be very careful around when you do go desert riding. You've got the Hazes, you've got the Chambers, you've got the Sabadins. There's a heap of different names out there that are here locally to watch out for. They've definitely been in the race in the past and up there.
Plus, you've got the best racetrack in Australia. Yep. So there's no losing there, because these guys in their very backyard have got the absolute monster that is the Tatts Finke Desert Race.
Yeah, these side-by-sides definitely having a little bit of issues in that little section there of the whoops. Got a little bit crossed up, but now they're back and straight. Ooh, getting a little... These guys, they try to run over the top of these things, but the suspension just bottoms out that little bit.
To be honest, Josh, this is one of the interesting bits about it, because you can see this car's probably set up a little bit better for some of the fast inside stuff, like, in the stadium. And this is where it's such an interesting one. It's a compromise between everything. Like you'll see the cars that are set up for the big whoops, they can really move through. We saw some of those early ones, like our James Cook car, where it was coming down there as fast as anything else. It's just short on horsepower, really. But these cars then, this might sit a bit more stable in the corners, and they like it that way, whether they run a bit more rebound and a few other things to try to keep it up. And, it's very interesting to see how different people set up their different cars. And that's true of almost everything too, Josh. There's a lot of thought about the way you spring a car, whether you run a heavier spring and slow it down with the rebound. Again, there's old school thinking and new school thinking is all I'm saying. And, there's a lot of tubes, there's a lot of shim stacks to put in. And it's very interesting. The technical side of it, if you want to get into the deep of it with suspension and tuning, is quite amazing. And again, there's a lot of ways to skin a onion.
Plenty of them. Plenty of them.
I didn't want to say skin a cat, because I'm not sure whether that's politically correct or not anymore.
Yeah.
Might be seen as derogatory towards cats or something like that.
Yes, that is true. So we'll enjoy our racing instead. And can continue.
Another thing that's a bit interesting about these cars, and it's a good view here, is you can actually see the coilovers are mounted to the top arms, which we don't do in any of our buggies or anything like that. Everything's on the lower side of the lower arm. So it's interesting that they are set up different. They definitely do work, and as I said, many, many different ways to approach a problem. Polaris Can-Ams, you know, like all the Jimcos, the Monk builds, the SS frames, the Elements, everyone does it a little bit different. And it's interesting to see, because I don't think, particularly when there's so many variables that is the desert, no one's really got it all right just yet, Josh. I don't know if that's even a thing that you can get everything right.
No, there's no such thing as being right in the desert when you are racing, I don't think.
And it was so interesting, we actually talked to Jeremy from Dirt Bike Burrito, the podcast, and he was having a chat to us about some of the things that, you know, like KDM have done and all these Gas and the Desert guys have done with their suspension and even the modifications. Like, they don't just race a KDM 500. You know, they've got all their little tricks, they've got all the little things that they do, the way that they set up headstocks and bits and pieces, you know, their suspension and their springs and the way they run it, the way they limit their travel is very interesting. And again, just the way that they're looking for every little advantage they can. These cars, none of them are going to be stock production cars. They've all got their little tweaks. They've all got the way that a certain driver likes them. What works for, you know, Toby Price may not work for Greg Gardner. It's a fascinating game out here. And again, until we work out how to get everything, I don't know if we'll ever find the complete solution.
Yeah, and it's sort of about feeling comfortable in the car as well, being able to push in the car, and I think that's another thing that Toby is ways up at that pointy end all the time, is because he's got all that confidence in him to push that vehicle. But it looks like something in the back there is absolutely flying and kicking up a heap of dust. There's two that are absolutely flying down the track, so we'll see how they go. But the 605 across the line, and I can hear the claps and the cheers for him. So that was Warwick Mitchell in that Can-Am. That's 2 hours and 36 minutes, so not bad whatsoever. And yeah, these two Can-Ams on an absolute rip into the stadium section. I caught their headlights out through the gate, and they were just absolutely full tap. And there you go, Warwick Mitchell, actually the first of our sport side-by-sides in. There you go.
So cool. Big shout out to them in the 605. That's a huge effort, running a 236 without a turbo.
Yep. And crazy to think that 30 minutes for a turbo or a supercharged car pick up on top end speed. That's insane.
Yeah, it's hard because I think when you're talking about a lightweight car like this, even if it is an extra 50, 60 horsepower, it's a lot in and out of the car. Definitely, where we might think in a trophy truck, 20 or 30 horsepower is a lot. Wow, right up high. That's Simon Evans. It sure is in the 636. He's having a good crack there. But yeah, as we sort of just mentioned, I reckon Simon's going to go for the pass here.
Yeah, I reckon.
Might see a race right here. Although I'm not sure it's positional, because the 6616, I'm not sure whether that's a turbo car or not. I guess we'll see when we come around. Look at this. Ladies and gentlemen, get to the fence, because we may have a pass right here on the line.
Oh, it's going to happen.
This Polaris is using everything. Have a look at this.
Side by side.
Oh, my goodness. How good is that, ladies and gentlemen?
Oh, I love the Tatts Finke Desert Race. Wow, Chris Hadley and Simon Evans go side by side.
In the side-by-sides.
In the side-by-sides, all the way to the line.
6.5 and the 6.36 through with not a hair to split them. Our time, 10.59.07, 10.59.07. They went through pretty much together. We're splitting hairs now. But unfortunately, I'd say that Simon had an issue, and that's why he's behind, because 2.40 on the way, whereas Chris Hanley actually the faster on the way home with a 2.28. So it looks like, I would imagine that Simon Evans has been stopped on the track out there at some point. The 6141 on screen now, making their way around the Can-Am X3. And again, remembering that this is all part of the Australian Championship. A lot of the guys aren't just here for Finke, for the bragging rights, for the one race. They're also here as part of the Polaris Motorsport Australian Off-Road Racing Championship. Round 3. Talked about Travis Robinson, how he's got his real eye set in on that championship, the #1 plate this year. is in a very great position for that. The team have just got their head down. Andrew Pinto in the passenger seat too. Super cool to see that. He is a legend behind the wheel. There's some amazing footage of him out at Finke in previous years driving cars. Again, as the 6141 gets across the line there. Nice, clean run there. Another one of our Can-Am X3s make its way in. And again, you can see this one set up just a bit nicer in the whoops. A bit more plush. It's still kicking a little bit in the back. But again, plenty of suspension travel. I believe they've got about 16 inches of travel, which is absolutely crazy when you think your average four-wheel drive probably has somewhere in the vicinity of 6 to 8. These up with 10 or so more inches of suspension travel. Big 3.0 coilovers and bits and pieces. They are running big shocks. They're running remote res. You can see them up the top. These have clickers where you can adjust and do all sorts of things. Won't bore you with the technicality of all of it, but gee, these are very much like a motocross bike where you can essentially adjust a lot of things to make it handle and ride and do the things that you want it to do.
Yeah, it's all about the setup and these little Can-Ams, and it's what you're comfortable in as well. Your driving style's comfortable with, because otherwise, if you set up the car for someone else's driving style and they come out and they drive nothing like you, and you know, sort of baby off at the whoops, or if they go belting into the whoops, you know, you could have some suspension issues there if it's not set up correctly. So a lot of these teams do a lot of R&D to get these cars to fit their driving styles.
Yeah, absolutely, mate.
Very happy again in the passenger seat.
How good's it seeing the fist pump? Really does get you excited, doesn't it? As the 685 of Jason Neat makes their way across the line with a 226. Again, nice, solid run. Not so long ago, if you were running a 220, you were the fastest side-by-side at the Finke Desert Race by a long way. So pretty cool to see the times tumble. All the manufacturers on board and doing different bits and pieces. Still plenty of cars out there. Look at her deep well. 217 just through Redinga. Chris Roche is still out there too in the 407. I didn't realise that. That's good to see him make the return home. CPF trophy truck. I think that they might have had dramas on the way down.
Yes, still other competitors out there racing as we speak. There's plenty of action still to come.
Trackers on everything. Have a look at that. There's trackers all the way down the track still. So it's going to be an interesting day here to see who comes home. And again, we're interested in those Class 7s as well. Brad Lovell, we really want to see him get the victory here. We'll get the finish because realistically, he's probably already secured himself the victory. Oh, don't know how that works. Actually, I won't get into the technicalities of it if the 76 series makes the trek home within time, but it would indicate that probably on time and position, Brad Lovell has had an excellent run in this section 1 and now in section 2 on the way home. So they do run section points in the Australian Championship as well as outright point. Like it's a combination of things. Oh, a Solid up over the top of that berm. Chris Solid in the 1063. Got the crowd going there. No worries, though. Again, another one that's probably going, mate, if you knew what happened down that track, you wouldn't be worrying about that one. That was the easy one. The 617 also in the stadium. Solid up nice and high on the berms, making that Solid Co. Little 10 car really work. Oh, and Chris Weston's. Cooper Weston, I apologise. I'm pretty sure it's Cooper Weston driving in the 61. We made the assumption that I think Chris Weston prologued it, and then Cooper Weston has done both the other drives, so the drive down and the drive back. I believe that's the actual Baja car too, so it's been over to Mexico. Sorry to apologise, not the Solidco car, but this one here that's on screen now, the 61, has done some time over in Mexico in the Baja. As the 617, was it the 617 came across?
So that was Glenn Ackroyd.
Yep, absolutely. Glenn's another one that's done a lot of Polaris Championship, the side-by-side Australian Championship racing. As Cooper Weston comes across right in the dust there. Good run there, 2:02. Gee, that is no slouch there on the way home for Cooper Weston. So should be very happy with that, starting out a bit down.
Yeah, that's a really good time there from Cooper. He must have started a quite a ways back on the grids today, so he's made up a stonker of a time there, 2:02.
Especially when it's hard, because he would have been working his way through all of these side-by-sides, these limited classes, remembering he is in a pro car. That is the Pro Buggy, built by Rush. The 674 now making its way into the stadium. Again, if you're waiting for your team, big shout out as you're listening around Australia. Probably, might be on a smoko break or something like that, having a good time. But the 674 having a good run down there. But again, Timothy Button now through Deepwell as well.
Yes.
The 221. Excited to see that, Josh.
I'm very excited. That means that I'll have to duck out of commentary for a quick little bit. I just want to, I want to see that young fella come across the line, because I can tell you right now that car has had nothing but issues for the past two or 3 years with the drilling. But we're going to go back down to the Finke end with Keziah.
I'm with David Walsh at the Finke start-finish line. Walsh, you had a race back here. Can you first of all tell us what happened with with your car?
Oh, look, I'm not really sure what happened, but yeah, something went bang and we pulled over to the side, and that's all it wrote. So yeah, we had to jump in the helicopter at the 80k mark and fly back to town so we could fuel up the helicopter, so we had enough fuel to get back here. But yeah, we're here now and signed on and ready to go.
And I know here some of the volunteers were having a bit of a freak out. They were wondering how long they had to extend check-in to make sure you got here. Did you feel any of that anxiety or pressure, and how are you feeling now?
No, not at all. I actually think I probably got here quicker than if we had to finish the car run, because we were able just to fly ahead and go get the fuel and then get back here. So I feel good. The chopper ride was easy. We just sat there talking, and yeah, here we are now, ready to go.
For all the chat that's happening about you, you seem pretty chill and cool, calm and collected about it. But in terms of today, it's a huge race back to Alice. It's important for you to defend your title. I think making a record if you get this fourth one in a row, or equaling it at least.
Yeah.
Do you think about that heading into today?
No, not at all. I mean, I didn't come out here to set records or anything like that. I just come out here to ride and have some fun, and I'm lucky enough to be at the front. So I just got to help manage that lead and stay smart on the bike and go fast where I know I can, and then just go easy in the rough stuff and try to get home, because unless you get home, you haven't won anything.
Well, good luck out there. I hope you get back and do win it, for everyone who's cheering you on and everyone who's been listening along here today when your car broke down and wondering where you are and getting choppered into town and back out here. But bikes, we've still got, I think it's a little under an hour before they get underway here in Finke and do that final leg all the way back to Alice. First off the grid, we do have David Walsh, then we have Callum Norton, Ivan Long, and then Walsh's cousin Liam, and then Jacob Smith, who finished second last year. He's in fifth place off here very shortly. So stand by, guys, and we'll bring you some bikes action very shortly.
Thank you very, very much. A nice little chat with David there. He's very cool, calm and collected ahead of his run back into Alice. And it's normally the way David is when he's out in front on the Finke end. He's nice, cool, calm and collected, and he'll be fine on his way home. Graham Colburn came through to Alice while we were on the cross there, and another one of our side-by-sides make their way through. I think that was the 683. I will just double check that as it pops up on my timing screen. Sorry, no, the 689 that was of Zach Gunstone, and he makes it home in 2:26.13.
Pretty cool to hear David Walsh say that he's not here to set records, but I tell you what, he is, isn't he? So, which is awesome to see the local out here, and really, I don't want to, just charging hard, having clean runs.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how he runs home, but I would say it will be just like last year and the year before that. He'll get out there, he'll find where he's comfortable on the bike, knows where he needs to push, knows where he doesn't need to push, and then he will, as long as nothing goes wrong for him, he'll be into to Alice first. But he's got a group of bike competitors behind him that really, really want to take him off that top spot.
Well, I was going to say he was a legend before he was a legend too.
Yep.
Like, I know that now his name's in lights and he's the king of the desert, but there was a period there where he was just the fast local. You know, he was one of the guys that they was tipped to take Toby Price off that mantle that he had. You know, David Walsh and the late great Damon Stokey were two of the guys that, you know, their names came up in every time, and they were the young guns. And isn't it funny, because again, I talk about this a bit this year, all these young guns, we talk about the Robinsons, they were the young guns and these sort of things, and the David Walshes, well, now they're sort of like the older legends, aren't they? They're the guys that are sort of looking towards retirement, not in the cars, obviously. We've got a lot of life in cars, which is always good, but particularly in these motorbike classes, there's a number of guys now, like Ivan Long. Ivan Long used to be the young gun, now he's the varied statesman of Fink. It's interesting the way the game changes, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely is, but that also opens the road to a heap of young guns coming in, and this vehicle has definitely seen better days. This is the Pro 2 Chevy truck.
Totally agreed. I think it's
the 477, the poor vehicle, and drivers, I would say, just about ready to come into Fink here, into Alice here, and have a couple of drinks.
Yeah, I bet you they are. It looks like they've had a pretty tough day at the office, the 477 of Jamie Henderson, and I can actually tell you that Charlotte's not sitting passenger seat in that. It's actually got Ian Baker.
Oh, wow, yeah.
In the passenger seat there is what I believe is going on.
Wow, Brad Lovell through deep well. That's good to hear. So that production four-wheel drive vehicle, that Ford Ranger Raptors made it to deep well. So that's around about 45 minutes away.
Yeah, perfect. And again, exactly on time where they want to be. Again, it'd be great to have a chat with them and see as not only the class winner, if they make it all the way, because again, 68 kilometres is still a long way away, as the 477 powers over the line. Again, it looks like a hard-fought run here at Fink, so I bet you they will be very, very happy that they have made it across here. The 47th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. Round 3 of the Polaris Motorsports Australian Off-Road Racing Championship.
Yeah, the 6108 making their way in to the Alice through the stadium section.
Now, Josh, do you take the Ranger in for a service after this? You take it in, has it done its 1,000k pre-logbook, or is it 10,000 it's due? Did they drive it up from Melbourne? How does that work?
Don't know. I'm going to have a chat with the Ford Performance guys on that. I'd love to hear the
no doubt
schedule.
They're in the stadium. I want to know, does that go in the stamp, in the logbook, in the glove box? Is that how it goes, the Fink Desert Race? And I tell you what, we're being a little bit cheeky up here, but also we want to say it is so awesome to have a manufacturer back at Fink. We've seen it in the past couple of years, but you know, those guys there to have a run here at Fink and to have all the Rangers out the back of the Hilton there. I saw plenty of keys for Raptors out there. Ooh. If you need a good test driver, Josh is your man, not me. Yeah, Josh is your man. But yeah, the moral of the story is it's awesome that you came out here and developed that car out here and it's done all the work. You know, we see the ads, we see all the action, the Fink Desert Race, and again, to hear Brad Lovell in America talking about how good the Tatts Fink Desert Race is a real buzz for us. So again, big shout out to everyone at Ford, and to be out here and developing this car and doing it and having a race in Class 7, it is fantastic to see.
Yeah, definitely is, as we get these live pictures from the Apachula end down at Fink as the Toyota 76 series. So the second in the production full drive class.
But that's through Rodinga, isn't it?
Through Rodinga. So
they're about 40 kilometres back from about in that 40k mark. And again, the 773 of Brad Lovell has what we'll call the good section left home. It's surprisingly how much it does feel like the good section. when you are coming home, you're like, this is the fast bit, in and out of the trees. It's all that iconic footage you see on Facey where they're coming down through those almost like gravelly dirt sections over those big, fast rollers. It's also got the 40K dune jump. I mean, that's iconic. The 35. It's got the 60K Tree of Knowledge. It's got the famous whoops out the front of the Alice Springs. See, when you start quoting parts of the track, like that 60-kilometre part, or 68 to Mount Squire, sorry, not to Squires, down there to Redinga, is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, no, it definitely is, and it's just such a iconic event, and interesting to see how those bike competitors were talking to us yesterday about how they wanted to try and beat David down into that first 100K of the track so they could try and dust him and get him out. But
very tough order.
You could tell. And then you speak to David after his run yesterday, and he said, I got down there in the first 60-odd K, I think he said.
Before the first fuel stops, that's what he said. He rounded them up just before. So that is the way to do it. That was exactly the plan, and that is what's hard, because they did talk about getting out of this Alice Springs end, about how important it is. There's quite a few sections down through trees, down through creeks, where, if the dust is bad, you're essentially looking at the top of the trees trying to work out where you're going. And that is make or break, and that's where that Alice Springs local knowledge is just literally invaluable.
Yeah, no, you can't get anything better than the local knowledge. So that's why David Walsh has been so dominant on this track, and you look back at other Alice locals who have made their way through.
Well, we talked about even on the grid, and I'm sorry it slips me exactly who it was, but they were talking about the numbers, and they roughly estimated, they'd sort of done some maths on it, and pretty conservatively they said that they'd done 8,000 kilometres on the track this year alone. So, to put 8,000 kilometres of track time in down here, again, guys, it's a 452-kilometre track, so you can do the math on how many times they've been up and down and in different sections, particularly sections that they might want to work on. It is very interesting to see and hear those sort of words and say what's been going on. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this race goes. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll throw over to some of our fantastic sponsors of the Tatts Finke Desert Race.
Get same race multis on tap. Choose multiple runners in the same race for bigger odds to get some of this, and this. The same race multi on tap. Download the Tab app.
What's gambling really costing you?
Always stand 30 metres back from the track, even in the absence of signage. Obey spectator exclusion and no-go zones. Stay behind and obey all bunting and signage. Motorsport is dangerous. The race may be stopped if spectators don't comply.
Well, as the 6.59 makes its way across the line, again, the side-by-sides are coming through thick and thin. We're going to continue welcoming all these competitors in through to Alice. And that one there was Warren Ward in the time of 2 hours and 33 minutes and 11 seconds.
Yeah, awesome, mate. It's going to be so good. Hey, Kate, you're up in the box, mate. It's great. You get to see what we're doing up here. We got the displays, we've got the view, we've got all the action going on. We get to see the helicopters, we get to see the drags. It's the good spot here.
It is good because I was wondering, I'm down there, I'm in the Dust Bowl, I'm working my buns off, and you guys are just up here taking a seat, chilling out with the aircon going. You got snacks and teas and coffees here. This is where it's at. I think I've got the wrong gig.
Absolutely, mate. We definitely have the good spot here. There's no question about that. We've got the first view too of down to the finish line when the dust came in and Toby Price came over. Now, Kate, how was the excitement down there on the line? Because it's so good on the fence line, isn't it? Until you've experienced it, you've never seen it. That park for me, where they park literally beside the spectators, is one of the highlights of the thing for me.
Yeah, and that's what's so good about this event. You know, we have global superstars that are here racing, and you have such great access. The fans have such great access. And yeah, there was thousands out there. They were so pumped to see Toby come and have a chat, Jason come and have a chat. And they're just the nicest guys, you know. They'll spend hours signing all your signatures, taking all the photos, doing all the selfies, and then they just were pretty keen to get backstage and crack a few cold ones. And
Red Bull and vodkas or something along those lines?
There was a few 4Xs in there I saw floating around too. There was definitely many vodkas. Well, not vodkas. Don't know about vodkas. Can't confirm that. But Red Bulls, 100%. They were everywhere.
Bit of Castle Mine, a bit of mangoes. They love it.
Yes.
Very good. That's excellent. As a good Queenslander, I'm a fan of that. Now, listen, the other thing that you mentioned is about superstars. This is what I was going to say. Obviously, Toby Price, huge draw car, and should be for good reason. But you were standing on the line there with Greg Gartner as well, the first man to win in a trophy truck in 2011, and also Travis Robinson. Oh, is he not a wild man?
Oh, wow. I just wasn't quite sure what was coming to me out of that car from
so good.
From Travis. I wanted to talk to his brother as well because they've got so much personality. They are just a law unto their own, I think. They just you know, walk their own pace and they do their own thing, and there's no rules for those Robinsons.
Alice Springs lights up when OBR's in town. I tell you what, they come here with a vengeance, and it is a good time. They're so good. But what I was going to say is, like, you know, Travis Robinson set the fastest time ever not so long ago. It's obviously been beaten now by Toby Price, but we're talking about a legend. Greg Gartner, the first man ever to win in a tin top in a trophy truck, a legend. And Toby Price, the first Australian ever to win a Dakar. I mean, the field. That's what I just love so much. And even as you go further down, we're talking about, you know, Bo in that trophy truck, just so fast. You know, looking down the field, there's also Kent Battle and all those guys that were running again, and they all get on the fence and they're getting signatures. And
so
like you said, that family, they're hugging their kids. Again, I don't know if anyone else realises that you've been at V8 Supercars. You're very sanctioned off from the action, aren't they? You can't walk through the pits. You can't look at these things. You know, it's a bit tougher to get involved with, but Finke make it just so accessible, don't they?
Oh, totally. And the drivers and riders are there for it. You know, they want to connect with all the fans. They want to make a big deal of this, and it's so great to see that positive attitude. There's not that ego here that I've seen in some other sports and other motorsports as well, you know. It's just, we're here to have a good time. We are a good community. We work together. We want to stay safe. We want fair play. We all want to make it to the end and celebrate, drink some beers together and some Red Bulls and whatever takes your fancy, and just get into it. That vibe, you know, there's healthy competition, but they all shake hands at the end of the day.
Absolutely, yeah, they're all mates at the end of the day. And that's the other thing. You join us at the presentation dinner tonight, because you got to see that. There's nothing like that casino. It's going to be a good one at Lassiter's tonight, and I bet you there's going to be some very sore heads on Tuesday morning.
Oh, I bet you. You wait till you get to the airport at Tuesday morning. There'll be a lot of sunglasses on, a few Panadols, maybe some Nurophens going around. Did you want to talk about who just crossed that finish line there?
683, absolutely. Let's talk about Tim Wadlow's across the line. A great run there. You saw the fist bump from up here, didn't you? And also we've got Paul Tuck-Lee on the screen right now in the 996 single-seater car, so as they make their way towards the end. Now listen, talking about airports. You're going on an airport ride yourself very soon. A little bit of an international flight, a little bit of motorsport.
Oh, I am. So, in July, I am going to Mongolia, the most random place in the world, I would have to say. But I'm going for a 2-week motorcycle trip there. And it'll be off-road. I'm on a Honda 450. Kickstart. I'm not sure about the kickstart yet. I'm going to have a really strong leg by the end
It'll
of it.
be good, definitely.
Yeah, so lots of sand. I don't know. Maybe it can be my Fink preparation so I can come back.
Hold on. Did you just say that we're going to mic you up and let you ride down the racetrack? Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
It'll be a good time.
That sounds like an excellent idea, but I really would like to put the word out that if anybody needs a navigator, I am so keen to get in your side-by-side, your truck, your buggy. Just count me in. Well, we can do a media thing together, you name it. I would just love. I'm so inspired by all these people that are heading down to Fink and coming back, and just the adventures and the trials and tribulations of everything. It's so fascinating to hear their story. I really want my own Fink story.
Yeah, absolutely. That's an awesome thing to have indeed. I was actually talking to Josh about it before earlier, and I was talking about I'm lucky enough that I've done it a couple of times, and even as a guy that's done it a couple of times, coming across that line, for some reason there's something about this race. I'm telling you, it's specifically this race. When you come across the line, and I talk to a lot of guys, there's almost like a flood of emotion. You don't realise how much, and I think it's not just the race, it's the logistics of the race. You know, they've got teams down the far end. Those guys are still packing up. Probably Toby's guys are only just getting on the road right now after packing up pits and tents and swags and everything else. You know, the Method boys were down there. They'll be on their way back now. The year that we raced it, I actually worked as a pit crew with my dad, and we were in a truck. We ended up having to weld a trailer up halfway along that stinking dirt road. And I mean, we didn't get back into Alice until 6 o'clock. So the mission for some of the pit crews is bigger than the races. The race car was back home at 9:30, and we were welding stuff in the dirt. You know what I mean? So I think it's that makes it. You've been 2 weeks away from home. You've been doing the race. You've been traveling. You've done 3 days drive. It's just everything about this race just makes it crazy. Now, listen, just up on the screen at the moment, 6:53, literally in limp mode by the looks of that. That's a very tough way to be a kilometre out, isn't it, Kate?
Oh, it's almost painful to watch, right? You've gone all this way and you get so close, yet just not close enough.
I was going to say, I think I can see the lights flashing. I think that was the turn off, turn back on. Now, it's interesting. I don't know whether this is, and I don't want to bag on any manufacturer. I've got to be very careful what I say here. But I think there was an early issue there with a few of the cars where they essentially, if they got too much load on the front of the diff, they actually had like a fail-safe, which is very good for a standard production car that they're going to, drive around the farm. But that actually hindered racing a little bit there for a start. So I reckon that what happened there is it just went into limp mode for a second. He actually stopped, restarted it, and it is as simple as it sounds. You turn the car off, turn it back on. That's the electrician's fix for everything, and that car will go again. It went into full boost mode there. So, yeah, interesting. I'd say it just went into a fail-safe there, and the 653 of Troy Besham and Anthony Milsom is home safe and sound. It's good to see, because I was thinking, man, that's a shame if you failed right at the 11th hour right there.
Devastation. That would just, you'd have to come back for redemption, that's for sure. Maybe that's partially why so many people come back year after year, because they don't actually make it to the finish line. They have to come back and finish Fink and leave with that Garn Railway spike, because, you got to get that up there on the wall somewhere and stick it in a frame or whatever it is that you do with the spike, put it on the fridge, or I don't even know how heavy it is.
Absolutely. It's reasonably heavy. It's very important. It's amazing how important it is in our lives for us Fink. Just the guys that just love it. So a beautiful view down here from Apatula on the screen now. So I think we're going to get ready here pretty soon, Kate, to get the bikes off. And it's good that you mentioned that. It's interesting you talk about, you were on the line talking to a few people. I'm sure you heard plenty of interesting stories about guys that have been here 3, 4, 5 times and never actually got a spike, whether it be the fall off or whether something goes wrong. I've got to be honest, in this day and age with motorbikes, it tends to be people falling off, not bikes breaking, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And as you've seen with the attrition rate in cars, I mean, there is so much more technical stuff that goes into cars, so much more money that you can put into them. There's only so much you can do with bikes these days, but it does seem like the attrition rate with the cars, there's so much more that can go wrong. Like yesterday we saw 30 cars didn't pull into Fink.
only 13 bikes didn't pull into Fink. So, yeah, I think it is often the riders when it comes to riding, but a lot of the time in the trucks, it does seem like there are a lot of mechanical failures that do stop them. But I also want to mention there are some badass girls out there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it was so cool speaking to Ali Howes and Sarah Corrigan before. Like, Ali that's her 5th queen of the desert.
Legit badass.
Wow.
That's what it is. Definitely. She's so good, and she's so good for the sport. Can ride a dirt bike too.
Oh.
Very talented, both the Howes. So, yeah, no loss there. They are very talented. They race each other and all sorts of things. And, yeah, Ali is fantastic, as is Josh and the whole Howes motorsport team.
Yeah, they really, really get behind it. And so we've got the women's class as well this year in the motorcycles, which is great to see. 20 girls in there. I know most of them as well, and they're just, they're really having a crack. They've put in the effort in the pre-run, and there is so much effort that goes into getting ready for Fink in terms of the logistics, taking time off work, the money that goes into it as well, being a privateer. It is a real adventure coming to Fink, like in your personal life, but also, when you actually arrive here. It is a year-long commitment, really, to prepare for Fink. Like, when you came to Fink, how long does it actually take you from when you first start thinking about it to when Fink happens?
Josh Curran, about 7 years so far to get back to Fink. Yeah, so, fair while. No, you're absolutely right. Well, it's funny, so let me circle back a little bit. When I was listening to you talk just then, I was thinking about what Ali said, which is so true on the line. I can't tell you how many times when you're halfway through this race, you're like, what on earth am I doing? I'm never coming back to this mongrel race. I'm telling you. But you get over this finish line and instantly, from the day that happens, you're like, next year we're doing this, next year we're doing that, we'll be back, we're going to book earlier, we're going to pre-run, we're going to get better, we're going to GPS it better. I can tell you it's so funny that you say that, because that's exactly what I think. Basically, from the second you step out of the car, I bet you most of those people down on that line are prepping and thinking what they could have done better for 2024.
Wow, it's like a drug, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fink drug. Once you've had
It's worse than cocaine, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Oh, am I allowed to say that? Is that live? Sorry, guys, I didn't mean that.
I reckon we need some Fink interventions for a few people.
A lot of people would be interventions. Yeah, absolutely.
Send them off to Fink rehab, I say.
Yeah. I don't know where that is. I don't want Fink rehab, I'm telling you. But no, it is so good, because you're absolutely right. These guys, we talk about it all the time, where you are basically thinking and talking and what could happen different next year. I mean, I got to be honest, what I see, if you want to, start talking about juxtaposition and things moving around, is like someone has to work out how to out-qualify Toby Price. That's going to be something that's going to be a bit of a game changer. I mean, even then, Toby is the man. But I think that one of the keys that everyone's going to go is, how can we qualify? How can we nail it? And then that brings itself a problem, because then you put so much pressure on yourself. Do you end up stuffing up your prologue and you don't go? I mean, there's just so many variables, isn't it, in how you can do your next Fink different.
Yeah, 100%. Like, you just need to get him into some dust, I reckon. Overtaking out there cannot be easy, that's for sure, especially with the size of some of these trophy trucks. It just must be almost impossible, and I cannot wait. I reckon next year, the year after that, we're going to have more cameras down there throughout the course of the track. We'll be able to see these overtaking moves. We'll be able to see so much more detail and everything that goes on out there as this event builds in terms of coverage. It's really exciting, because that's where the good stuff happens, those overtaking, down the whoops, the big jumps, whacking into a tree, all that kind of stuff, seeing all the campers, that's really cool stuff.
Well, Kate, I also want to know, how cool was it? You got to go down there beside the 410, literally as they pulled up. That's Greg Gardner, and bent over roof number, he didn't roll it or anything. That's just the way he drives, my man. He was out through the paddock. I got a good story again. He's the only guy that has passed me 3 times on the same Fink run, and we actually finished in front of him. I don't know how that happened. He's a wild man, I'm telling you.
The weird things that happened at Fink, so he rocked up and there was so much flora and fauna all in every single possible crack in his frame. He must have collected an entire gardening centre on the way out.
Perfect. Bit of firewood for tonight.
Yeah, exactly.
He's got it sorted for camp. No, absolutely. He's a maniac, and I tell you what, he knows this Fink track quite well now. He's been doing it a lot of years, and again, you can't take anything away from him. 2011 top step, first trophy truck to win, so very cool.
There's just so many great stories here. It's just incredible, and it does seem like you've either come and done, feels like 50% of the field have come and done 10 10,
Yep.
and then the others are all first-timers.
Yep.
It's amazing. There were so many first-timers out there. I was at the riders' briefing, and Yoff asked, who are the first-timers here? And I swear, half the field put their hand up, which is really great because it shows that, you know, this sport is still growing. Fink is still growing. We're still really encouraging and attracting new people, new fans, new riders, women, and really spreading that pool. It's really cool.
It is very cool. And well, you got to talk to some awesome, excited youngsters over there on the stadium bleachers there. They were hilarious. Old mate, I was saying before, I don't know if you heard, I reckon old mate's about 4, but he's been coming to Fink for 5 years, that old mate. He knows the mullet. He knows where to get the good seating spot. He is living the dream. That's a Fink king right there.
Oh, yeah, he was perhaps just born here. I mean, you have no, it's maybe down at turn 1 or on the start-finish line or something, but how about the other group of boys I caught up with down in Parc Fermé? One of them was having a chat. Just send it deep and brap over the finish line.
Made the noises. I love it. He's ready to go. He's got the 250 ready to ring out. Yeah. It will be a good time. But that's exactly right. That's what makes Fink so unique, is that you can get so close. They're right on the fence line, having a great time in the stadium area. Probably should say that, 30 metres back from the track everywhere else.
Yep.
And it's been good this year, Kate. Yep. Everyone's been following the rules. It looks like it's been good down the track. We haven't heard any complaints, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, well, actually, an update, I'm going to talk to someone from the St John's Ambulance a little bit later, but they have had a really great weekend. They've had no spectator incidents. They've kept the number really low, and they are just, obviously, you know, we don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, but they are very happy with how everybody is conducting themselves out on track. They're staying 30 metres back, and everybody's really playing by the rules so that we can keep this event going year after year. And it's great that we all understand how important that is.
Important it is, absolutely. That's exactly right. Yeah, and now listen, I'm throwing you a bit on the spot here. I hope you're all right, but let's run it down the list a little bit. Did you get to catch up with some of the other races, like Shannon Wrench, any story out of the 33 camp, or Kent Battle in the 31? There's a few guys down the list a little bit that, you know, as in not down the list. I didn't mean that, like as in when you walk down the line. You know, there's some interesting stories through there. They had some trials and tribulations over the course of the race. Hopefully everything's going good, and there's, you know, still home in a great position. They're looking at championship points. We are part of the Polaris Motorsport Australian Off-Road Racing Championship, because that's something that's unique about Fink, probably for the car guys, is the fact that you are looking at a championship versus a one racer. You know, you get a specialist like Toby come in, he has nothing to lose. He's not looking for points at the end of whatever. He's looking for the top step, whereas there's guys that, you know, obviously looking at championship points. And then the other one that was absolutely crazy was Cook came in the 601 in a side-by-side in like a 2-hour flat. I don't even know how that's possible.
He was just flying. That was fantastic to see him come over the line, and it would have been, you know, great to capture what's happening with Shannon and Greg, and, you know, the overtakes there. And yeah, we will catch up with them at some stage, 100%. Shannon had run away. I don't know whether it was to drink some champagne, or because I think everybody should be celebrating if they're finishing Fink, or off to go and see some family. But there's so many great stories and untold stories right now. I feel like we'll have to get to the closing tonight at the casino, and all the good stories will come out
to find out exactly what's going on. That's exactly right. And you're absolutely right. Like, you know, we obviously celebrate our top 3, top 5, top 10 classes and that sort of thing. But there is absolutely no, like, you got to understand, we talked about with the motorbikes with Jeremy yesterday about his podcast and bits and pieces, but we're saying, like, you got to understand that spike means so much. The 110th or 112, doesn't matter. You're a Fink finisher, and you know, lots of people will just give you a pat on the back and go, did you do that mad race? Did you finish it? Holy moly, you got a spike on your mantle, you know? Like, that's pretty cool. And I got to be honest, I'll shake your hand and think that you're an absolute legend if you've done this race, whether it be a car or side-by-side Super 1650, you know. What about these guys in a Class 7, driving a Class 7 all the way up and down this track? You're an absolute madman.
Oh, totally. And as you say, you know, a good position, obviously for some people, they just want to come here, they just want to finish it. It's a bucket list thing. They're here to do it with their mates. But then for some people, it is a really important race, say for Travis Robertson, very important AORC points for him. There are other people within the championship, really important points. But in the bikes, like, if you get a good position, you could pick up a factory support, you can pick up a factory team. Like, look at David Walsh, this is the one race he does each year, and he has KTM factory support. Like, I don't know many other racers that do one race a year and are on the factory team. That's a pretty unique situation.
Yeah, that's right. And he's heavily involved with the development of that in bits and pieces. Actually, we'll shout out the Don River Dash is an awesome race that they actually came to do last year. David Walsh had turned up there. Liam Walsh actually won it. Unfortunately, Dave had a bit of a spill and tweaked a leg or something along those lines. But the long story short there is the Don River Dash, another race that's really cranking along at the moment with the desert stuff. And it's great to see these big desert gurus come out and have a crack at a couple of different races. There's also some awesome ones, isn't it? Like, Finke has such a steeped history that it's created some legends that have been racing, these names. We talk about Ben Graham. That's so cool that he's out having a really good crack. Callum Norton to have that little fall off at the start and then run straight through and, have that great ride to the end. It's just so cool to see.
Totally. Like, Callum Norton is such a good guy, and that hard charge in prologue to come through to P2 on a pretty sketchy track by that stage. I think everybody had some scary moments on that, but yeah, for him to pick up that pace after having that off is quite amazing to come through in P2.
It really is. Hey, Kate, how good is this action right here? We've got a trophy truck running, but we've also got one of those little Polaris. Now, I'd almost bet that that's one of our sports, not our turbos. It's an earlier XP looking at the front of that, but unfortunately, all the way home and then stopped. Oh, man, again, we talk about that time and time again, how heartbreaking that be. Hopefully they can get that sorted. But again, and that's Chris Roche. Sorry, not on screen at the moment, but the trophy truck we saw before was Chris Roche. They actually towed that truck across the Plenty Highway, the bushwhacker truck, to come across. So that's awesome to see them have a good run, and they're back in the stadium now, not too far to get home here. And again, Kate, this is one of the awesome things that we see now is this stadium area. Back in the day, it was just two S's that flowed in. Now, that was awesome, but you couldn't sit on the bleacher, really just a couple of speedway corners. Now we get to see them jump, dive, hit some berms. This area is just so awesome. And then in between, you get to sit on the big screen. Probably the only downside is you got to listen to Josh and I waffle on.
Oh, you guys are so full of such great
full of something.
Intel.
You're absolutely right. Full of something.
Anything could have come out of my mouth just then, but no, it's been so great to listen to you guys inform the fans of about so much, about every single truck and vehicle that goes by. So much rich information, and it really paints a picture.
Yeah, listen, one of the turbo buggies, trucks coming through there, and it is so cool to see that. It's actually the ex-Denny Brown car, that one. I believe it had some later built stuff on it and came out of America, but it's good to see Chris Roche. Chris Roche has had a couple of cars over the years. He actually had some problems with cancer, which I hope is reformed at the moment. I do follow him on social media, and he's out here racing a trophy truck, which is awesome. Stephen Walton actually in the passenger seat. I didn't realise that. That's UTV surgery. So it's very cool to see Stephen Walton in the passenger seat of the 407.
Yeah, you were talking about that Honda being quite unique as well.
A Talon, that's exactly right. I'd never seen a Honda Talon before. As you said, the 6634 now home in Alice Springs, which is awesome. And they've had them in America for a couple of years. They actually got a Kawasaki side-by-side as well. And for whatever reason, they don't seem to be just cranking in Australia. So it was really cool to see that Honda come out and Talon, because they've got a really good name over in America in the power sports. Because as you guys no doubt know, the American power sports industry is completely nuts. Like, there has to be a billion flying side-by-sides at Glamis on any given weekend, particularly on a big weekend. This power sports sector now, and we're seeing it in Australia with our race crews. Wasn't so long ago, but you've got Lone Star. You look at an American race now, and the UTV. Let's use American slang. They call it UTV. Here we call it side-by-sides, but that UTV category over there is just absolutely packed, and it's so good to see that development coming down to Australia. Again, Kate, I don't know how long you've been following Finke, but it wasn't so long ago that if you ran 3 hours in a UTV, you were like one of the top competitors in the side-by-side class. I'm only talking about 8 years ago. And now you look at it, they're running down that 202. Actually, in fact, and I was telling Josh this story before, I had to eat my words because they told me that a UTV at some point at Finke was going to run 2 hours. I said, there is not a chance that will ever happen. Like a 2 hour flat. Well, it seems that they are at a 2 hour flat. Probably next year you'll see them run in an hour 50 something, which is absolutely nuts.
The development is insane, just year on year. I mean, what times are we going to see? Like, where does it max out?
Well, this is the other thing that I just don't understand is, like, Toby and Greg both are listed as 6-litre motors. Now what happens if Toby builds a new 7-litre, gets another 200 horsepower in that trophy truck? He's already running in the 136, 130, whatever that time was. I'll have a look up, but a 143 on the way home. But, you know, like once you get down into that 130 mark, that's just absolutely nuts. It wasn't so long again. And again, the time that Travis Robertson ran was a 146, I believe, to run the fastest time one way ever. So, you know, to think that that's now, that's the top three all ran, top four today all ran faster than that. So crazy, isn't it, to think that that speed's now available? So, and that's passing cars in the dust.
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, is it money? Money helps. Money helps everything.
Definitely development too, though. We actually had really good, on our Dirtbags podcast, we actually had Craig Lowndes on Monday, which was, well, it was exactly a week ago now. And it was interesting to talk to him. He's with KRE and doing engine development. And even we were just talking about, you know, like in a street car, if you had 500 horsepower, say 15 years ago, you had a really fast street car. Whereas now, you know, a lot of those NA cars are now running 800-900 horsepower turbo cars. Anyway, let's not get off track, but essentially, development of all that engineering has come so far. We see it in everything, don't we?
So what are the horsepowers that we're looking at in the higher kind of ranges in the pro buggies and the trophy trucks?
Yeah, definitely. Over 1,000 is where we're looking at now. So, listen, I got to say everything here is to be taken with a grain of salt because it's great rumours that are spread on the internet. So, you know, but the word on the street, and I would think that it would be the biggest horsepower naturally aspirated, so let's start with it, is Brent Smoothie's truck. And it runs over 1,000 horsepower by a Joe Gibbs 7-litre V8, all billet, everything, everything's custom, you know what I mean? And then the second part of that would be the turbo cars, and they've been rumoured to be over 1,000 for a little while. But the trick there, and I'm pretty sure everyone on that line will tell me, they'll do 1,000 in prologue trim. So lots of those guys wind them up. They have a lot of, because, you know, they've got basically a dial on them, if we want it, for want of a better word. I'm sure it's a laptop computer, but, you know, there's a setting on it, and you'll run, you know, over 1,000 horsepower in full kill mode. But if you ran Fink there and back in full kill mode, the motor wouldn't make it. I think that's always been an issue for the 3.5 turbos. So it's almost like a push-to-pass type thing in, you know, Formula One, where, you know, if you need that extra horsepower for that period of time, prologue being one of those awesome times, and then, you know, you sort of dial it down. But probably most of the cars are more around, you know, the good V8s are 800 and the good turbo cars are running an average of 800, I'd say. But again, I'm sure I'm going to get slayed in the comments section and everyone's going to tell me I'm wrong. And I'm good with that. I love having a good debate about it, but that's what my micrometer eyes, that's my settings. I think that's about where you've got to be at. I mean, I know we're building a new motor for our buggy and it rolled off over 800 naturally aspirated as a 5.8 litre. So if I know that that's what we can do with that, I think that's where we could get with 7 litres. So that's pretty much, it's a pretty safe guess. I've got reasons. Educated, that's what I was looking for.
So what's Toby running?
Still a 6 litre at the moment, that's what he said. So yeah, 6 litre motor in that. And it's a motor that comes from Dugan's over in the States. And I believe his engine package is pretty special, as is the Mason package, where they, as in Brent Smoothies, where they actually send it back to the States. However, the Australians do have packages inside Australia. Like, I hope I'm right with this, and I apologise if I'm wrong, but I'm sure, well, I know Billy Geddes for a fact is KRE, and I believe that Bo Robinson is quite tied with KRE as well, and a few other teams out there. So, but again, Carrison is a guy that builds amazing motors, has for many years. John Barbagallo has built amazing motors out of Townsville. There's a lot of really good guys. Again, that Carrison Ford, I tell you what.
How's this guy? I think he might make it. It's kind of a bit of a nurse coming over the finish line there. Be devastating.
Absolutely.
But he's going to do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, give him a big cheer as he takes the flag, because I tell you what, this has been a big weekend of him. He's wiggling the wheel. He's waving the 6170 over the line. That's a big day, and I tell you what, they'd be pretty happy to make that happen.
Yes, so that was Anthony Harrison, Samuel Crawford. Kate, thanks so much for joining us up in the box. I hope you got a good look around, and we'll send you back downstairs so you can go have some fun with the bike competitors.
Well, I was going to say, we're about to get underway down at Apatula very soon. It's going to be, well, we've thrown over to Apatula. I reckon we're going to be racing here in a minute, Kate.
12 o'clock on the dot. We will be heading out with the bikes, and I cannot wait. I'm so excited, boys. Thank you so much for having me. Good luck with the rest of the day, and I'll see you out there.
No worries. Sure will, if not at the casino later.
Hell yeah.
Righto, Josh. So like we just said, we have thrown over live down to day 2 at Apatula.
Yeah, we're back in the sticky end of things again, you know. We we have that little hiatus here at the Alice end, and we go into a little bit of recover mode up here in the commentary box, as we have a whole slew of bikes that are about to come hurtling towards us here in Alice, and I can't wait to see whether that number one bike will retain that number one spot.
Yeah, exactly. It's still a long way. We're only halfway, but yep, David Walsh is tipped to be the favourite. He put himself in that position on the way down too. He did exactly what, let's say, the other teams didn't want him to do, which was barrel them up by fuel spot number one on the way down, about that 70, 80K mark down. It was interesting talking to Jeremy yesterday, where he's talking about some of the mind games. I don't know if it's, they don't do it hard mind games, but again, you sort of got to pick whether you want your fuel stop early, whether you want to do a fuel stop later, try to run past them and then get fuel. Maybe you can get in and out of the pit stop, because that is something that's quite unique here with the Finke Desert Race, or at least to ours, is that we've got pit stops that aren't in the same place. So they run down, they'll have, most of the top bike guys will have two. Oh, you're getting pretty excited. Holy moly, Josh is running out of the commentary tower here, because I would say this is young Timmy Button, the local, coming through. They'll be very happy with this, based on the fact that he has not finished this race before, is what I understand. So Tim Button having a good crack there. Good to see this little Class 2 car come through. Again, talking about 6683 of Samuel Crammond is in. Great time there with a 2:48. The 6170 of Anthony Harris. Blair Harris in the passenger seat. Again, we talked about the 407 of Chris Roche. Stephen Walton out of UTV Surgery. So nice ride there, the big plush trophy truck. They had a good run there with a 2:47. We did talk about that Talon as well, the Honda. Good to see a Honda Talon out here, the 6634. John White. Nice run there with a 2:48. Plenty of the teams making their way back in. But again, it is the 221 of Button. And he is, wowzers, he's sending it in here, ladies and gentlemen. So as an Alice Springs local, he's making sure he's coming in hard here to the Alice Springs end of the complex. Little beam car. Elizabeth Button in the passenger seat of that car. It is a Hunter Ribmaster car, the 221. So nice clean run here. Heard Josh talk about how they'd put the new Toyota motor in it. They've done plenty of work since last Finke. And I tell you what, that car is looking strong. As they round the turn, ladies and gentlemen, for the last time, make sure you get really loud here as Timmy Button, the 221, charges over the line. The dirt's flying, the hands are waving, and he's using absolutely every bit of the track, every bit of the bopper. Timmy Button, take a bow, my man. Elizabeth Button in the passenger seat out of Alice Springs, the local. How good is that? Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw over to Keziah down in the Alice Springs end. Sorry, at the Finke end.
We are here at the Finke start-finish line. It is just minutes until day 2 of the bike race gets underway. First off the grid, we have the reigning King of the Desert, David Walsh. Right behind him, Callum Norton. And then Finke veteran Ivan Long is starting in 3rd place. Walsh's cousin, Liam Walsh, he's 4th. And last year's 2nd place, the placeholder, Jacob Smith, well, he starts in Finke and 5th, sorry. And just keeping in mind, this isn't just about who crosses the line in Alice first, but who gets the fastest time across these 2 days. And these riders are so close, and this is what makes the Tatts Finke Desert Race so fun. Well, I'm not going to hold you up. Let's get these guys ready and ready to race.
Yeah, so good there. Good to hear from that Apatula end. It is going to be an interesting race. There is still plenty of kilometres there. The 677 on screen now, almost all the way home. Again, it is a great feeling when you get all the way down to here. Just keeping an eye on this 677. I'm sure that's the 677. Les Shivers of Brooklyn and Brooklyn Shivers in that car. Les Shivers, one of the very, very quick side-by-side competitors. Great drive there. One of the original side-by-side competitors at the Finke Desert Race. Oh my, here we go. 684 through as well, but I just saw a flash of the 773. I did not realise that that Ranger was going to be in the stadium quite so soon. I thought it was a couple of minutes away. So I tell you what, how exciting is that? The 773 of Brad Lovell is in the house, and they are, oh my goodness! Ladies and gentlemen, the double tap. How good is that? That Ranger, there is no throttle left. A production vehicle, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together. That has won the Baja class over in Mexico. I believe it was the 1,000. I'm sure it was the 1,000. And they also have now just won the Class 7. Well, I suppose we've got to wait and see corrected time, but I'd be surprised if they haven't just won the Tatts Finke Desert Race, the 47th running. You heard them say they wanted to do both, so how good is that? They put all the chips on the table there. Oh, another one of our fantastic Class 4s coming in. This is one of the Commodores. Admittedly, it's highly modified. Not too many Commodore parts left in this one, I don't think. The old door slammer trophy truck. Making its way into the stadium, through the whoops now. Not too far. This is a good feeling, I can tell you. You can almost taste the Milton mango. It's right there at the Chicane Club, I can tell you. These final set of whoops. You know you're so close. Your shocks are toast. They've boiled. Your engine temperature's probably up, but it's good to go. Have a look at this as they make their way through again. Fronts up, he's on the gas too. Have a look at this. Got out of those whoops, and he's like a wolf in hunt mode, the 486. That's Jamie Lawson and Jordan Lawson out of Ross, Northern Territory. Nice clean drive. See those A-arms working. I love some of this footage that we're getting here today. It's really enjoyable to watch those coilovers work, those big bypass shocks. Get a really good close-up view of some of the modifications these guys do to race these cars. Radiators on the back, airflow going. Again, the 486 coming back through. Now, ladies and gentlemen, all our drivers out there, I've just had a call up by the site manager. So if you can start making your way reasonably quickly, no doubt you're enjoying a mild, cool beverage or something along those lines, but if you could make your way back towards your vehicle in Park for May, you are going to be released quite soon. Again is the 486, Jamie Lawson and Jordan Lawson out of Ross, Northern Territory. Make their way, and shake the building on the way through. I like it. But again, all drivers and teams, and if you're going to take the car out of Park for May, sitting down here very soon, and for all you people in the crowd, if you want to smell a bit of race gas, gas out of these trophy trucks for the last time. Make your way over here. They're going to let them out of Park for May very soon. David Walsh on the line, ready, waiting, eager. Up on the revs, ladies and gentlemen, we are away. 12 o'clock exactly, leaving the line. David Walsh on his way on a mission. 4 times King of the Desert. Can he do it? About to equal the record. What a great ride out of there. Look at it. Smooth, fast, clean. That KTM 500. All the gas. Beautiful jump off that Finke Apatula finish line jump. We talked with Jeremy. Have a look at that suspension. Right behind him is Ivan Long on the 6 bike, chasing. Longy's been here before. This is going to be interesting to see. Have a look at this. The number 6.
A man on a mission today, I would say, Dan. Sorry to leave you up here for the start of the bikes there.
Totally understand, my man. Timmy Button making his way in. That was one to celebrate.
Oh, mate, they are so happy down in that camp. I've not seen a small local team that happy in a very long time. So, again, a massive congratulations to them, but we're going to get back down into the business end of the bikes now.
Yep, the 296 of Callum Norton, looking fresh, looking ready. This is that weight that we've got to do. Again, these guys all in 20 minutes, obviously on corrected time. So it is going to be the first person across the line is the victor. And Callum Norton getting ready now. Making sure everything's set, ready for that hard launch. He's going to want to keep Ivan Long well and truly behind him.
But a big advantage to make up here.
A nervous wait, even for us in the commentary box. We're not even riding it. We're all up on our feet. We're ready to go. We want to see this. How do you take it away, though? David Walsh looked like a magician cutting through that deep red Finke dirt down there. Over the tabletop, absolutely no issue at all, Josh. It all just looks so clean, so prepped.
Yeah, it's David Walsh. He's just got nothing but years and years and years of experience out here on the bike, and especially in these really dire, quick, fast situations. The man knows how to get out and put his head down and get to where he needs to be as Callum Norton sends his way off to Alice.
Now, interestingly, though, I guess I will say, Callum Norton and Ivan Long both had time on the ground yesterday. None of it was bad, but does that affect your mental game a little bit? You just feel a little bit sore, a little bit achy. You know, you've now washed that out of the head, realise that you're 2 minutes behind and knowing what pace you've got to set to catch up. You know what I mean, Josh?
Yeah, I definitely know what you mean. It would be playing on some of these riders' heads, but they've got to get rid of that today, Dan. They would have been told by their teams and by the people close around them to not worry about it, clear your head and get it straight for today, because that's all you've got to worry about is getting your head down and getting that bike down through the desert as Ivan Long gets off the line now, and he's not far behind at all.
Yeah, the awesome thing now today is, again, they're not worried about corrected time. It's who gets that checkered flag. You've got to be first on track. That's all that matters. Ivan Long.
Oh.
Now, Liam Walsh is also off the line now as well. There was only a couple of seconds splitting them, Ivan Long and Liam Walsh, so we didn't see that. Oh, my goodness. Ivan Long just sent it off that tabletop. But Liam Walsh right here. Liam Walsh, the king of the Don River. So he knows how to win a desert race or two as well. Liam Walsh riding really well. He's done his time up here.
Yeah, Jacob Smith on that number 2 bike, attacking and trying to catch up to the back of Liam Walsh straight away. These bikes are coming through thick and thin. Corey McMahon now on that number 4 bike, the Gas 450. This is going to be such a close run down to Allison. Really, again, it's going to be a fight to the first fuel stops again, I think, Dan.
Yeah, the 450, so glad you mentioned that. It's so damn cool to see that 450 just absolutely rev it. And he is having a good crack at that. It'll be good to see Corey have a great ride there on the 4 bike.
They're all riding on the limit.
Yeah, there is no getting off the gas here this weekend. The weather conditions do look good. We talked about that little sprinkle of rain down the track, so it'll be interesting to see how that plays out as now the 236 gets off the line.
Yeah, Corey Hammond off the line now. He's another person to watch. He is quick on this 236 bike. As we continue to send these bikes off here towards Alice Springs and crown our new King of the Desert.
Wow, will it be new?
Yes, that is true.
I'd
or
say.
will it be a reigning?
There's a good chance that we will have a reigning, dominant, all-powerful king known as David Walsh. But again, we're only halfway there.
Yeah.
Don't want to put that commentator's mocker.
Yeah.
There's a lot can go on. We talked with Kate before about how mechanical failure doesn't seem to be a thing with the bikes, but again, when you're pushing them this hard for this long, we saw an era and no mere mortal could push these bikes to their limits. But these guys are not mere mortals, Josh. They're gods, desert gods that walk among us.
Yeah, they definitely are. And when you live in this country for so long and you're pretty much brought up on it, you are classed as a desert god. But you know, you've got these legends behind you that continue to come through. Like the number 9 bike, that's still got Ben Grabham on it. You know, he's only a little bit down the pack, starting behind these guys, and he had a really good ride yesterday. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes, as well as the number 5. You've still got Brodie Waters out there. All big names in the Australian, you know, bike scene, who know how to ride a bike. But here we go. Let's see who we send off next here on the line. It's Ben Grabham. 4-time King of the Desert in previous attempts.
Yeah, he changed the face of desert racing. I think it's really where we started taking it very, very seriously. I know everyone wanted to win the Fink, but this guy changed the way we think about it and then actually introduced Toby Price to the race. So if you're a Toby Price fan, heck, you got Ben Grabham to thank for that, I think. The number 5, also away, Brodie Waters, like you said, looking very smooth, fast, comfortable. Nice ride there again. Gaggle of 500s on their way down the track now. The 275 and the 7 lined up side by side. Keep a good eye on these splits here.
Yeah, Connor Adams on the 275 on that Husky, and then you got Luke Hayes lined up next to him on the 7 bike.
So another quick mention that 4-wheel drive came in the 773. Just shouting it out because a 251, a sub 3-hour run in a production 4-wheel drive deserves a huge pat on the back. But the 275, it looks like, is going to be, wow, this looks like it's almost going to be a drag race. Yep, up and down. Because again, starting on corrected time, Luke Hayes will be doing the chasing of Connor Adams. That's how close it is. Imagine Luke, he'd just be thinking, oh man, there was that time I could have just held it on just a little bit wider and I'd be getting the dust-free run here. Although the dust doesn't look too bad at the moment. I mean, I say that because I'm not on the bike, but years past we've seen it where you couldn't see the motorbikes by this point. So they'd have to be reasonably happy with track conditions here this weekend at the 47th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race.
Yeah, you got to be. It has definitely been a year for conditions. We've had some lovely weather in the Red Centre recently, and over the past weekend we've been blessed with some lovely cool days, and you know, majority of us here are wearing, you know, shirts. So, and it's not something that you normally look to be doing at Finke at this time of year. So, no, it's been a great little year here at the Finke so far, and lovely weather.
Yeah, madness, overnight showers, a little bit of cloud coverage, exactly like you said, the warmer weather. As the 11 now goes up on the throttle.
That's Cody Stevens off the line now.
Nice clean run there out of Apatula, making their way towards the Finke River. about 10 k's down to the Finke River. You cross, then some really fast open sections, Josh. For a little bit, you're actually on the service road down there. You are absolutely at the top of your bike's performance. Wow, the 11. Treating that drop off like it's not even there. These guys just make it look all too easy, don't they? As now the 12 and the 229 is online.
Yeah, Jay Simster on the 229 and on the 12 bike. That one is Sam Hadley. So you've got Jay Simster up against Sam Hadley here. As we have another one of our side-by-sides make their way through. We'll give you an update on that one once it pops up on our timing screens as we continue to send off some of our bike competitors.
A little bit of a wait now, isn't it? The 12 doesn't even have the hands on the handlebars. So I'd say we're still a little bit away from their start. And again, if I was sitting on the line, I can tell you the tension would be getting to me right now. Just like, I'm ready to go, I'm ready to go. I've done all the work. Let me go, let me go. Like a bull at a gate. Look at all the other competitors down there as well. Watching the top bikes get off the line. The 229 away now. Lots of those riders have got 20, 25 minutes until they'll actually be on the starting grid. Jay Simster, great, clean ride off there. Looking super smooth there on the EXC-F. Still run a little number tail there. Throw a number plate on it. Ride it back to the casino tonight. As Sam Hanley is off the line hard in the 12 as well. That's an interesting position because that's almost good because he's got someone to chase, hasn't he? You know, he'd want that position so he'd know he'd just keep getting to work. Whoa, nice little double there. No dramas. The 19 off the line as well.
Yeah, watch this name, Bradley Greenfield, young Stephen Greenfield's son. Out here racing this weekend, and he's looked quick on the bike, picked up a couple of positions today starting out of 15, so he will be happy.
Yeah, Stephen Greenfield, a multi-time legend out here, multi-time winner. He was the king out here for a long reign, back in the day of Hondas in two-strokes. But Stephen Greenfield, Bradley Greenfield, I apologise, continuing the tradition of fast dirt bike riders in the desert. Also Greenfield, all that suspension technology, doing that work. They know how to set them up.
So next off the line looks to be the 281. That one there is Kent Collins, out of Mount Gambier in SA.
And the 299, Jack?
Yep, and the 299, that one is Jack Mernta.
And the 16 will be right there as well. Plenty of horsepower now leaving the stadium here at the Alice Springs as the Parc Fermé is open. Those guys are leaving.
Yep, their Parc Fermé gets lifted and they're allowed to drive their vehicle out to back to the pits and hope their transport is here by now and they can pack up and get it ready to go home. They can go home, have a shower and get ready to party on at the convention centre later tonight.
It is a good feeling making it back to Alice Springs. A lot of these bike riders are really ready for that. They're feeling it. They know that they want to get back. They want to get back safely. We're looking forward to cheering them all in here in a not too distant future. Again, the 299 ready and waiting. Bradley Greenfield, the 19, has a good gap. Got a good clean bit of air. He should be able to have a nice ride here on the way home. Already looks like he's in a better position than he was last year with that 19 plate. gone up the order a few times, and no doubt he'll continue to that pace. The 299. Again, Jack Mentha off the line. Hanging it out there with the big 500.
So hearing those revs build up.
Wow, that little kicker there, Josh, seems to be pushing a few people there where it washes the front a little bit, almost kicks the back up a little. I'd say it maybe has changed on the way out. But again, if we look at that moment, they'll probably laugh and go, mate, I've had 100 of those moments down the track. Not really a worry, not really a concern.
Yeah, no, it does look like there are a couple of little spots there that are getting riders unstuck even in that little section there. It looks to be a bit rough, but Kent Collins is off the line now as the number 16 lines up, and that one will be Samuel Stockman from Golgol in New South Wales, First TE Engineering. So we'll see what that number 16 bike can do off the line. As Paul Blouch makes his way across the line in the 217 here in Alice Springs.
And out of a little side note, as you mentioned that, the 6637 Eden Evans came in before, as we were talking about, we're going to call that. Great run there because that's the one that they blew the clutch out and broke a gearbox and all sorts of things. The Evans team have got it sorted and fixed, and they've raced all the way home. Good on them.
Ryan Crosson's there on the number 17 bike, next to Samuel Stockman on the 16. Couple of cracks of the throttle just to clear it out, make sure she's all running nice and the way the boys and girls will want them to run.
Again, this would be so hard to be sitting there on the line. You're a top 20 dirt bike rider. All you want to do is compete, and you've just got to sit there and wait for that flag to drop. The anxiety, the tension, the fact that you're chewing through a little bit of fuel, you're burning a little bit of that energy that you'd much rather use on track. You just want to get going. You're almost getting a little bit cold. You haven't been walking around. All these things, the thoughts creeping into your head as David Walsh just speeds off up the track. You are waiting, aren't you?
Yep. Yeah, these guys here, they're sitting at that 15, 16, 17 minute mark where they've been waiting for Walshy. Well, yeah, they've been waiting to go and attack him. But yeah, he's just ridden off into the distance. But we'll keep our keen eyes on the Finke end while we continue to send off those competitors, as Nick Hilo made his way through in his side-by-side in the 666 here at the Alice end.
As you said, Josh, the 16 of Samuel Stockman ready to go out of Golgol, New South Wales. Well, he looked like he was pushing forward, but I tell you what, we're still waiting. The green flag hasn't moved yet. It's up, keeping a good eye here. It's going to be a drag race off the line. It almost looks like 16. When's the 16 of Ryan Cossins? Car Victoria on the big Sherco 500. Off the line as well, and again, you can see that dust starting to settle a little bit, get a bit thicker. Again, it'll be the 16 of Samuel first. Nice, neat line there. They'll be heavy, they're full of fuel. They'll want to warm up a little bit, get those arms a bit loose. First 20, 25, you'll be holding on for dear life, fighting the arm pump. They'll be trying to shake themselves out as the 688 of Brad Wilkinson also snuck off while we were waiting there on the Yamaha. First of our Yamahas, WR450F. The 270 off the line now as well.
Yeah, James Heenan off the line.
big Sherco 500.
Yeah, it's Bopper City down at the Finke end now. You can hear all those 4 and 2-stroke motors getting absolutely sung. It's great to hear.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. The X64, that's going to be one of our 450s. Simon Gower off the line now. Doing the motocross start for sure. A little bit less friendly on the valve gear there, but he doesn't care as the X64 makes his way out. Again, that gas. Beautiful jump. They're all jumping off the finish line now. Can just see where they're picking up the pace over and over and again. And now we are starting grids. I believe it's of 8 on the way home. We'll be letting them go pretty darn fast here, I can tell you this.
Yeah, they're keen to get out there. The number 13 misplaced in this row here. We'll see how they go. Lost a couple of positions on the way down to Fink. That's Jackson McGrath on his bike.
Yeah, the 258, the 13, the 599, the 498, the 540, the 556, and the 290 all off the line now.
And who doesn't love the smell of Rue 100 in the afternoon?
Absolutely. Mitchell Bowen, Jake Cobbin, Zachariah Wright, Jackson McGrath, Ray Cole, and Jesse Moore all battling for those positions. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about to get wild down at Apatula because we've got some very fast riders that are out of position. Like you said, that 13 trying to make their way to the front, but they've got guys that are warring with them. The 13 just got cut off there. He's in third of that pack at the moment. That is not where he will want to be right at this point in time.
Yeah, could you imagine having a bad run down to Fink and they're going to put in with all these bike riders, those local heroes that want to try and get up there, and you get stuck with a whole heap of blokes that cut you off and just get in your way. So imagine how hard that would be.
Oh, and they're battling just like you are. They want that position as hard as you do. So yeah, you're absolutely right, but it's hard because if you don't put yourself in the position to be there, then you're going to cop it, aren't you? Like we said, Dusty Clem, Tyson Jackson, Josh Harris, Mitchell Outram, Lachlan Spilsbury, Rory Hill, and Isaac Gilden all off the track now. Down at Apatula, the big 2-stroker. KDM, it's probably a 300. I'd put a guess out on that one. Yep, 300 2-stroke in there, the XC. Must be Mitchell Outram. Oh, there's also Josh Harris on another KDM 300 in there as well. So some of our fast Class 1 bikes used to be dominated by 500cc KXs and, all those big 2-strokes. The Honda, the CR500 obviously has a reputation for eating people alive, but now the KDM 300 dominates in that class.
And it's Rut City down at Finken.
Rut City indeed. Brenton Keep is off the line, as is Jordan Stewart on the 286, Alan Graham on the 616, Jack Colbert on the X77, Dylan Allison on the 297, Chad Duncan on the 678, Nathan Norris on the 289. Now, it looks like they're doing minute intervals down there at Apatula, so groups of 8 at a minute interval. Gives us a little bit more time to breathe rather than 5 and 30, wasn't it? It was crazy here yesterday morning, but it's just as crazy down at Apatula for these guys.
So it looks like you remembered 8 correctly, Dan. I think we send 8 down from Fink. If I'm correct there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, maybe not. Maybe there's 6 that we send them off as. My eyes perceive me.
Who knows, mate? We're just running with it.
Yeah.
Let's say 7. We'll split the difference. Moral of the story is we've got 233 of Blair Outram on way home now. 292 of Thomas Livesey. X23 of Nathan Elliott. The X55 of Tate Prime. The X92 of Jed Gould. The 681 of Scott Huggins is also off the line, as well as the 482 of Reece James in that pack.
Yeah, these packs are going to be battling all the way into town, so this is where we like to watch because for the next hour, hour and 40 minutes or so, all these competitors, 2, 3, 4 hours, however long it does take them, they're all going to be battling away towards Alice, trying to get that all-important spike or all-important class win. As we send off the next grid of riders, we have Gerald Crow on the 259, Thomas Kroger on the 583, Dylan River on the 199, Jesse Bannister on the 212, Ben Miller on the 591, and Darcy Artell on the 274.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. And you can see just as soon as you get back how dusty it gets in this pack of bikes as they come off. Sounds like we've got another pack out as well. So it's all happening here. As also we had a car, the 132 of Jason Gibbons has crossed the line in the Southern Cross Mark IV with a 317. So the 25 markers are off now. So we've got Oliver Pritchford in the 437, Darcy Arnold, the 274, Ben Miller, the 591, Jesse Bannister, the 212, Dylan River in the 199, and Thomas Kruger, 583, Gerald Crow, 259. Whoa, getting a little loose on the start line there, Josh, for the 581, who is Darcy Hart, but also got the 518 of Austin Gardner, Austin Gardner was the one getting a bit wild there. I think the 343 of Blake Spreadborough, the 278 of Billy Hart, the X90 of Jackson Smart, the 581 of Darcy Jones, and the 230 of Trent Yearall has got off the line, as well as X65 of Jackson Hudson. All off the line at 12:26. 26 minutes behind our leader, David Walsh. Well, off the line. Probably a little bit further in corrected time as well. But they're going to be having a good crack here. Getting good place for these guys to make up some time here if they can have a really good motocross start. There are a couple of big two-bangers in there that you can hear. But again, in the desert, it's the 500s. Have a look at that.
Yeah, Matt Bell on the 794, Riley Larkin on the 196, Alan Nicole on the 792, Luke Thompson on the 215, Brock Dean on his 267, and Toby Fraser on the 266 off in that pack.
Yeah, beautiful, Josh. As you can see now, just a slight pace change. These guys are still amazingly quick riders. But you can see just that urgency. These guys, they know where they need to run for the full 2 hours to make sure that they get all the way there and back. That elusive spike at the end of the day is what everyone is chasing. Lots of people talk about it all around Australia, all around the world even, how amazing it is to get a Tatts Finke Desert Race spike. There's a lot of teams and people here that want to do it on this 47th running. Only a couple of years to the 50th. I tell you what, that'll be a special spike to have.
Yeah, the battle packs continue to fly out of Finke. Got to say, the weather down that end of Finke is looking quite clear, quite lovely down there. So these guys will be riding into a little bit of cloud cover, which they won't mind, I don't think. A little
Absolutely.
Bit of cool air.
The 642 of Devon Brown off the line, the 495 of Lewis Mongan, X60 of Ned Clem, the 613 of Scott Risk, the 262 of Jake Redding, the 546 of William Gibson, and the 736 of Mark Blake, all over that finish line, jumped down, headed out. So they've already done about a kilometre and a half. As the next pack takes off, they'd want to be keeping these guys well behind them, wouldn't they, Josh?
Yeah, definitely will be, and the dust definitely seems to be a little bit of an issue down that end of Finke now because of all the competitors that are making their way off. But that's the thing, you can see these guys are holding a little bit more back, not so much
bravado?
Bravado, yeah, bravado, exactly. And handlebar smashing and stuff like that. These guys have settled down a little bit, so that's good to see. And that was the X13 of Alex Hendricks, the X32 of Jet Hicks, the X84 of Jackson Gould, the 222 of Shane Ovaski, the 536 of Jacob Craig, and the 588 of Oliver Hamilton. So these guys and girls are definitely making their way off the line.
That iconic bonnet there, Honey, I made it. Well, now, Honey, I'm on the way home. On the way home for Stephen Morford in the 5.98. Alan Henderson in the 7.97. The 5.76 of Samuel Buckle. The X15 of William Fitzgerald. The 2.08 of Jaden Watkins. We got the X22 of Christian Spreger. We've also got Druin Blackburn in the 6.06. All off the line at a neat 12.30.
All cleanly out through that section there. We'll be happy with that. There's a couple of shakes of the head and the last little movements before they get on and send it down in there, as our next set of riders makes their way down. That one there was Matthew Lane on the 571, Brian Kent on the 294, Andy Brack on the 255, Jaden Sell on the 557, and Jonathan Colotis on the 612, as well as Kenneth Hicks on the 732. So just getting settled into their ride, they'll pick their line, pick their groove, go from there. As the revs build, drop the clutch, and they are off and running.
Again, it's that drag race for the clean air, isn't it, Josh? You really, really want it, as we see the 7.54 of Jason Gunther, the 7.84 of Grant Brochup, the 1.39 of Liam McConnell, the 7.24 of Mark McDonald, the 2.14 of Rob Knock, the 2.42 of Hayden Etherins. Where are we down to? William Nicol was also in that group in the 4.01, all off the line at a neat 12.32 race time. Alice Springs. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're listening along, big shout out. Hope you've got the live screen playing at work. Today's a good day to maybe just have a little bit of your phone tickled up. Maybe you're listening to you in your earbuds. First off, unlucky for you listening to Josh and I in your earbuds.
Yeah,
but you are here in the greatest race in Australia, the Finke Desert Race, the 47th racing. Oh, and we're up. The front wheels are up. We're motocross starting here, and he took up pretty much a whole lane there.
Yeah, that could have been very, very iffy there for a little moment, and it almost was, but that one was. Thomas Nunn off the line. Thomas Winter off the line, 6.18 and the 5.87, and then you had the 5.20 of Joseph Dukes, the 2.04 of Todd McCartan, the 2.95 of Ben Piggott, the X66 of Edward Hampton, and then you had the 5.22 of Jack Larter. XR. Very, very good looking bike, and crazy men on these things.
Hey, just a quick shout out to everyone in the arena. Also, unfortunately, let's say, misplaced. We wouldn't like to think it's stolen, but the 6637 off side by side of Emily Brandle, unfortunately her Akubra hat got stolen, has a lot of memories for it. Can you please, if you find an Akubra hat, hand it into the information centre? Nothing will be asked of it, and an Akubra does Emily Brandle out of the 6637. You know, it's a Finke Akubra, mate. It'd be nice to get that one back. Again, I don't imagine anything untoward's happened. Let's just hand it into the information centre and no questions will be asked. Or hand it back to the 6637 of Emily Brandle. But again, off the line, as you were saying, we now have Matty McFerrin, yep, on the 268. That big XR, as we were talking about plenty of times today. Luke Smith on the 572, the 735 of Alexander Kostovich. And Ricky Beattie on the 213, Josh Murphy on the 671, Dylan Burnett on the 399, and the 686 of Anthony Tyson. And now we've got another grid. Those minutes are starting. Oh, front wheel up in the air. That's how you do it, boys. Sitting down, putting that weight back. He looked like a pro doing that. The 217 of Jalma Bangma, 668 of Dan Baker, the 551 of Daniel Piggott, the 533 of Matty Dwyer, the 521 of Matthew Treadwell, the 221 of Carl Borkart, and also Michael Graves off the line there with the 288. Nice clean ride there for the guys headed off. Wow, really? I wouldn't call it the unknown. They know where they're going, but my goodness, it becomes a bit unknown at this point, don't you? What's out there? There's the monsters that get the riders of the Finke, I can tell you. Those whoops are deep, the sand is hard, the track is treacherous, and they're on their way home.
Yeah, really wouldn't want to be in one of these big packs down at the Finke end at the moment. Very, very close to some big moments there on the start line. As here in the stadium section, one of the Holden VYs makes their way through. So yes, we still have some vehicles making their way into the stadium section here. And it's good to see that they're still running. We'll see what sort of time it does here into Alice. It's on song all right. They're happy with it as well.
Well, what's cool about that 564 of Richard McNay is actually that it's a performance two-wheel drive, the fastest one. It truly is what we talk about, that door slammer trophy truck. Opening and shutting steel doors, steel roof. Very cool. That is a Commodore that has been modified. Awesome to see. Now again, off the line, another group of great racers down at that Apatula, and it is Lockie Stewart in the 574, the 664 of Lee Piggott, the 622 of Nathaniel McKay, the 634 of Nick Oakley, the 318 of Jesse Croker, the 850 of Adrian Fitzgerald. Now we also had that other group off, Graham King, 569, 774 of Sean Cheatman, X52 of Noah Hart, the 898 of Warren Zerner, the 793 of Joshua Gillies, the 514 of Todd Schnitter, and also Terry Packer on the X24. They are all off into the Finke on their way home for Section 2. Day 2, it's a big day, Josh.
Yeah, it definitely is a big day, and I've just had a little bit of an update. Now, this is some timing I've just got sent from Mount Squires, so it doesn't pop up on our timing screens, but I have just been sent this information. At 12:26 on the dot, David Walsh went through. At 12:29:26, Callum Norton went through. And then we had at 12:29:46, so 20 seconds between Callum and Ivan, and still around about a 3-minute lead from David Walsh out front. So thank you to everyone who's sending us updates up here in the commentary box. It's great to see. I actually got a Snapchat of David Walsh absolutely sending it just outside of Finke, so that was really cool to see. And it's awesome with the current technology that we've got around the place, and with everything that's going on. that we can provide pitches for pretty much the entirety of the track for spectators and everyone like that, because they're pushing out their own stuff now, which is awesome to see.
Yeah, mate, absolutely right. So cool. Now, listen, quickly, we'll get back through and call out some of these names because we know you listed along intently. We've got 2 grids now. Harley Turner on the 469. Hayden Burford on the X33 is off the line. Hey, Alexander Pearson, 305. Tony Knott, 633. Jack Ashby, X23. And Callum Cosgriff on the 525, as well as Liam Jenkins in the 322. We're all off the line in front of the X95 of Hayden Poptai. Lachlan Frame off the line in the 216. Stephen Dalton on the 506. Tamara Gray, the 955. Is that the first girl we've called?
Yep,
the 955.
that's our first of our females.
So fantastic to see that right there. And Grant Pryor, the 895. Dylan Casey in the 238. Sam Varley, the 601. And Connor Gibson, the X47. All off the line as we've got another lot, Josh, because this is how this goes here at Finke here today.
The 76 Series Toyota Land Cruiser makes its way across the line here in Alice, and it does it in 3:27.59.
Now, Josh, I was talking a bit of smack about Toyotas before, so I apologise to start off with. I do like a good ribbing, but a bit of information for you. That car was brand new when it started racing this year. It rocked up brand new as a Toyota 76 Series to round 1 of the AOC at Charters Towers. It had 110 kilometres on the top clock.
Wow.
How crazy is that, ladies and gentlemen? So that is awesome to see the 776, a very good number for that 76 series, the 776. And they had a great run with a 327. They should be very proud of themselves.
Yep, so we had the X47 of Connor Gibson off the line. Taylor Morsey on the 939, the second of our females out there. Christian Gillies on the 694. Michael Screeman on the 647. William Turlbeck on the... Sorry, we just had a little bit of an information dump there, so I'm just trying to re-find where I had that one. On the 195, Daniel Dietrich on the 703, Sam Patterson on the 226, Lee Crack on the 210, Caden Rogers on the X20, Jason Blotchard on the 789, Samuel Mooney on the X94, Mitch Yeats on the 235, Ian Downey on the 710, and Kyle Johnson on the 193.
Only 13 bikes didn't make it down to Finke. How good is that, Josh? It really does indicate how crazy and how reliable and how good this riding is. Guys out here pre-running, the suspension's better, the riders are better, there's no question than back in the old days. The top guys were still legend. I didn't mean it like that. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. History is history. But all I'm saying is to only have 13 riders not make it is super impressive. So now it's very interesting to see. Have a look at the next lot off the line now. It is the 597 of James Brockhurst, the 237 of Alistair Harley, the 667 of Philip Streeter, the 651 of Luke Grivell. We have the 777 of Rowan Adams, the X51 of Thomas Tuckerman, as well as Christian Frank off the line on the 589.
And the number 1 bike through Bundooma. So that was at 12:41.58. We now wait to see where Callum Norton is.
How good is that?
It's a quick time in there. 41 minutes into Bundooma. It's not bad at all.
Yeah, there's a reason that he's the king of the desert at the moment. That man knows how to get it done. Very, very fast in the Bundooma checkpoint, which is about 100 or not quite 80 kilometres up the track this way. So they've made their way north. About 82 odd kilometres there in 41 minutes. The 6190 is in the stadium now, so that's for the car guys. Simon Brown is now back safe and sound. The 6190 of Simon Brown is in the house. And we've got the 713 of Josh Stevens, the 524 of Kyle Hart. We've got the 987 of Alexandra Long. We have the 531 of Darcy to Michael. We have Adam Roswell on the 510, as well as the 165 of Luke Nixon. The 755 of Dale Anderson is out of the house as well now. 43 minutes after the first bike set off. We are doing grids of, we didn't even actually work that out, 7 or 8, I think. Sure, it's grids of 8. Let's just run with it.
Yeah, we're slowly getting there. That grid there was Josh Stevens on the 713, Rod Coe on the 653, Matthew Evans on the 781, Nicholas Boyd on the 256, Catherine Scoble, another one of our female competitors out there, on the 934, Drake Mills on the 552, and Tane Stevens on the 251. And I can tell you, I did see Alex Long's name in there as well, another female competitor, the 987. So there's 3 girls in there, all in a tight group that are going to be fighting for that Queen of the Desert, as we'll don it for them.
Josh, I just did a very difficult thing for me and counted some numbers on our screen.
Oh, really?
It's 7. It's 7 off the grid. So there you go. Let's run with it. We said 6, we said 8. We decided on 7. We're very happy with that. So we're away.
Callum Norton through Bundooma now.
It's a good ride there for Callum as well. Really good.
Yeah, he's picked up time there. Only a tiny bit, but he has picked up a little bit. Wait to see Ivan Long through here now.
Yeah, it's right there. It looks like really rough guess. He's about 2 minutes 55 behind David. 2 minutes, or a little bit more, maybe 57 or so. So, yeah, it's right there at the moment. It's going to take a lot. Ivan Long's there as well, 2:45.29. So he's about 35, 40, 34 seconds behind Callum Norton right now. So if you're watching the battle, they are about 80 kilometres up the track at Bundooma checkpoint. They've made their way, well, they've been in the big whoops and they're still in the big whoops. This is a tough spot to be. Very, very tough, as off the line, the 729 of Damien Bingham, the 778 of Robin Kennedy, the 750 of Trevor King, the 648 of Ian Venables, the 789 of Kit Ballon, 247 of Lachlan Bolt, the X69 of Luke Clem, and again, as we mentioned, the number 6, Drew Bundooma, the wild man, Ivan Long, is in the house.
Yeah, there's nothing in it between those two competitors, really. What was that, 12, 4, yeah, not even 30 seconds in it there.
On some of the longer straights, he's looking at the back of Callum Norton going over the dune. So, yeah, and there you go, Liam Walsh through on the Bundooma checkpoint as well.
That's a minute or so.
As Colin Schwartz, 607, Bradley Hunter, 508, Amy Butler, 998, and Simon Broomball in the 619, Brenton McDonald, 637, Thomas Jacobson, 655, and the X72 of Chris Meredith. As Josh, we've just seen Corey McMahon on the 4 pop up on that 450.
And Jacob Smith there. Wow, they're all there in a battle pack.
Yep, 15 seconds, less than 15 seconds. Right there.
They're all eating each other's dust at the moment. So apart from David, who's got the around about a 3-minute lead currently, 2:50 3-minute lead. That's what we're currently predicting up here in the box at the moment. And then you got Callum Norton, Ivan Long, Corey McMahon, Jacob Smith, as well as Liam Walsh, all through there. 15, 20. Really,
and there's Corey Hammond as well. Wow.
There you go. Yep. Nothing in it, ladies and gents. You thought the cars were close. Bikes will be even closer.
Yeah, pretty amazing. Absolutely. Very, very tight. 617 off the line now. Let's get back to that. Tim Kempster on the 121, Kevin Buntsman, 611, Mark Hangan, 617, Mitchell Dower, the 523, Alan Saunders, the 819, Patrick Nolan, the 626, Jason Mitchell on the 640.
And Corey Hammond through Bunduma now on the 236. So, yeah, really nothing in it. Next off the line at Fink, that was Michael Cope on the 240. Cass Mundy on the 355. Aaron Davies on the 628. Chris Tratford on the 716. Jake Hoey on the 538. Daniel Schauer on the 550. And Mark Rue on the 809. And Mark Rue on that 809 on a TM. So great to see a little bit of everything out here being ridden in the desert. As the next of our grids gets ready to attack the 236 Ks home.
Another one of our KDMs out real wide, trying to take out opponents on the start line. I don't know if that's cheating or not, or just smart thinking.
It's a little bit of both, I think, Dan.
Henry Buckler in the 730 off the line, as well as Lachlan McLeish in the 243, Mark Maidman in the 722, Adam Ferguson in the 696, John Downey, the 709, Frank Wilson in the 402, and Peter Tenbrink, 503 off the line. Again, if you're listening along at home, waiting for us to cheer on your rider, big shout out to you. Hope you're having a fantastic day all over the place. I've even been getting a few messages from over in sunny California and around the place. So a big shout out to everyone that's got the radio on, having a bit of a listen, checking it out, watching on the live screen. Hopefully you got on a big TV somewhere and having a great time. We're thinking of you all. Wish to see you in the desert here next year for the 48th running. But right now we are in the desert at the 47th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race, and there is none other than Ben Grabham, the number 9 bike, has just come through Bunduma.
So he's maintained that gap between Corey and himself. Brody Waters has come in behind Ben. There's only 18 odd seconds in that one. It is proper close. Between these top 10 competitors.
Yeah, 18 seconds, absolutely nothing in it there, is there? So good. Hey, let's get back. Wayne Smith was off the line there before. Haley Miller, Andrew Grace. Also had Michael Parham, the 614. William Ross on the 122. David Turner on the 764. Gareth Tyler on the 506. Then we had Scott McKenzie in this pack, the 697. Brody Hodges, the 519. Gavin Dobson on the 828. Stephen Payne on the 780. Callum Dobson on the 269. Adam Munro on the 770. Jason Griffin on the 627. Lukey Hayes is in the house at Bunduma on the 7, but they must have a blanket over to Connor Adams on the 275. There's less than 20 seconds. They're not just less, there's almost 15 seconds.
You could throw a blanket over the top riders at the moment. They're that close. And I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be one to watch. And we're currently hitting that stage now where we'll start to be thinking about fuel stops again. And we'll see how these competitors fill their bikes and decide where they want to do that down along the track. As we had Clinton Letton on the 738, Ryan Kemp on the 743, Mason Vernables on the 753, Samuel Nelson on the 280, Craig Harvey on the 721, Pierre Del La Rey on the 773, and Joshua Oliver, backwards, I apologise, the 625, making their way out of Finke. And if I'm not mistaken, we're not too far away from sending off our last grid off down at Fink. Got a couple more grids to go. Off that grid was Peter Durran on the 206, William Whitaker on the 558, Will Mahoney on the 504, Paul Kleinberg on the 264, Justin Simpson on the 609. And then you had Shane McGrath on the 299 and the X21 of Billy Barlow all leave. Cody Stevens through Bunduma now at 12:54.16. As our next grid gets ready to leave. The revs build, and it's on Bopper. Oh, the 220 copped it from both riders, both directions. So Leon Compagni on the 744, Tom Farrell on the 564, Broden Connell on the 573, Andrew Beaton on the 677. There was Dry Williams who got boxed in there on the 220 bike, Phil Connell on the 761, and Philip Keys on the 626. Dry Williams, the crazy man, on an XR 600.
Interestingly, Josh, I would indicate from that beautiful jump off that finish line jump there, what we call the finish line jump, I reckon old mate there on that little two-stroker out the front must have been, can't pick which it was, might have been one of our veterans class or something like that. Might be a little bit out of position. He already put a bit of an air gap on the rest of the 6 bikes. So I'd say maybe he had an issue on the way down because he looks like he's going to have a good ride home from that position where he is now.
Yeah, so our next set of bikes does leave the start line down at Fink. That's Jeff Gordon, the 747, Adrian Copeland, the 767, Liam Johnson, the 244, Bradley Broad, the 224, Cody Smith, the 241, and Brendan Summerfield, the 758. All out on track, making their way back to Alice on this lovely, lovely Monday afternoon in the Alice. Currently sitting at around about 23 degrees, so
it's crazy. It's almost hot. We are in t-shirts up here. It is nuts that it has come this way. It's a beautiful year. But yeah, if you didn't make the trek out, you've really missed out on a beautiful red centre. Everything is green and beautiful, and flowers are out. And because it can be pretty dry and cold in the desert every now and then, can't it, Josh, as a local?
Yeah, it definitely can be. I've experienced many a freezing cold, dry, disgusting winters. So no, it's a lovely change.
Beautiful year, absolutely beautiful. As Mitchell Patton, the 291, Mitchell Island, the 254, Kelvin Hornbuckle, 675, Jason Martin in the 574, Kyle Miller, the 513, Simon Bulk in the 731, and Asnar Young, 491 I'm running with. And Sam Hanley is through Bunduma on the 12 bike, so a nice ride there.
Yeah, as well as Jay Simstar, who was just before him on the 229 bike. He's through Bunduma. As our next grid of bike riders gets underway at the Fink end. And that one was Lachlan Carter on the 105, Miles Beaton on the 330, Samson Steinhardt on the 263, Riley Horn on the 219, Chris Keys, the 103, John Goebel, the 623, Brad Perryman, the 670, and Bradley Greenfield now into Bunduma, so he's on a good run.
Yeah, that's a great position for him to be running off. But again, it's hard, isn't it? It's still a long way. I mean, the likes of Walsh and Longy and Callum Norton are still a fair way in front on track. And again, starting on corrected time, so it just shows you how important it is to set yourself up for a great run on the way down. These guys are literally sprinting there and sprinting home now. There's no tactics in it, I don't think. It's just ride as clean and fast as you possibly can.
So the next set of legends leaves the finish line down at Finke, and that's Alice Famlonga on the 5:49, Brett Smith on the 7:48, Joshua McDonald on the XO6, Nathan Kelly on the 8:04, Craig Sanders on the 8:84, and Luke Morrison on the 2:28, all leaving Finke. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, around the traps here at the start-finish line. I hope you're having a great time so far. It's been a lovely, lovely day, and we are enjoying the racing as it comes towards us. And it looks like we've got a stellar crowd out there at the moment, packed in to see who we crown King of the Desert for the bikes.
Absolutely, mate. I totally agree. David Walsh, the local hero. So good that an Alice local's back on top. It was a while there that the imports kept having a really good run here. But again, exciting times here. David Walsh having a cracking run for a good couple of years here. But there's a lot of fast guys, a lot of new guys trying to knock them off the perch, including cousin Liam Walsh.
Yeah, I'll give Liam a couple of years and he'll be right up there with Walshy, I would say. It doesn't take long to catch on to someone's riding style, and you know, you can only do so much and take in so much from another rider, but it's all up to yourself really in the end. And I'll call off our second last grid. It's Jake Slattery from on the 253, Darren Sheriff on the 279, Benjamin Johnson on the 693, Phil Lindenmeyer on the 679, Sam Hunt was off the line there on the X36, Stephen Ralph, the 742. As my screen goes
I was going to say, all sorts of technical dramas up here. We're making it happen, though. It's good.
Oh, you got to love it. And then you had, Miles Nichols, the 763, Antonio Berloca, the 829, Timothy Nelson, 234, Peter Arnell, the 802, Jason McCormick, the 720, Shane Pinter, the 123, Ryan Crombie, the 632, Daniel Hadley on the 715, all out of Finke, into Bunduma, Jack Murtha and Kent Collins.
Well, through Bonduma with just 4 seconds splitting them too, Josh, which is very exciting. So they're literally side by side going through Bonduma right now, the 299 bike and the 281. So as you said, it's all happening here as we get out of the Finke end again. Keith Borg on the 624, Damien Jones on the 197, Chloe Barton, one of our fantastic females in Class 9. Again, if you see these 9 numbers, it's all our females, 988. Matthew Powell on the 723. Tony Lockett, the legend, on the 814. And Sam Beva on the 260. Matthew Madison on the 788. Now, also, as we were talking there,
I believe that was Jordan Dawson, yep, the 797, and he got in there by the skin of his teeth, 349.33.
Brilliant. How good is that? And again, this is what we were talking about, that performance four-wheel drive. Again, talking about the cars with the 797 that just came in. You know, sometimes they're just racing the clock. That's all they need to do to get a Finke win. Sorry, a Finke position and a Finke spike, because it's all about getting that spike. 4-hour cut-off.
Rodinga update. David Walsh, 13:02.45. So 1:02.45, he was through Rodinga. Let's see if Callum's made up any time.
Yeah, that's crazy. So that means he's just 98 kilometres out of Alice Springs. He's done over half the course in about an hour. Hour and 2 right at the moment. That is absolutely hauling the mail. David Walsh showing why he's got a #1 place and not just a fly-by-nighter. This is going to be the 4th time in the row to equal the record, which is super cool. It's an amazing year all round, really, when you think about it.
Yeah, he's definitely going to put himself in a little bit of history here this weekend if he can ride through to the pointy end here at the Alice end.
Well, the other thing is that I would think that it is historical that there's 3 in a row for Toby Price, and particularly 3 in a row where he's led every kilometre. He's won the prologue. He's led every single kilometre here for the trucks. So off the line now is Stanley Crowe, 254, Corey Evans, 654, Christopher Felden, 227, Luke Symes is out there on the 605, Bradley Bannister is on the X78, David Millington is the 644, and Jamie Hermans is the 663. So that's the 7 bikes on our screen now riding out of Apatula.
So this is just a little bit of fun facts from David Walsh. Since 2012, when David Walsh has finished the race, every time it's been on the podium. So that's saying something there. David has had the most successful decade in the history of the event. A podium this year ties him second on podium appearances, only behind Stephen Greenfield. And a win would see him the second rider in history to win 4 in a row behind Randall Gregory's 5 in a row. A win would also tie him with Ben Grabham and Stephen Greenfield for the most wins.
That is simply amazing. I probably didn't, now that I think about it, I recognise that's that, but he's never been off the podium with a finish. I understand the situation in 2:12 because he was actually set to win that bike that year that he didn't finish, and he just had an engine failure, and it was only just out of town. I was actually about 15 Ks out, and he passed us. We assumed he won, got back into the stadium, found out that he had an engine failure. How crazy is that? But what a year, because that was the year that Damon Stokey won.
Yeah, it definitely was. It was a big year, and then now through Rodinga is Callum Norton at 13:05.31. So 02. Yeah, still a 3-minute gap. Still holding out at that 3 minute. But then through Rodinga now is Ivan Long. And that was at 1:06.20. So there's a minute back. Well, yeah, just under a minute back to Ivan Long then. So David's still got a really strong lead coming into what will next be the Deep Well checkpoint, as we had another one of our fast finishes here at this end in the vehicles.
Gee, again, that dust really starting to sit now, isn't it? Well, it must be blowing back towards the camera now. I think the direction of the breeze has changed a little bit, and it's actually thrown back over. That's actually to the east as we were looking there. Because, yeah, when that pack of bikes go past, all of a sudden it is just a whiteout, isn't it? Off the line, Rhiannon Clean on the 617, Dylan DeSabo on the 752, Ian Griffiths in the 728, Adrian Donaldson the 892, Darren Wade on the 746, Susan Coop on the 973, Peter Johnson on the 705, and Simon Gower in the X64. Sorry, read that wrong. Gower is definitely through Bondooma, not off the line.
So the next set of our bike riders out of Finke, Gavin Gorski on the 810, Russell Gibson on the 791, Angus Barden on the 111, and then you had Matisse Bennett on the 954, Alex Morgan on the 639, Neil Verbals on the 609, Corey McMahon's now through Rodinga as well, so he's not too far behind in that race, as well as Liam Walsh again. Yeah, they're holding at that 15, 14 second mark, 16 second mark.
Am I on the right track, man? I hope I'm not spreading rumours, but I think Walshy went through in front of McMahon last time.
Yes, that is true.
So I think maybe Corey is on a charge here.
Maybe.
Because he's now the next bike through Redinga after Ivan Long. Again, I'm really sorry if I'm spreading rumours up in this, but I do love a good rumour or two. But looking at that, I think that Walshy has just moved, as in Liam Walsh has just slipped back a little bit. And Corey is absolutely stonking now.
Jacob Smith through Rodinga now.
He's actually the 4 sitting in 4th place on road. But Jacob Smith absolutely through Redinga, so there's a tight little war going on there.
And Smithy's like 20 odd, not even that, like again, 20, 15 odd.
Not sure what's going on screen here, Josh. We're just trying to work it out. They are getting him off the course, though. Obviously, again, with these new rules, they need to be off the course. Back 30 metres, looking for some parts and equipment and gear there, I'd say. Wonder if the tyre was flat or something was broken there.
Yeah, Corey Hammond into Rodinga now as well. There's nothing in this race, ladies and gentlemen, for these points plate, like your final spot on the podium. Nothing in it.
It's going to be a good war.
It's going to be one of the closest, I think, bike races we've seen in a while.
Absolutely. This battle for 4th, which is pretty crazy. But off the line, Cameron Caruso, the 527, Shane Sullivan, the 835, Michael Harvey, the 714, Damon Waybury, 704, Rodney Irwin, the 808, Andrew Young, the 650, and Edward Hartley, all off the line, the 657. Again, crazy to think, an hour and 10 minutes later, you're off the line. David Walsh is almost home, and you're getting off the line at Apatula. It's just one of those things. It's going to be a long day of racing.
It is just one of those days, hey, Dan?
Isaac Gilden is through Bonduma as well on the 293, as Paul Murphy on the 785, Owen Perry in the 641, Kate Raymond the 901, Shane O'Shaughnessy on the 711, Jason McMillan 225, Scott Baker the 751, and Stephen Marriott the 796, all off the line. Ladies and gentlemen, if you join us at the Alice Springs, we are starting to get closer. Probably another pretty much half an hour, pretty close to half an hour. Enough time to make sure you go and get something from one of our fabulous vendors.
Oh, how good are they?
So good.
I can tell you, I'm not trying to favour anyone this weekend of our food vendors, but that lip-smacking fried chicken van, me and Dan have been absolutely demolishing the stuff out of there.
Speak for yourself, my man. Don't let any of the commentator secrets out. But you're dead right. There is plenty of good food up and down that aisle. The ice creams are good. The drinks are good. The bar's good. Go and make sure that you partake of some of the Fink festivities, as Josh indicated we have been doing. That's for sure. The 631 of Leo Barrett is off the line, as well as Matthew Dwyer on the 173. Nathan Gilder in the X96. Sophie Kraft, the 914. Adam Aberl, 602. Clint Miller, 630, all off the line. So again, we're starting to get towards some good little riders that are just working their way through. They want this spike. I can't tell you how much it means to these riders. They've been talking about it. They've been reading the magazines. They've been watching the videos. They know what they're here for. They're not worried about that number 1 plate. What they're here is to do the there and back. And there's plenty of riders out here. It is tough. You have the tip of the hat from young Dan Curran up here, I can tell you, if you do the there and back.
Jason Dybel off the line on the 782, Tony Harvey on the 803, Rob Turlberg on the 638, Rachel Johnson on the 944, Carl Bailey Carey on the 604, Brody Waters on the number 5 is through Rodinga, and then you had Jared Taylor on the 502. Off the line at Fink in right behind Brodie Waters, Ben Grabham, through Rodinga now as well.
Right behind.
Like right behind.
Jack Colbert on the X77 through Bonduma as well. It's good to see some of this great racing happening. Again, our top three are looking pretty darn solid. Not going to, short of mocker and crashes and all those things that happen. We do see some DNFs every now and then, but they're having a good run. It is a good battle, but it's a good run out there. But what's exciting is this top 10. Again, we've got plenty of riders in there that are absolutely battling for those top positions right now. We hand out special numbers to the top 20. That's why they've got these single digit, or no, I don't know if it's single, these plates, these top 20 plates, and they are well coveted because it gives you a free start, an early start for the next race for Prologue. And I tell you what, they are just so important. We talk about time and time and time again how important Prologue is.
Luke Hayes on the number 7 bike through Rodinga, as well as Connor Adams on the 275 through Rodinga as well. Again, nothing splitting them two, as well as Luke to grab him as well. There's like 15 seconds in that as well. So,
Out of interest, Josh, I reckon this is the last bikes, the last 3 bikes off the line at the Fink end. So we have Kevin Dwyer, the 886, Sam Harmon in the X42, and Anita Boston, the 923, as our final levers down at Apatula as they get the crowd pumped up. The cheers are happening. The back guards are already bent off that bike on the little 2-stroker.
Now all eyes focus on that famous back gate here at the Alice Springs side of things now.
Absolutely, mate. Now it's going to be, when are we going to start seeing them through the checkpoints? Deep Well's going to be the next one that we're really interested in. Who's coming through and what time they come through. Again, we get constant updates now at Bonduma, so there's a lot of bikes making their way through those big Bonduma whoops at the moment. We're starting to do a little bit of track work, just putting a little bit of water down in the stadium. We talked about being the first through with the stadium with the wet, so they want to keep their eyes out. Be nothing worse than to come all the way and just throw it away back here in the stadium with it, Josh. So going to be super important to keep it clean and keep that race. But it is the number 1 that has the grip, has their hand on the trophy here this year at the Tatts Finke Desert Race.
Yeah, Cody Stevens on the number 11 bike now through Rodinga as well, as we prepare our start-finish area. So it's not extremely dusty when Walshy makes his way in. He's just got to remind himself that, though. But I can tell you he's been in plenty of situation in the past at this track, in this position, where he knows how to ride into this stadium section and keep his head down and make it around.
Yeah, crazy to think that every time that he's finished since 2012, he's stood on the podium. And this year, if he makes it back in the way that he's traveling right now, it'll be the 4th time straight that the man has stood as the dirt bike king of the desert.
And what dominance as well with that from David Walsh is, it's something that I like to speak about and give the man a little bit of respect on, is that he came out of riding a bike for a very long time, and a lot of people were, oh yeah, he's a local boy, David Walsh, he's one to watch, and they never really gave him that full credit that they did until he started coming out and just hanging off the bike. And he chased Toby for all those years. He chased Grabham for all those years. And it's great to see he's now going for 4 times in a row here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race. It's something we haven't seen since Randall Gregory. So, and his was 5, not even 4. So it's even another step up to that. So it's going to be very interesting. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we continue to update all our timing. And if you want to follow along with timing, you can do that by jumping onto the Tatts Finke Desert Race website. going to the results section, and you can follow our timing there. Unfortunately, these vehicles, to us, we don't have access to their tracking. But ladies and gentlemen, the number 1 bike is into deep well. The number 1 bike, David Walsh, into deep well at 13:18 local time.
Only about 60 Ks away now. Crazy pace they're setting this year. But we're going to keep our eyes peeled because it's going to be interesting to see. We're looking for Callum Norton and Ivan Long coming through. See how they're tracking, what position they run in. It's a long race here. Keeping mentally focused for that period of time. Very, very difficult. Even down to, like, when you think about the guys driving, other than obviously the single-seaters, have someone to talk to, someone to get, hey, mate, are you feeling okay? That was good. That was, pat you on the back, get you into a bit of a rhythm. Like, these guys are really out there on their own, aren't they?
Yeah, they really are, and they're really playing those mind games with themselves. And that's the hard thing that you don't really understand, watching on the sidelines or watching from up here in the box, is that the amount of mental strain on these competitors when you are fighting for that win, it's big.
Well, the other side of that
is,
is,
focused.
It's so taxing on the body as well. Like, you know what I mean? You're literally playing a little bit of roulette, aren't you, with the body, just going that fast for that long. So it's going to be interesting to see, because again, the consequences in a car is a not good day, and the truck's on its side or whatever that case is, and that's a bad thing. We're all saying it's a bad thing, but the consequences of this speed on a motorbike can be some pretty significant sort of things. We see, Daniel Sanders, Chucky, was just out riding and had an issue, fell off and hurt his leg, couldn't compete here this weekend, which we're really disappointed about, because he's one that I think could really have a run here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race. Very, very fast rider. But it's going to be interesting to see how that all plays out.
Greenfield through Rodinga now as well. As well as Sam Hadley and Jay Simster. So they've spread out a bit, and there you go. That's the man we were looking for. Callum Norton on the 296 makes it through deep well at 13:21.10. So yeah, still that gap out there to David, definitely. Yep. Just over 3 minutes there.
Yeah, so David's actually just ever so slightly opened that up.
Yep.
So David in a fantastic position right now. Callum Norton, strong position for him too. Coming out of that 296, he's had a couple of good years riding. Not sure how many years he's been riding, but Callum Norton, cracker of a run here this year.
Yeah, well,
again,
he's
looking for Ivan Long next, Josh.
Yep. He's definitely ridden some of the real good bikes around, and he's had a factory ride, and as we say that, Ivan Long does go through 13:22.12, so he's still right on the back of him. Just over a minute and 2 seconds.
I think that's actually a slight drop off from where he was. Yeah, a minute and 2.
Okay.
So I think he might have been a touch closer than that earlier on when we were talking about him going through Bonduma. Still fantastic spot, but maybe ran up onto the back of him and realised that might have been an issue with dust, or trying to pick his spots where he's going to attack. But either way,
maybe trying to leave it in that last edge for that 60k, in that nice flat area, and try and get it in there and push it home. So that's another thing. Is one of our choppers lands here, and I learned pretty quickly why that chopper was landing. That's our race control one. So no, it's not the one that chases the competitors. But again, a massive shout out to the Alice Springs Helicopters crew for helping us out with all our helicopter needs this weekend, and again to the Northern Territory Police and government for all their help this weekend, and with helping maintain our spectator rules and all that. So we really do appreciate it, ladies and gentlemen. Without you, we wouldn't have this great event. And again, to all the spectators out there who are still listening in, who are cheering on your local competitors or your friends and family home now, thank you from us up here in the commentary box for doing the right thing, staying your 30 metres back, listening to everyone and doing the right thing. So we really should have a great event for quite a few years to come.
Absolutely, mate. Yeah, it's definitely a tribute to all of you guys for understanding the complexity of this race. It's very, very unique. I can tell you that.
Yep.
It is the only race outside of Mexico where we get to race the way that we race. So it is one worth holding on to because it is an absolute institution in the Australian desert racing scene. Heck, even further abroad, we've talked to the Americans and they were talking about this race and just how much they love it and all the things that go on with it. So, you know, it would be an absolute tragedy if something happened to this race. So hopefully we've got another 50 years, another 100 years,
Yep.
just endless racing.
Corey McMahon through deep well now on the number 4 bike on that gas at 13:24.01. Liam Walsh through there at 13:24.56. So just under a minute for them. Around 40 seconds, 30 seconds. Sitting around about. Got to say, Liam Walsh, got to take your hat off to the young bloke.
Yeah, pretty amazing.
With the name as well like that.
Yeah, absolutely. So impressive that whole Walsh family, they are having an absolute cracking run here in the desert racing scene in the recent times. Actually, while we're there, why don't we throw down to Kate to have a chat with a special family?
Yeah, speaking of the Walsh family, well, first of all, I'd like to welcome you back to Alice Springs because our riders are about to be crossing the line probably less than 50 kilometres away, and that rider who we're thinking is going to cross the line first is your husband, David Walsh. This is Kate Walsh, David's partner, and one of his little girls. Kate, I think last time you were in this position, your waters had broken.
Yes, I'm pretty glad that's not happening this year. So, yeah, it's a little bit less nerve-wracking, but yeah, nerves still high. We just can't wait to see him cross that finish line.
Yeah, totally. So I mean, you've gone through this feeling so many times before. Is it something that you kind of can't watch or how do you approach these weekends as the partner? Because I know how much work goes into this.
Yeah, look, we always want the best for him. He puts in a lot of work, but it never gets easier. You're still nervous and I don't know how he does it. We're just got the easy job, but the waiting is also pretty hard. So
yeah, totally. And also his cousin Liam Walsh as well is racing. It's really such a great family affair for you lot.
It's so good, and the hype is high. The houses have been absolute packed, and the garages have been transformed into workshops, and so it's great to have Liam in the top 10 as well.
Totally. This big desert race must take over your life for months of each year.
Yeah, we're pretty happy after this week to get it back. There'll be a fair few celebration days in the coming days, but after that, a bit of normality is most welcome.
Yeah, I think a few tinnies might need to be cleaned up and headed off to the recycle bin, but thank you so much for chatting, Kate. Great to meet your family and good luck today. Fingers crossed, there's not much time to go.
No, thanks, Kate.
Yeah, cheers. Back to you, boys.
Yeah, awesome to hear from the Walsh family. Great family with a lot of heritage in the town and racing around here. And as we were in that interview, we did have Jacob Smith go through deep well as well as Corey Hammond. So still a heap more stories coming into it.
Funny to hear get back to normality for the Walsh family. That's put some frames up, get some houses built.
Yep, that's the thing there, and yeah, David runs his own construction company out of the Alice here, so and a very successful one out of that as well. So yeah, no, he's doing really well at this point in time, and I think this would just be a real good win for the year.
I tell you what though, it's tough. Probably doesn't want to talk about it just yet, but if you get that crown, that jewel here this today, equal the record.
Yep.
You can't retire yet. Got to do another year. Let's talk him into it, Josh.
Yeah, well, who wouldn't want to beat that elusive that five in a row by Randall Gregory?
5 in a row, amazing.
and that was in the 80s, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly. Randall went on a bit of a run there, and just no one could touch him. So it's we're sort of seeing the modern day version of that in David Walsh. Like we've had people get close to him. We've had Simo, we've had Smith, we've had all these competitors. They just have not been able to ride that pace
absolutely
that
mate.
whole way. Well, we're going to throw back down to Kate as she talks to David Walsh's mechanic.
Yeah, Michael Carusi. Michael, you've been wearing out the dirt around you. You said you're a little bit nervous.
Yeah, look, it always gets pretty nervous around this time. Pacing up and down, and just waiting for him to come across that line.
Yeah, and what did you think when Brent Smoothie's truck broke down momentarily?
We're a little bit concerned, making sure that he got back to the Finke end to start the race. But yeah, it was all good, so no drama there.
Yeah, he seemed very calm, very relaxed starting at Finke today. Was there much strategy going into today?
No, not really. Just do as he does and bring it home. So.
Yeah, totally. And what would this 4th title mean to you and to him?
Oh, look, between ourselves, the team, everyone behind has put in, a massive effort. So, yeah, it'll be great.
Yeah. Oh, excellent. Well, hopefully we'll see you on the podium. It could happen pretty soon. So you go wear out some more dirt, stand by the finish line, and we'll see you a little later.
Cool, thank you.
Cheers. Cheers, Michael. Bye to you, boys.
Yeah, and a couple of bikes right up in that pack as well, which are, no doubt that's a stress, not just the one, but where Liam Walsh is sitting right at the moment in the top 5, which is impressive.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be some worn out bits of dirt around the area. And again, while we were in that little chat there, we had Brodie Waters through deep well as well as Ben Grabham. And then we had the number 7 of Lukey Hayes through there as well. So it's all on for young and old as we speak.
You mentioned that Brodie Waters and Ben Grabham are less than 10 seconds apart right now. And that's been going on for a little while. Those guys are literally at war right now.
Yeah, I think they've been fighting since Bundooma. If it doesn't escape my head, they've been pushing with around about a 10 to 15 second gap, even smaller than that at times.
Super impressive. Takes you back to that year where Grabo was just battling with Toby. I think it was 11 or 12 or whatever year that was, and just pass. It was so cool. So Grabo's back at it again.
Yeah, back in that prime form and riding at his best, and it's great to see. And it just shows you don't need all the money in the world, you don't need all the backing in the world, you don't need.
We keep saying this though, Josh. It helps. It definitely helps.
It definitely does help, and I'm not saying that the riders that have these factory rides that they're not supposed to be riding these bikes. They're definitely supposed to be riding them. It's just. They've just been given an opportunity, and they've done the right thing. They've jumped on the bike and put their head down and stuck to it. And it's not an easy thing to do. Like, you go out there and you're putting, especially when you're riding out the front of these races, you're putting your whole body at risk and your life, especially riding through the desert at these speeds. It's something you've got to be careful of. And
absolutely.
A big hello to our awesome locals out there. I can see a couple of people I know on the back of that machine. I hope you're having a good time this weekend so far. And we'll see if we crown another Alice local.
A local. Absolutely. Connor Adams is also through Deepwell now, so keeping an eye on the 275. Nice ride there from Connor Adams. A lot of these big 500cc machines tearing as they're on their way home to Alice Springs. You can see the crowd starting to pack up. It's so good. They know. We're only about, in the next 10 minutes, we're going to know.
Yep.
So good. The Walsh boys should be right up there, as well as Callum Norton, Ivan Long. Got some great riders that are going to have a real crack here this year. And again, we talked about that top 10. There's a real battle for those top 10 plates.
Yeah, and even down to the top 20, it's such a big thing as Cody Stevens on the number 11 bike goes through deep well at 13:33, so 1:33.14. Yeah, no, those top 20 plates are very, very decadent plates, and it does give you that opportunity to give you that that I say dust-free run at Prologue next year. It's not a guaranteed dust-free run. It never is at Fink. But you do get to run by yourself instead of in a group.
It's sure better than being in those packs. That's absolutely right, Josh. Yeah, those 20, if you're going to set yourself up for 2024 now, you need to be inside that top 20. Need to do everything you can. You'd be spewing if you were 21st, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
You're just a little bit, something happened, something went wrong in your plan. The fuel stop was a little bit longer than it took. But anyway, the moral of the story is some excited fans here down at the Tatts Finke Desert Race. Couple of Milton mangoes getting sucked down.
Yep. No, you love to see it. You love to see it. Couple of people hydrating with the Red Bulls as well, getting a little bit of tucker into them as well. It's all great to see. Look at the fans. They're loving life out here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race. The vibe this year has been absolutely amazing. Everyone's so happy. The smiles from ear to ear on everyone has been great to see. And as an Alice local myself, I can tell you right now that we really do appreciate you all coming in this year and supporting this great event. Because otherwise we're in a bit of a dire spot here in the Alice, and as you know, from travelling around the country and all that, you know, we haven't had the best rap of things more recently. But yeah, massive thank you to everyone who has travelled to the Red Centre this weekend to experience this great event. And I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be one of our best finishes to this event in a long time. It's going to be nice and close between the second and third, fourth and fifth. These top 10, top 20 bikes are going to be split by absolutely nothing. And a couple of people stepping up a couple of spots as well from last year, which is really good to see. Patiently waiting. We wait to see the first glimpse of dust, trailing dust off the back of a rear tyre. That decadent number 1 plate, everyone wants to hold on to it. It's very, very famous. And you can cut the tension with a knife right now here.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting, isn't it? Because we are right on time now. Again, I think we're going to see a low 140 somewhere in there. It's what we saw on the way down. For the vehicles, it seemed like the cars ran pretty much the same, a little bit quicker, but similar on the way down. Everyone followed along for Matty McFerrin on the 268. The big XR600 is through Bonduma there, so all the fans of Matty Mac. 268 is through Bonduma, which might seem a little bit back, but it's exactly where you'd want to be on an air-cooled XR600. He's probably got the big seat, got the padding.
Yep.
You heard him say that he wanted to have a crack on something a bit more suitable. No newer, but just a little bit more suitable. So I'd be interested to see what that entails, whether that's some early 90s motocrosser or something along those lines.
Yeah, what's he going to bring out next year? That's what I'm looking forward to, and what a lovely, lovely spot those people are in at the moment in the Chicane Club. Hope you've had a great weekend in there, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great new addition to the program that the Finke Committee have put on. You get a drinks package, a food package, you get TVs in there so you can watch the live stream like right there. You don't have to move. And you've got one of the best corners on the track there as well, where all the action happens. It's definitely a great spot. And if you fancy yourself in there next year, make sure to get on quickly and jump on and, experience it, because it's a good
VIP
thing.
Ticket, definitely. You're mad if you don't. Gives you access to everything that you can imagine, including tonight.
Yep.
When we go into Lassiter's.
Don't want to miss tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
Go into the convention centre. We'll be crowning some champions. We've got tons of classes. There's going to be plenty of tall stories told tonight, because I can tell you I've told plenty of tall stories on at Lassiter's myself.
Yeah, Bradley Greenfield through Deep Well now. Great to see He's through there. And again, more of our lovely, lovely spectators. Hello, everyone. I hope you're having a great weekend again. Hope you are enjoying yourselves and you're ready to crown the king of the desert in the bikes. Because in the background, I see a lot of dust. And Dan, I think that might be the right kind of dust.
Again, some pumped up locals having a good time, but pumped up spectators, I meant, here partying. And I tell you what, another great thing, yeah, a bit of dust. It is hard to see. It does look like dust, but that could also be a vehicle, couldn't it?
Yeah, it definitely could be.
No helicopters yet as such. We are looking to the south, keeping our eyes peeled. But again, to our spectators, awesome for all you guys to come out here as we look through. See plenty of car teams out there.
Yep.
And that's one of the great things about this race. Again, lots of car guys and motorbike guys are into trophy trucks. You know, like we swap over our sports with this desert racing. So it's awesome that we can all come out here and support one amazing race. Oh, on the big screen. Hey,
he wants to see himself, though. I want to see myself, though, Mum. That's awesome. Having a good time there, buddy. You can tell he is.
He's on the bopper.
Yeah, he is on the bopper. That's what he is on.
That young fella. He knows. Mum's like, yeah, I've driven 2,000 kilometres on the bopper, I'm telling you.
Will he be riding Fink in the future? I would say so. I can see how happy he is about the bikes coming in. And there we go. The birds are flying away. So does that mean there's someone coming
it's moving
through?
Fast. Yep. Definitely, Josh. There is a fast-moving dust cloud coming towards us right now. I would dare say it is not anything on the road. It looks more like it is very close. And we're looking for that flash of orange shoot across. Yeah. Still outside the fence at this point. I wouldn't say they're inside the gate. Actually, great shot there. We can see all the way down to the gate. Beautiful view. And again, all the crew, all top 15 now through Deepwell and on their way home, just 68 kilometres down the track. Oh, this is teasing us in the commentary box.
It really is.
That dust almost looks like it's disappeared again. It might have been someone driving around because if you've never been down there, ladies and gentlemen, there's actually like a bit of a section down there that is very popular. It's almost like a bit of a, what is it? Like a dust flat or a salt flat down there. It's very, very popular. And I must admit, maybe that's the area that we were looking at. It's super popular for spectating, and as it should be, because it is a prime location to check out, although it is a dust bowl. I will give you the hot tip.
No, we are keenly looking for a flash of Alpine Stars gear. That's what David runs, so we'll continue to look through here. Jack Mertha on the 299, he's through deep well now. So that deep well push has come towards us. And now I think I hear Chopper.
We're also looking for Callum Norton, obviously.
Yep.
Again, we've only run a 142 at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, so this is not really, this would be a very, very fast time.
Yep.
So again, we probably are a couple of minutes away, although we'll chew up a minute in the stadium with David going around. So we are not late or misplaced or anything like that.
Yep.
We just get a bit excited in the stadium up here, because I tell you what, this man is very, very fast on a dirt bike. As Josh said, absolutely amazing statistic to think that since 2012, he has not, if he's finished, and again, it's only been mechanical and bits and pieces, but if he's finished, he is finished on the podium. That is crazy. Not too many people can attest to that sort of record.
No, and just the lay of the land this bloke has, and he's really, really pushing, and I do believe they're supporters of Ivan this weekend, so he's been going pretty well, and you know there's a heap of different riders. There's Giselle Greenfield there. She'll be pretty happy to see her son come in. as well as all the locals getting around. So, yeah, they're all waiting for their riders, all their family and friends to come in. They're getting super keen. We're not far away now.
Yeah, and again, this is what's so good about this. They come into that Parc Fermé right on the fence there. They will put the bike there, and they can literally hug their family and friends, celebrate their positions, their accomplishments right there. The crowd gets nice and close in, and there's not too many places that you can get that close to superstars.
No, you can't. And the great thing about our Parc Fermé situation down there is that you are able to talk to the riders. You're able to see and drivers. Like this morning, it was awesome to see how many people would go down and see the drivers and have a chat to them. And even if you're a spectator, you can go up and see how the car went and how the driver went or how the navvy went. Everyone's more than happy to have a conversation with you. And it's prime location down along there in the Parc Fermé. You get the first glimpse of the rider and the bike and all the team. And I can tell you, we're not too far away. It is currently 1:44 Alice local time. So again, it would be an absolutely stonking time to come in. But yeah, anywhere from here now, really, is about on par with what they were running down to Finke. So we think to them running back up. Toby was it was only 2 seconds. And it's great to see those Finke sponsorship posters from Method Race Wheels there. I got one of those at the street party. Yep, and they have all the signatures on them.
All the heroes of the sport out here in the desert. So good to see. But again, as you're talking about now, everyone's loose, everyone's fast, everyone's having a great run. Probably the mental game isn't even there anymore.
No.
They're not thinking about anything else other than riding that bike to about 101% of its capabilities. Fast, dangerous, take chances. That's the moral of the day. Normally it's respect, but right now those guys are putting everything on the line to keep those spots, to make sure that they're in a position. And again, even we talked about that top 20 and how important it is for next year's crack in the 24. So those guys are all going to be charging.
Yeah.
And every time they flick to this long view, we think we're just searching
we're
out there, we're looking. It's so good to see this beautiful. And again, look at the country at the moment.
Oh, that's the one thing that a lot of people, especially for our American viewers that are looking at this, they say, you're in the desert, mate. Why is it so green? It's like, well, we've actually had quite a bit of rain, record rain over the past couple of months out here in the red centre, but you see that characteristic red dirt, and that's what we mean by being out here in the red centre. It's that red dirt that we love and breathe and gets stuck in your veins.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. I mean, one of the most iconic parts out here is that gap when you go into Alice Springs, and those red rocks standing out, that cliff line. It's just absolutely amazing. And this is a beautiful place to be out here. Again, the long crew now, ladies and gentlemen.
I see a number one.
I was going to say, I know you know who this is.
I know who it is. If you're a local, ladies and gentlemen, if you're at the start-finish line, I would get on my feet right now because you're about to welcome home a 3-time on before, making it his 4th. What a ride from this man, Dan. Look at how consistent it is coming in. What a story.
Yeah, it is a brilliant story, Josh. This is all looking a little bit too easy. Have a look at the bike floating over that whoop section, that big KTM 500 of David Walsh, the one plate. It makes so much sense. He looks so clean and so tidy. He knows his way around here. He knows that it's going to be wet. He's been in this position multiple times before. A little look back and just to make sure there's no one on his tail. And I think you're going to see Yes,
Yeah.
a celebrating Walshy.
Yeah.
This is a comfortable Walshy. He's happy
Walshy.
4 times.
Yeah, be careful here though, Walshy, as well, mate. You don't want to do anything silly. I know you've got a bit of a gap here, mate, and I know you. So I won't put the mocker on you. Just having a look at the back of that back wheel, and he's riding in on the pegs. He knows that he's got this down packed, and he's just going to be riding in with a massive smile on his face. And for me, I can't wait to call this man over the line.
Yeah, absolutely amazing, mate. One thing I wouldn't do is tell this man how to ride a dirt bike. I think he's got it all under control as he comes in here for another victory here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race. This is a moment for one and all, and none more. This Walsh family will be just so excited.
Ladies and gentlemen, get on your feet. Put your hands together for the Alice Springs local. 4 times in a row, David Walsh is your winner, King of the Desert. Wow, and in a time of 1:49.23, the Alice local legend, David Walsh, is your 2023 King of the Desert for the bikes. Wow.
Amazing stuff here, Josh. We're going to see a true celebration down here.
On the bopper.
Family, friends, locals, everything that's been going on. It's been a big year for Walshy, and that'll be feeling just simply amazing.
Now we look out the back to Callum Norton, I do believe.
No? Wowzers. I'm waiting to see the number that comes up. It does that. You agreed.
It is the 296 of Callum Norton. Okay.
That's good. I was just checking on the number. It was a bit hard to read there, but it was definitely the 296, and he's looking great. A little look back there just to see if he's got anyone on his tail. I imagine he'll make his way around the stadium with just a little bit more authority.
Yeah,
but
look,
I tell you what.
Sorry, Dan, I apologise for cutting you off there. Look how happy the Walsh family is there. They really, really are happy there, and a massive congratulations to that family. You know, he's such a legend here in the Alice, and we'll definitely celebrate him. But ladies and gentlemen, there's still more riders to come, and this man really, really does deserve all the credit he can get. He came off the bike in the stadium section yesterday. He got back on, rode it all the way down to Finke into second, and what a ride today from the man, the 296. Callum Norton takes second position here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race.
Yeah, brilliant ride there from Callum Norton. He's put it all together, but I tell you what, it looks like we're about to throw down as Ivan Long comes in. I was going to say too much action happening here live as Ivan Long is cranking up on the berm, making his way around. Brilliant position for Ivan Long here on the 6 bike, going up the steps a few more times. Obviously 6th last year. Is there anything like a Longy finish? Honestly, if the handlebars aren't on the ground, I don't know what Longy's doing. I'm telling you, the man is a weapon when it comes to these berms.
Oh, he really is, and watching this man, he always gets me a little bit worried in this last little stadium section. The rebound there, kicking the rear up of that bike, but he's all good now. He's riding in, and what a ride from Ivan Long as well. He was a man on a mission this year, and I can tell you from all the pre-running he did, he was set in stone for this position. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for a return to the podium, the number 6 of Ivan Long. Wow.
So good, mate. I am so pumped to see Longy up. That is a fantastic podium right there. David Walsh, Callum Norton, and Ivan Long, those guys, what a weekend. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're down on the start-finish line with Kate with David Walsh.
David Walsh, 4-time King of the Desert. How does that sound?
Yeah, pretty good, to be honest. Yeah, that's Longy for you.
Yeah, lots of celebrations going on here, but yeah, talk us through your emotions right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just super proud. I'm glad to see my family here. Glad to be home safe. I mean, it was a pretty rough track home, so it was just good to navigate it through it and get here in one piece and, yeah, be on top of the podium. That's all, that's what we try to do every year, so I'm glad we're here again.
Yeah, tell us about your run home. Tell us about your weekend. Any sketchy moments?
So I went off track today with one hand out onto the service road. That was a bit of, I think I might need to change my undies, but otherwise it was, there's a couple holes that you hit, but that's just Finke. You're always going to hit something that's unexpected, and I'm just glad that I got here in the end.
Were you pushing? Was that as full gas as you could go?
No, I really pinned all the straights, and then I just took my time through all the rough stuff. I knew these boys were going to be coming for me, but I knew that I had the speed and I had that gap yesterday, so I just, like I said, went fast in the straights and got through the rough stuff.
Yeah, they weren't too far behind you. I tell you what, they were catching you, but congratulations. We'll get you up on the podium a little bit later, but for now, you go enjoy this with your family.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, boys.
Thank you very much.
And back in the stadium, the bike number 4, Corey McMahon, is in the building. That is a stonking run on a 450.
Yeah, Gas riders got to be happy with this, especially on a 450 for the number 4. He'll ride it into the same position he rode it into last year. Don't know whether he'll be happy with it, but still 4th at the Finke Desert Race is massive. Corey McMahon, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. We'll go back down to Kate for some more interviews.
Callum Norton from Victoria on the KTM. Congratulations, your 5th Finke, but your first podium.
Yeah, thank you. Really good run today. Good battle with Ivan there about halfway back. He reeled me in. I just fell into a hole off the start and just couldn't pick myself up again until he woke me up, and then I just knuckled down and just tried to concentrate ahead, and we're here, so 2nd place, and happy to be on the podium with these guys. Ripper dudes, so loving it.
You are so close to Walshy as well. Incredible performance out there. We weren't sure what was going to happen after you kind of laid it down yesterday early in the race, but you really pulled through.
Thank you. Yesterday was just a silly mistake off the start, and totally my fault, not Jake's. I'm, just a stuff up, but it was good. I got down clean after that and just tried to knuckle down, and was surprised I got down there 2nd, and it was good to come back 2nd again today, and glad we're here.
Excellent. Well, we'll grab you on the podium shortly, but you go and enjoy this moment for now.
Thank you.
Thanks, boys.
Yeah, thanks, Kate. Another great interview. I'm glad that we do get to have these awesome chats to our riders as they come home. But for the Walsh family, they'll be happy with this. It's another person in the top 5. Liam Walsh, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together.
Yeah, the 298 of Liam Walsh over the line, and what a brilliant ride there. He put in all the commitment this year, and it has shown with a 5.
And we'll go down and have a chat to Kate and Ivan.
Ivan Long, your 10th Finke. Congratulations on a P3. Tell us how the run was, because you're kind of shaking your head there as you pulled your helmet off.
Yeah, just I gave them all today. It's just really hard to actually see what's going on the track there. The track was pretty big. I love those whoops. They're absolutely monsters. Tune Tech done an amazing job, so it made that track feel really smooth. With Hughes Mining and Labour Hire on behind us, and also Paul Vincent Caravan Park, all our sponsors that actually jumped on to make this happen. It's just incredible. But I gave it the best I could to try and get Cal. I come into field stop 1, and I was yelling at my field crew, who was that? And turned out it was Cal. And then we just tried to motor through and had a couple of big moments there between Squires and Rodinga. So then I was just sort of, we'll just salvage 3rd and go from there.
And overnight, was there many bike repairs? What did you end up having to do last night?
No, we were actually pretty good. We didn't really have to do too much. The FE450 did an amazing job. So we got Vortex ignition in here, and obviously FMF system, a few little things. We pretty much actually just changed oil and get it ready for the home run today.
Excellent, and just send it on the bopper. You did such a great job. Congratulations, well done. Another podium for you.
The one thing though, hopefully a few people got the jump at Rodinga there, so I did send it on the way home there and jump over that creek. So hopefully there's a few videos around.
So good. Well, we'll check that out on social media. You go and enjoy this, and we'll grab you on the podium shortly.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Yeah, you can tell Ivan's a bit spent after that, and big congratulations to Jacob Smith, who's just come in, as well as Corey Hammond on the 236. There was nothing between those two riders, so you can tell how close this top 10 is so far. We've had the first 7 riders in, and boy, oh boy, is it close.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. We talked about this. These top 20 plates, highly coveted, and it's going to be amazing to see next year. It's going to be exciting to see what these guys can do with it. But again, still battles everywhere up and down the track.
Yeah, Brodie Waters making his way in now on the number 5 bike.
Yeah, we're going to keep an eye out for Grabbo too, because we thought Grabbo was right there. So it's going to be interesting to see how that goes. So listen, we're going to throw back down and have a chat to a few more riders with Kate.
Corey McMahon on the 450 Gas. Tell us how your run was. I know you had some issues yesterday. How was today getting back up to Alice?
Yeah, today was a smooth run, so I'm pretty happy with it, but falling short of the podium yet again. It's a little bit disappointing. We had a few dramas yesterday with a pretty decent off and no seat and no rear guard for the about 100 Ks, so happy to be here, but it hurts a little bit to be that short again, but I guess that's what keeps us coming back to this great race.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I know how much effort you put in moving here in the to pre-run, so but we'll see you back here again next year.
Yeah, 100%. Hopefully on a more powered bike. We'll wait and see. But 450 Gas was unreal all weekend, and shout out to Apro and Carusi for putting a motor together that lasts this race and very quick.
All right, we look forward to seeing you next year and what you can get done.
Thank you.
Cheers, mate.
So Brodie Waters comes in through, and now the number 9 bike of Ben Grabham, the one we were expecting to come through.
Yeah, good ride there from Brodie Waters with a 1:53.01. So some really cracking times here. Everyone running well under that 2-hour mark, which is simply insane.
And then Lukey Hayes now coming into the stadium section. So another one of your Alice locals, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure to get up on your feet. Give him a good welcome home as the number 9 bike of Ben Grabham. He'll bring him home in the number 9 position, just like last year.
Yeah, that is absolutely awesome to see Grabbo out there. Like you said, the 9 in the 9th place.
Yeah, Lukey Hayes.
Yeah, I was going to say Luke Hayes having a good crack there as well. The 7 bike, probably not exactly where he wants to be either, but still in a good position for a run next year.
Yeah, still a top 10 position, so he'll be pretty happy with that one, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for Luke Hayes, the number 7 bike. We'll go down to Kate with some more interviews from our riders.
Jacob Smith in pole position, finishing P6. Tell us about your race and your weekend.
Obviously, my weekend started quite well. I led Walsh to the 80, and then just my hands gave up on me yesterday. Just my old body let me down, so I just did the best I could to get down there, and then raced with the guys in the way. I was with Liam and Corey for a while, and then just had to settle in my own pace. So 6 is all we got this year.
Arm pump, or what was going on?
No, it's like my hands went numb. Like I'd never had it before. That was like tingly and couldn't really feel my hands, so I could only just ride to a certain speed, and that was safe, I guess. So yeah, just one of those things.
Yeah, you got some motorcycle makeup on your face there. How's the dust?
Yeah, I only started 10 seconds behind Liam, so I was in his dust for a long way, and then we raced for a little while through the middle section, and then I was pretty much in the dust the whole way, so it is what it is.
All right, well, you go get yourself a cold drink, maybe a beer, and relax.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Thanks, Jacob.
Yeah, the Condobolin legend there, the Smith boys, been on the podium many a time, and I tell you what, it's great to see. Sometimes the track just wins, doesn't it, Josh? It's a hard one, this one, the Tatts Finke Desert Race. Sometimes you just never know how it's going to play out on the day. We even heard Longy talking a little bit about, like, he'd come into it with a little bit of a flu and bits and pieces. You know, sometimes you just can't plan for these things. Doesn't matter how much pre-running you've done up here. Sometimes your hands go a little bit numb and you've never had it before. It's crazy, this race. It just tests your mettle, tests your strength, tests everything about your bike riding ability.
Yeah, it's a continual push of the body and a continual push of, you know, to the limits. So yeah, very interesting to hear that Jacob was struggling with the hands there yesterday, and yeah, it just proves that these young guns that are coming through, they're going to be quick.
Pushing hard, the 275 on screen now. That is Connor Adams out of Victoria in the Husqvarna, the big 501.
A lot of these riders having a good look behind them. They know they're in a good position. They don't want to lose that top 20 spot. So a couple of these competitors just having a look over their shoulder, but you know, they've had some big moments throughout the day and have been riding for, you know, just over 2 hours now. So a little bit of fatigue does come in.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Very fair point. They are at the end, and you've got to keep your mind in the right position all the way to the end as the 275 powers round. Connor Adams and his cheer squad down there got plenty of cheers as they came over the finish line.
Yeah, the next of our riders makes their way through. So Connor Adams good enough for 11th, so just places him outside of the top 10. Not bad at all. And I think that's the 11 bike of Cody Stevens. Yes, it is. So he's come in a position behind from last year. But you can see the consistency of the riding with these competitors. They really are riding at their level, and couple of chops and changes this year, but it is great to see. And you know, there were a couple of names out of the event this year as well, so we'll see what the 2024 event brings to us. But we're still here at the 2023 event, still welcoming in our top 20 riders. So
yeah, absolutely, mate. Plenty of fantastic riders. Again, not too many DNFs at this point. Just in case you listen along, the 541 of Dusty Clem, apparently a DNF, and the 755 of Dale Andrew, but we only had those 13, so at the moment it's only 15, but 11, Cody Stevens across with a flying run. Gee, the head down there, I think that was a look of, oh my goodness, why do I do this every year?
Yep, I think everyone's sort of getting that sort of FOMO situation. They're like, oh, you know, it is good to go down and have a race, but yeah, once you get past that line, I would be shaking my head too.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. 12th position there for Cody Stevens, well deserved.
Yeah, definitely is. He's worked hard on that bike, and yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he comes back next year with the prep.
There's still plenty of bikes rolling through Bonduma, Deepwell, Redinga. There's lots of races all up and down this course. There's still plenty of hours racing here, which is crazy, before they even get to celebrate at the Lassiter's Casino tonight at the Convention Centre. It's going to be some sore heads, some sore knees, a couple of old backs. But it's going to be a great night there at the Convention Centre. I hope you can join us. What time was kickoff there? 6 o'clock, 8 o'clock start a presentation.
Yeah.
So make sure you're there before 8 o'clock.
Yep, definitely, especially if you're getting something, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you're there and get in nice and early if you want a beveragino or two without a long line. Just a little bit of a heads up. Does get quite busy in there.
Also a bit of a hint, they call out the spikes in classes, so keep an eye out for your class. If you're riding and one of your riders, make sure you keep an eye on them, because there is nothing like getting one of those spikes. You've got to make sure you've got a Tatts Finke Desert Spike on your mantle. Wow, wild ride here for the 229, still having a good crack.
Yeah, the 229 of Jay Simster from Prospect Hill in SA. Definitely pushing the bounds of the bike.
Feels like he's getting very comfortable, I'd say. He's loosened up. He's ready to go. Could do another lot.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's what I was going to say. You reckon he's going to jump back on the bike and go straight back down there?
Yeah, absolutely. And great footage through the whoops here on the way into Finke. Can hear that big bike just screaming out the back. The 229 across the line. Big shout out to Jay Simster with a 157.20. So a great ride there with the 157.20.
Yeah, the 12 bike, Sam Hadley now, Yarra Glen. He's out of. And a good run for him. It will put him in 14th, so still in the top 20. Always a respectful place to be.
Absolutely, mate. If you can get a top 20 plate on a motorbike, you're a complete nutter hell man. That is the reality of this.
You're a nutter.
You are a nutter.
Is what I put it as. Because, yeah, there's no way that I'd be running a desert bike averaging 140 odd K through the desert for 2 hours. No, thank you.
As the number 12 powers down underneath the finish line for the end of his 2023 Tatts Finke Desert Race.
Yeah, Sam Henley there. And is this who I think it is? That's the number 19 bike. Yes. Go Bradley Greenfield. He's picked up a couple of positions, the number 19 bike, and this is the bloke that I'm happy to see.
Absolutely, mate. He's had a great run down there. Bradley Greenfield now in the house as we're going to jump down to the podium for the Finke presentation.
In P3, Ivan Long, congratulations. This is your 10th Finke. Another podium for you. How does this compare to the other podiums that you've had before?
It's definitely a hard-earned one. It's been an interesting career in the last couple of years. So, yeah, stepping up to a 500 this year and having our own race team has really made it very interesting. But all of our sponsors that actually jumped on board to actually make it happen, it's really important for all those guys getting noticed without that. So we wouldn't be here. But, yeah, look, I'd love to actually get that number one spot, but looks like I'll just have to work a bit harder.
It's okay, there's always next year. It keeps you coming back, right?
We'll wait and see.
Congratulations. A big round of applause. Put your hands together, please, for the Deep Well winner P3 at the Tatts Finke Desert Race, Ivan Long from Queensland. Okay, I'm going to sneak over and come and have a chat to Callum Norton. Callum, you are now in the history books. The Tatts Finke Desert Race, P2 behind David Walsh. You were very close there, even after a few little mishaps. But tell us what this means to put yourself into the history books after, you know, some top 5 results, but you finally got there for your 5th Finke.
Yeah, this is massive. I'm stoked, and to share the podium with these two guys is unreal. You know, I've been racing Longy and Walshy for a while, and teammates with Walshy for a few years there, and looked after me like a brother up here, and I'm stoked to be on the podium with them. And yesterday was a little bit interesting, crashing early on, but all good. We pulled through, and then just pushed hard today, and just tried to keep the gap with Walsh. I knew he'd be hard to catch, and he's the man out here, and he's proved it. So I'm glad to be second.
You'll come back for P1 next year, perhaps?
We'll come back and try again, but if he's, I'm hoping Walshy keeps going, and it'll be good. So can't wait.
Big round of applause for Callum Norton, everybody. It's an amazing amount of people here. Everybody's here for the bikes. It's fantastic. Callum, I'll just squeeze through here. The winner, the 4-time King of the Desert, David Walsh. Congratulations, a record broken then. The first time somebody's achieved that since Gregory Randall. Well done. How does that feel?
Yeah, I mean, it feels pretty cool to still just be on top of the podium. I mean, I'm just a very lucky man. I've got a very good team behind me and a very supportive family, so I'm very lucky.
So we'll be coming back again next year, perhaps for the double or not?
Who knows? I'll keep you guys guessing. We'll see what happens.
Keep things exciting. All right, well, everybody, a huge round of applause for our top three and our winner, David Walsh. Now to present the check is Han from The Lot. A big, juicy, generous $10,000 check. And the plaque. Congratulations. Now, I think it's time for the champagne pretty soon. Everybody beware, we know what happens now.
Yeah, how awesome is that, Josh? The celebrations is going on as the champagne is about to get uncorked.
They're trying.
These motorbike boys, they don't know. Yeah, no, they'll be right. T-Rob can teach you how to get the
they all
cork
got
out
duds.
of that.
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
yeah, there we go, Walshy.
Again, the winner. David Walsh, Callum Norton and Ivan Long.
Oh, we're all taking turns.
Oh, what a great time.
Oh, you got
it. Beautiful celebration there on the 2023 Tatts Finke Desert Race.
Oh, there we go. Ivan Long getting into it as well. No, that is a great podium too. All three of those riders are very, very experienced and really deserve to be up there. A massive congratulations to you all. And this is only the start of the celebrations. We still have more to come. Don't you worry about that.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Again, move forward and grab a photo if you want to get a photo of our victors, our kings. Again, Kent Collins came through on the 281 before. Great time of 1:58. Put him in 15th for today, possibly.
Yeah, big shout out to young Bradley Greenfield there, coming in 15th. He's put himself up a couple of positions, and he was nice and loud on the rev limiter there when he came in. So a big shout out to you there, young fella. I'm very, very proud of you. I'll see you at Lassiter's in a little while.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. An incredible effort there. Guys done a great job. And I tell you what, it is exciting to see these guys. They're still celebrating when they're coming in. The fist pump coming through on that last rider. You could tell he was psyched or pumped or whatever word you want to use. He was on the bopper.
Yep, definitely was that. I think that was Kent Collins on the 281 there. And it's we get these awesome shots of the family and the team there. So yeah, it is great to see the camaraderie. A couple of 4Xs there as well. A couple of drinks. We're all having a good time.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. It's awesome to see all the families, friends, kids, everyone down there celebrating. It's a great desert racing community. And even down what you don't see on the podium, like we keep talking about this Parc Fermé, there is bike riders down there. You can hear them punching the limiter, making sure they get a bit of valve check going on, giving their mechanics something to do next week. And it's going to be a good time. Have a look at that. The high fives, the families, the crowds. It's packed down there too. And again, remember that there's lots of people out on the course. About 10,000 people down the racetrack watching the race, and it's going to be a big night there at the Convention Centre in Alice Springs. Can't wait for you guys to join us. Then at the casino afterwards.
Yep. Then to the
David
casino
Walsh said he's putting it all on black. That's what he said.
Oh, okay.
Black truck this year, all on black.
Okay.
$1,000 straight on it.
No worries. I'm going to that table, and I guess I'll bet the other way, and we'll be laughing. But we've got 4 more places to give away here in this top 20, so we're eagerly waiting for these the next 4 riders in, so we can see who does get that elusive double-digit plate or a single-digit plate. But we're going to throw down to Kate, who's talking with Liam Walsh.
With that?
Definitely, yeah. After only doing 1.5 Fink desert races, so I'm happy with that.
Excellent. It was a pretty good return to form after breaking your back and having most of last year off, but I know you've been putting in the hard yards behind the scenes. You've moved to Alice, and yeah, you've been doing quite a few Ks on that track.
Yeah, I've been doing lots of Ks this year, and it's definitely paid off, so I'll be hopefully keen to come down next year and give it another crack.
And how was your run? Sketchy moments? Was the bike all right? I think you had some bike issues last night that you had to fix.
Nah, I lost a steg peg after second field, which wasn't too bad. Huge thanks to GDR suspension. Bike handled awesome all weekend. Can't thank him enough. Yeah, very good.
So cool. Well, you enjoy the rest of your year. Are you doing any other racing, or will we be seeing you back at Fink with KTM?
I'll be going to Hatter and then the Don River.
Excellent. All right. Well, good luck in those races, and we'll be following.
Thank you. I'm very excited. Cheers. Thank you.
Thanks, Liam. Thanks, boys.
Yeah, Liam's actually the reigning champ at the Don River Dash up there in beautiful Bowen. So it'd be interesting to see if he can hold on. He is the master over there. Maybe we can convince David Walsh to come out again and take the position, have a bit of a battle with him. But there's plenty of fast riders up there and across the desert race in Hatter. Again, fantastic race.
So, next one of our riders in through the back section here, through the whoops. We're just waiting to see a glimpse of a number or a colour of a bike to try and work out who it is coming in. Looks like the...
I tell you what, his upper is what he's doing.
Yeah, I think that's the X64.
Little 450 CC. One of our gases, I'm tipping, MC. Great run around, nice and high on the berm.
Yeah, Simon Gower on a gas 450. Yep, you're correct. Great to see him out here. Alice Springs local.
Yeah, and still well within inside that top 20, which is awesome.
Yep. So he'll be getting rid of the X this year and be moving on to one of those elusive top 20 plates. It looks like he'll get the number 17 plate this year.
Yeah, pretty impressive when you think about like Liam Walsh this year didn't even have one of those starting spots that we're talking about, as did Callum Norton. So, next year they're going to be able to come out and have a real crack in prologue. Not that they weren't having a real crack in prologue this year. Particularly Callum Norton through the pack to get himself into second. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how that all plays out as the X64 hours across the line, the Alice Springs local, Simon Gower. Now again, we're going to go down on the light to have a chat with Kate and a few of the riders.
Got Brodie Waters here. Brodie, P8, you don't look too enthusiastic about that result.
No, I'm not super wrapped with it. Very disappointed in myself, really. The bike was good. Everyone's put in a lot of effort, including myself, but I just, couldn't get into a groove and quite disappointed.
Yeah. And how was the camp last night? Did you have anything to do on the bike? I know you had your brother down there cooking your dinner.
No, it was all good last night. We just did a service and change of wheels, and that was about it. And other than that, the bike was perfect. It was all just down to me, and I just let everyone down.
Well, we'll be back next year, right? Harder, stronger.
Yep, go home, put in more effort, just have to get it all sorted and come back a lot stronger next year.
Okay, well, we wish you the best of luck in that preparation, and we'll see you next year.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Brody. Thanks, boys.
So Jackson McGrath through the line there as that interview was going on from Meadow Springs, the number 13 rider on the Gas 450. Just slips his way into the top 20 and will just be able to retain one of those plates. And here we go. This is our last top 20 position here. This is the number 20 plate. It will be the number 17 who takes it this year. And that there is Ryan Cossins. Making his way under the start-finish banner in 20th position.
It's interesting, Josh, because what's crazy about this year is that we've seen essentially next to no DNFs, which is awesome to see. But like normally we have bikes going in and out in numbers, and really this year we've only got 2 DNFs officially at the moment. Now I'm sure that'll change a little bit, but only 13 for day one. Normally we have 150 DNFs at a time. So it's very interesting to see that we've had so little DNFs this year, which is absolutely awesome. And it's cool to see Ryan Cossins coming in on the 17. Now we're going to jump down to Kate again to interview some of these riders.
Got Corey Hammond here. You prologued P17 and finished P7. Are you happy with that top 10 result?
Yeah, not too bad. My goal for the prologue was just to get in that top 20, and then yesterday we got into 7th, so we made a lot of passes yesterday, and then today I just wanted to make sure I at least held the position, and then sort of started catching Smith's dust towards me fuel stop at the 80, and then he pulled a little bit on me, and then towards the 20k straight I could see him, but the dust that last 15k is like talcum powder, so it was just too hard to try and get close. So pretty happy with 7. So.
And how was the track? How was the dust?
Yesterday was pretty good. Those whoops were a bit unpredictable, and then same today coming home. Took me a bit to get going, but yeah, just the whoops are brutal and a few moments, but from the 100 on started feeling good. So yeah, happy with the ride, but not too bad.
Yeah, great work, Corey. Will you go enjoy it?
Thank you. Cheers.
Yeah, awesome to hear that perspective there. And absolutely amazing position to be in. 7th, nothing to be sneezed at whatsoever. Set him up for a good run next year.
Yeah, no, it definitely does, and you can tell that some of those boys that are riding into that Parc Fermé situation, they're real dirty on themselves, not too happy, but that's the thing. When you've got so much high caliber riders out here, you've got to be happy with a top 20 finish.
Oh, amazingly so. Complete and utter legends, every single one of them. Heck, again, I keep saying almost everyone that comes down and, gets out here and has a spike and has a crack, you've made it in my books, that's for sure.
Yep.
Absolute legend. So top 20 plates for all of those guys. Great run through as we start creeping down in 21st and 22nd now. So James Heenan in again as Brad Wilkinson as well in the 688. Now just got to check because maybe someone with those top plates are in that class, but interesting to see how our class 6 goes. It's the first of our 6 numbered bikes. We're going to start rolling in here pretty quickly here in a minute, I would imagine.
Yeah, the little group battles will be coming through very shortly, I would say, as the 556 makes their way into the stadium section.
Yeah, so sorry, just quickly, that's why I checked. Ben Grabham is actually in the Masters class, which is class 6. So the 9 bike will actually be the fastest class 6. But after that, the 688. So Brad Wilkinson there taking home a 2nd in class.
Big moment there for the 556 in the stadium section. Nearly got thrown off the bike. It almost high-sided him. But he pulled it back under and got that rear wheel under check. And it looks to seem that he'll get it home clean in one piece now. as the 5.56 starts to hurdle towards that long sweeping corner. And under the line, as we go down to have a chat with Kate and Ben Grabham.
Four-time Fink champ Ben Grabham. Grabbo, another P9 overall, but you did win your class.
Yeah, that's it. I'm just happy to be back at the finish line. I had a nice, safe, clean run. The track was pretty brutal the last 2 days, and I can't complain to still be in the top 10 after all these years. And giving them a bit of a run at the front, it's good times.
So how was the track in comparison to like what you've experienced before?
It's good. Like the last few years, it's been pretty smooth. It's getting back to what I remember in the brutal days, and it's a good racetrack. Pretty much everyone where they finish is where you deserve to finish.
Any sketchy moments out there?
Not really. Like when the heart rate gets too high and arms get a bit tired these days, I just back off and ride safe.
How very smart and mature of you. Strange.
Yeah, you'd like to think I've learned something over the years.
Some haven't, but well done, Grabbo. You can probably relax now. What a relief to be back here.
That's it. We're going to chill out here at the finish line and wait to see the rest of my customers get in. So.
Well, that's it. Speaking of the rest of them, you've got Plugger. You've got a couple of boys riding for you in your KTM VIP experience. How did they pull in last night?
They were all smiling. Plugger and Screamin had positive words, and our buddy from Brazil, Lincoln, we don't really know what he was saying, but he was smiling.
That's what counts.
That's it.
Okay, thanks, Grabbo. You go relax.
Cheers. Thank you, Kate.
Cheers, boys.
Yeah, great story there, great character. And again, the winner of our Class 6, our Masters class, Grabbo, so a great effort there. And again, looking after customers, running a Grabbo's trail and track. And the other thing that happened while we were talking just there was, yeah, again, Ray Cole on the 5.56 came in absolutely full float. That YZ 450, I don't think that there was any throttle stop left on that thing. It was jammed hard against it.
Yeah, as the 258 makes their way towards the line. Nice run there.
Yeah, absolutely nice, strong run all the way through the line. I think that's the 283 coming in as well.
Yeah, the 283 making their way in now as well. And that there is Luke Nichols out of Le Robe in Tasmania.
Yeah, the 258 coming in was Jesse Moore. He ran a 2:08.47 with a 0. And again, that puts him in 24th for the day. Just to clarify, those times are for the day. But it also should be 24th, I believe, on road at the moment. But I think there might be some correction on corrected time. And again, Isaac Gilden on 293 with a nice run there. And again, this is what I'm talking about. Corrected time, so he ran 2:08 with a 34. So it was actually faster on corrected time for the day. But again, all depends what happened yesterday. All depend on all the other things. 286, we're going to have a absolute gaggle of Class 2s come through here. This is our essentially 500, but anything over 451cc and above. So all the 500s, the 530s, the 505s, all those big ball 4-strokes. 286, I apologise. 286 coming round. And again, we've got a couple of bikes all in the stadium, all at one time. Nice, powerful run all the way to the finish line. And again, it's great, our crowds. We could actually hear you cheering up in here. So that is Jordan Stewart on the 286. Back home in Alice with a 2:08.33.7. It's right there, 499. Holy moly, ladies and gentlemen, hear the revs out of that thing.
Yeah, Lachlan Spilsbury from Alice Springs.
That is the first of our 250s home, Josh.
Yep.
With a 2:09.54 on a 254 stroke. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen.
Who doesn't love a little bit of 4-stroke in the afternoon?
I think that thing went to 13,000 off the start line this morning and hasn't been off 13.5 since. The X77, the big 450 now, making its way through the stadium area. Again, we talk about those things for desert racing, the big seats, the steg pegs. Got the hand guards, got the steering dampener on there, all the gear, so it's a great opportunity. Get up nice and close, go and maybe not shake hands, maybe not high fives. I bet you there's some pretty tender hands out there today, but I tell you what, none of the boys on the line, I think, that say that you couldn't shout them a beer or shout them a rum can. I think most people would accept that, but go down and say hello, get a signature from some of these legends as Jack Colbert makes it over the line on the X77.
Yeah, good run there from him. He'll be happy with that.
Wakery boy, South Australia.
Yep. On the Husky. And we welcome the next of our riders in. That there is the 540 rider. So that there is Mitchell Bowen from Bursfield, New South Wales. On his KTM 450. Good to see how consistent these riders are.
540, Josh, one of our little class 5s. Be wringing the neck off that.
Yeah.
As the 290, I believe that's the 290 coming in now.
Yep, 290 of Taylor Adams on a Husky 501. As the 540 makes his way across the line.
Now, again, the reason that they are running flat out now is that Mitchell Bowen on that KTM, again, there will be some guys looking for corrected times and positions now, trying to keep in front of their mates. Oh my, have a look at that. I think that's the first of our 2 strokes, and he's old double in the whoops. Nothing wrong with that. Be interesting to see what number that has on the front of it, whether it's one of the ones. Because remember, the 300 KTMs do run up with the Class 1, the big banger 500s. It is the 290 now, though, making its way around for the final time. The big super speedway corner. Have a look at that, chewing at the dirt, the 290.
Yeah, Taylor Adams across the line on the 290. And these bikes are going to continue to come in thick and fast now.
And it is the 133, so that's going to be a 300 KTM, the very first of our 2-strokers, the big bangers, mixing gas, hauling ass, as they like to say. So keep a good eye on that, because that is going to be the fastest in class right there, Class 1. So big yell out to the 133. Not too many people running in that class anymore, but Mitchell Outram out of Newman, Western Australia, looks like he's taken home victory in class.
Yeah, and getting a bike up there in that sticky end of the field. This is where, you know, around about our top 50 riders coming in.
Yeah, absolutely, and a lot of class guys as well. Remembering that we're looking for Class 7s, Class 8s, you know, Class 9s going to be coming in very shortly, which is very exciting.
I think that was the 616 across the line there, so one of our masters.
Alan Graham, absolutely. So a great ride there with a 213.
And then, yeah, Jed Gould on the X92 makes his way across the line with a 212. Just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that we do have our presentation on this evening at the Convention Centre. That all kicks off from around about 6, and then the actual presentation starts from around about 8. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw you some ads.
Choose multiple runners in the same race for bigger odds to get some of this, this, and this. The Same Race Multi on tap. Download the Tab app.
What's gambling really costing you?
Always stand 30 metres back from the track, even in the absence of signage. Obey spectator exclusion and no-go zones. Stay behind and obey all bunting and signage. Motorsport is dangerous. The race may be stopped if spectators don't comply.
There's a new place to get it all on tap. See every earth-shattering race live. The Downtowns. The beautiful game. Australia's biggest games. This too. Oh, come on, ref. And inevitably, this. All you need to make it happen is this. For racing and sport on tap, download the Tab app.
Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Righto, big shout out to all those awesome sponsors that make it possible to have the Tatts Finke Desert Race. But in that little bit of time we came through, the X55 Tate Prime is home. He ran a 2:15.31. Great run there, 2 hours 15 and 31. We've also had Chad Duncan home on the 6.78. Chad Duncan, Dylan Allison on the 2.97. So a great run there. So Chad ran a 2:16.51 and Dylan Allison ran a 2:17.08. Also got the 2.89 of Nathan Norris back in the park, 2:17.43.3. Today, the 2.74 of Darcy Arnell is back with a 2:16.08. Great ride there, 2:16.08. Then we've got Reece James fist pumping through there on the 4.82 on the KTM 250. That is a 2:17.21. Then the 2:59 came through, Gerald Crow. 2:16.32, 2 hours 16 and 32. So a great ride there. The X90 of Jackson Smart, safe and sound in Alice Springs. The KTM 450 ringing all the way home for a 2:15.51. So a great ride home from Jackson Smart. And Oliver Pitchford, 437. The 437 of Oliver Pitchford home with a 2:17.20. So a great ride with a 2:17.20. We've also got 292. Thomas Livesey, 2:18.30. So 2 hours 18 with a 30. And we got Jesse Bannister home, the 212. The little Husqvarna, not so little Husqvarna in the twos. 2 hours and 18 with an 01. So nearly a flat 2 hours 18 minutes. So a great ride there from all of the crew that have now punched down and through. Now here's a number. Is this the 641? No, it might be the 681, I think. Running back and through. Feeling the groove. Doing the slap. Round and round, up and down, merry-go-round. He's done for another Fink. The 498 also through. The 583 also in the stadium. Oh, the Yummy up and over the back of the berm. Don't know what happened there. But again, the 681 of Scott Huggins is back and safe and sound in Alice Springs. If you're listening along at home all over Australia, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We hope you're going to enjoy calling in all these races. We know you're the grassrooters. Roost, guys, that didn't sound quite right. I'm sorry about that, but you know what I meant. You're here racing. You got family, friends, all out here just trying to conquer this desert race. 2 hours 20 for Scott Huggins. We got 498, Zachariah Wright in with a 2 hour 23 with a 15. We have Thomas Kruger on the 583, 2 hours 20 in. We've got the 581 of Darcy Jones. They're coming in quick now, the 2:19.17. We got Blair Outram, the 233, 2 hours 21 with a 21. 2 hours, 21 minutes, 21 seconds. All of these guys are inside the top 50 pace-wise for the day, just to give you a feeling. All inside the top 50 pace-wise for the day, which is an absolutely outstanding effort. Again, I'm not going to talk about corrected time. All of these guys started on grids. I don't have the outrights. You'll have to check the Tatts Finke Desert Races. The 518 makes it home. But we also had the 230 of Trent Yeo. Trent Yeo is across the line in Alice Springs on his 500 with a 2:19.58. Just beat that 2:20 mark, so 2 hours 19 and a 58 seconds. We've also got Austin Gardner across the line, the 518 on his Yummy. That was the man we saw dive off the back there, I believe. And he ran a 2 hour 20 with an 11 seconds. 2 hours, 20 minutes, 11 seconds. We've also got Toby Fraser home now, Josh, with the 266. No, am I right there? Yes, 266. Man, there's a lot of movement up here.
Oh, yeah.
2 hours, 19:36 seconds. 2 hours, 19:36 seconds for 266. Toby Fraser, big shout out. Here's a man, the 599. He looks like he is, oh, look at this.
Yeah, head down.
He's wondering why on earth did I come to Alice Springs? You know what you come to Alice Springs for. Lassiter's Casino tonight is what I'm telling you.
Oh, I'm super, super keen for all the festivities there tonight. I literally took a 2-minute break out of the commentary box to quickly take a step out and have a bit of a drink of water, and the bikes are coming through thick and thin now, so you can tell those battle packs that were out there in the day, they're coming through now, and some of these riders feeling a little bit worse for wear, but we'll call them over the line, and I'll make sure to try and give them their name and time for you. The 278 over the line with a hard look there. That was Billy Harth there on his KTM 500, 2 hours, 21 minutes and 44 seconds as the the 591 crosses the line there. Yamaha. So that was Ben Miller there in a time of 2:32.02. So the next one of our KTMs crossed the line. Not too bad at all. That was the X60 of Ned Clem there in a time of 2 hours, 20 minutes and 14 seconds. And yeah, this final section can always be hard for you, but it can always be a little bit easier for you as well, because you know you're that much closer to the line. As soon as you get in through those through that back gate and through those whoops, you know that 4X is calling your name. As the X65 crosses the line now, a little bit of a encouragement on the way home, and we'll see what that one was once it pops up on the timing screen. That one there was Jackson Hudson on the X65. And yeah, heaps of action still coming through Deepwell at the moment in Bundooma.
Yeah, I'd say it's going to be pretty consistent here for at least another good hour here. Most people would want to be well through Redinga by now. It is a bit of a worry when you see a Bundooma checkpoint come up. That's a long day in the office, I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, if you're still at Bundooma. Deepwell is looking very nice right about now. The only thing looking better than that is the Champagne, the old chicane right over there, or maybe a little bit of winner's circle down here, celebrating with family and friends as the 495 makes its way into the stadium. And as you said before, Josh, great ride there from Jackson Hudson, a 2 hour 2:22 with a 53 second. So a nice run there, a 2 hours 22 and 53 seconds.
Yeah, as the X84 now makes their way into the stadium section as the 495.
Out nice and wide, Josh, still racing to the finish.
Yeah, it's what you love about that final corner. It really is that really long, hard, sweeping corner. So they get to get that bike nice and wound up on the outside of that thing. And that one was Lewis Mognahan in a time of 2 hours, 22 minutes and 34 seconds there. As they continue to come through, and we'll continue to update you through. We're still waiting for the first of our Class 9 riders through, the first of our female competitors in. That's a new class this year, so we'll see who takes the winning right for that one here today. Be
Yeah,
good
definitely.
to see.
We've definitely seen some 8s in and all the other classes, so I imagine we've filled those spots by now. But as you said, the 9 is going to be very great to see who can come in position 1. Oh my goodness.
Riding it to the very, very end, and that's what you got to love about this great, great event.
Absolutely nothing left in the tank. Looks like the 282, I think. Might have been the 262, so we'll call it once we see the official time through. Then there's a couple else that we want to see. The 262 of Jake Redding, 2:23 with 43 seconds, so 2 hour, 23 minutes, 43 seconds. I'm interested in seeing Matty McFerrin come in too on that XR600. Be good to see those guys, particularly as a team, have a run through here. Hopefully all the bikes are on their way home.
Yeah, the X32 absolutely ringing it out to the end. You gotta love it. a lot of these riders, they've had a tough day. That's Jet Hicks on the X32 there on his Honda CRF 450R. Comes in to Alice in a time of 2:23.12 there.
Look at this, elbows are still up. He's still racing here. Great ride there from the 642. Oh, he even picked another gear across the line. Every little bit of advantage he can.
Yeah, Devon Brown there on the 642 on his 500 comes through in a time of 2 hours, 24 minutes and 34 seconds. And these bikes will keep coming through thick and fast. The 343 now racing all the way to the line. And you can hear that lovely, lovely note as it hits the line. That's Blake Spetterborough on his 250.
Well, I was going to say, Josh, I think that's probably for a position in class, in Class 3, so he might be just outside, but it's a good run there on the Class 3, the 343. Blake Spetterborough with a 2:27, 2 hours 27 on a 252 stroke. Great ride. I think that looks like the 738. We'll see when it comes up officially, but looks like the 613 in the stadium as well, the 613.
Yep, that was Mark Blake on the 736 across the line on his KTM. 2 hours, 25 minutes and 29 seconds. As the next of our competitors makes their way across the line. And that there was Scott Risk on the 613 bike, and he did it in a time of 2 hours, 25 minutes and 51 seconds. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me just point this out to you. Anything under 3 hours is a stonking time.
Yeah. Very, very quick time. Good run.
So all these competitors are really, really hanging on. They're quick riders still. That was William Fitzgerald, the X15. Comes home in an hour, in a time of 2 hours, 24 minutes and 21 seconds. As the next of our 700 riders makes their way through. That there was Alan Nicol, the 792, 2 hours, 27 minutes and 37 seconds as a 215 comes hurtling towards us. Lovely looking gear, I like his gear, matches the bike. And we'll see who that was. That was Luke Thompson on his bike, 2 hours, 27 minutes and 56 seconds on the 215 bike as bikes keep coming through thick and fast, and they're going to fight all the way to the line. That was the 545 there, crossing the line, and these two, the 308 and the 536, I think, on the line. Absolutely nothing in that. Wow, look at the finishing here at Finke. Through there, we had, so that was, that one was Luke Thompson, yep, so we did mention him through. Todd Snitzer on the 514 in the 2 hour 27. Yeah, Jacob Craig there, 2 hours 26 minutes on the 208. And Jaden Watkins, sorry, that was Jacob Craig on the 536 and Jaden Watkins across the line there on the 208. The X22 of Christian Springer on his Yamaha. He comes in with a time of 2 hours, 25 minutes and 54 seconds as the 588 makes their way towards the line. Couple blips of the throttle there. But then it's wide open as it crosses the line, and that there is Oliver Hamilton in a time of 2 hours, 27 minutes and 19 seconds. Great pictures down from the Alice Springs end here. The X13 making their way in. Riders are coming in thick and fast. Just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, we're just giving you timings. So far, we can't give outrights. You'll have to jump online to give the outright times because these are all on grid positions now. They're not on corrected time like our top 20 was. So that was Alex Hendrich on his KTM. He did it in a time of 2 hours 28:03. As the 797 makes their way through. And that there is Alan Henderson in a time of 2 hours 27 minutes. Shane Ovaskarski on their 222 bike, 2 hours 28 minutes and 32 seconds. And then Dean Brock on the 267, Brock Dean on the 267, 2 hours 30 minutes and 35 seconds for Brock there. Again, still a heap of riders through deep well. So they're going to continue to come through. The 214 bike now coming in. The 576 as well. But the 214 is across the line. That one there is Rob Kosh. 2 hours, 26 minutes and 19 seconds. The 576 making its way through the couple of S-bends that are left. Couple of the berms. As more groups of riders make their way through the deep well checkpoint. They're all split by a couple of seconds. So the 576 making their way towards the start-finish line here at the 47th running of this awesome, awesome event, the Tatts Finke Desert Race. What an absolute honour it is to be here again, ladies and gentlemen. It is always so much fun commentating this great, great event. Samuel Buckwell there, 576. Does it in a time of 2 hours, 29 minutes and 16 seconds. And then closely followed behind him was the 606 of Jawan Blackburn on his 500, 2 hours, 29 minutes and 26 seconds. As a heap of the 500 riders make their way through. Double wheelies, why not? Through the line there was Stephen Morfitt and Brenton Keep, so the 598 and the 575. 2 hours 29:47 for Stephen, and Brenton did it in a time of 2 hours 36:50. The 610 bike is coming in now. They flap across the line. Matthew Shanks there, the 229:17. The 732 attacking that finish line. That there was Kenneth Hicks in a time of 2 hours, 29 minutes and 29 seconds. The 754, nice little wheelie across the line again. It's one of the most rewarding things you'll do. Jason Gunter out there, and he's just done it in a time of 2 hours, 28 minutes and 39 seconds. A little bit of an adjustment to the pegs there, or the steering dampener, I apologise, sorry. A bit late to be doing that with 0.1 of a K left or something like that around this section. The 457 has definitely seen better days. Not looking the best out there. Could see the seat was actually hanging off that bike, so he's unfortunately put it down somewhere, I would say. It's the 612. Makes its way around the long sweeping corner. So the 6112 is all good, and that's Jonathan Coltis on his KTM 500, 2 hours, 30 minutes and 45. Now this is, I think this is the bike up on screen. No, this one here is the one we were having a look at. So yeah, the back end of that bike definitely has seen better days. That's the 457. Don't know what's going on there, but he's tucking a hand real tight, so I think he has hurt himself. So make sure to give him a big round of applause as they come across the line, ladies and gentlemen. One very, very sore rider coming through right now. That's the 457. They're home, head on the handlebars. Joseph Dukes was through, and that was actually Rory Hill there on the 457 without the seat. So that was his day done. He'll be very happy to be home, 2 hours 40. So
and that's the key, Josh. He is at home.
Yeah,
he's made the kilometres. He's done what he had to do.
That is the key, and he'll be very happy to be home, especially looking at the bike in that condition. Josh Murphy with an awesome wheel stand across the line. That was the 671. He did it in the time of 2 hours, 28 minutes and 33 seconds. And it's great. We've still got an awesome crowd out here at the moment, I can tell you. This crowd doesn't dissipate until every single rider's through, because everyone's waiting for their family or their friends, and it's just so good to see this many people waiting around for all their riders and getting keen for them in. And, you know, that would be the best thing, is riding in, seeing all your mates and family, hearing them cheer on, because, ladies and gentlemen, they can hear you. If we can hear you up in the commentary box, I can tell you the riders will be able to hear you, unless they're really, really loud on the right hand, on the throttle. But make sure to give them massive amounts of encouragement on the way in. They definitely deserve it. They've just done a massive 2-day trip, over 460 odd K of brutal track. That's what we heard reports of this year. You even have the number one man, David Walsh, saying that he came off the track at one stage there with one hand, and I can tell you, he would have been clicking something insane. And it takes one small little movement, one little rock in the wrong spot, and your day could definitely be done, or you could be pretty sore by the time you get back on the bike and make it to Alice, as the limiter gets absolutely abused by Hayden Ares on his 242.
Yeah, a little bit of celebration there for the 242. Oh, no. In the tyres too, stuck in the tyres.
Yeah, not good. Some of these berms are undoing some of our competitors. Quite a bit of...
It's a long way off the berm there too, but anyway, that's all right. Got a little bit wild on the way back into Alice Springs.
571, dash into the line. Nice little crew there supporting that rider. That there was Matthew Lane into Alice Springs, 2 hours, 34 minutes and 10 seconds.
Yeah, big fist pump there from Matthew Lane. Another one over the top.
He's had a few, because you can see he's missing that front part of his.
No,
the 724 is.
He's ready to make it home, ladies and gentlemen. Cheer him on, I tell you what.
Yeah,
the 724.
Make sure this man has a 4X Gold waiting for him, because he's probably had one of the roughest days in the desert. The 724 making his way across the line.
The 724 of Mike Metzger. Did everyone get that? Am I showing my age with that joke? But it's Mark McDonald across the line, the 724 with a 2:33 with 50 seconds. So 2 hours, 33 minutes and 50 seconds. A great ride there. And he gathered her up and got her home.
Yeah, more groups coming into the start-finish area now, as the X66 makes their way. That was Edward Hampton.
Bit of a race all the way. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a drag race to the finish here. Luke Smith through the 572. It's cool to hear the crowd still pumping. The 221 coming around now. But that was Luke Smith on the 572. Thomas Nunn on the 618.
Jai Williams on his big 600 bike. He's through deep well, so not too much longer for him to go, as the 221 crosses the line, as well as the 784. And the 139. So that there into Alice was Carl Blotchett on the 221, Grant Brotrup on the 784 and Liam McConnell into Alice on the 139. All 2 hours 30 minutes. Very respectful times. 587. Thomas Winter into Alice now as well. 2 hours 34 minutes and 19 seconds. And yeah, some of these drag races are looking pretty good to the start line. And
yeah, that's right, mate. There is plenty going on up and down, and there's still plenty of racing. These guys are on corrected time, and they're still having a good crack out here, running in this under 3 hour mark. Now, we're going to go down and have a chat to Kate and Keziah.
Come into Parc Ferme to find some riders. And look who I found. It's Keziah Dawn. Keziah, I thought you were locked down in Fink, but you're back. It's good to have you back. How was it?
Well, there is that saying, you've got to go there and you've got to come back. So happy to say I made it back. I had a pretty sweet ride back though, except I was in an aeroplane, so I was riding over the bikes, but so exciting to get back here. My favourite part is to see everyone finish at this end, because when you're down the other end, you spend so much time with these guys at the start-finish line when they're watching the front runners come through. So at this point, it's all those guys that are really here having a good time. They're with their families, and there's some great stories. We're waiting for a few of the girls to come in, and it's just really exciting.
Yeah, they're here with their mates. This is a bucket list thing to tick off, and for them to make it back to Fink and collect their spike, it's, you know, dreams are made. But I've been on the tools all day, so I'm figuring I'm going to hand you this microphone and you can go find some good chats.
Well, I feel like I was doing some work at Fink, by the way. But let's go have a wander over, because we've got the Nicks. Can I call you guys the Nicks? Higgs. Sorry, guys. Jet, isn't it?
Yep.
And what's your dad's name?
Darby.
Darby. What made you guys do this together, and how many times have you done this?
That's my 10th time, and Jet's first.
Yeah, first go here, and yeah, sort of playing last year. Got a bit of the Fink fever, and was missing out a bit, so we made a bet and got off the beers for the year, and decided we'd come here and do it, and here we are.
It is a tough sacrifice to do that, but how was it out there? Was it worth the sacrifice?
Yeah, definitely. When I was coming around a few fellas rolling through the whoops and poking along, I sort of thought this is good for the fitness, and yeah, poked through, and yeah, happy to be here.
Happy to say you went there and back. You've done it. You've raced Fink. Dad, how proud are you?
Yeah, pretty proud. It was yesterday going down. Jet left first, and I caught up to him and passed him, and then he wore me down and passed me back. So yeah, it's pretty special.
And he passed you on the way back. Does that mean he gets the brag?
Yeah,
he gets the bragging rights. So what happens tonight then? How do you celebrate?
I get really, really drunk.
Well, you've earned it. I'll give you that. And you can have one with your dad. Shall we have a little bit more of a wander? There's quite a few guys that are coming through right now. Oh, they've had a few beers. How'd you guys go? We're just having a bit of a chat for the feed.
Yeah, not too bad, I think.
Tell us your story.
Trying to chase it. I had a pretty clean run. I had a bit of a moment at the 110, nearly died, but managed to hang on. Here safe, so pretty happy about that.
There's always a bit of chaos in Ed Fink. It makes it fun. Have you done it before? How many times have you done it?
This is my third time, third and final. I'm not doing it again.
No lucky fourth here. Well, we're going to keep having a chat as some of these riders come in. There's going to be some girls coming in very shortly, and we're very excited to have a chat to them. But until then, I'll head back to you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, is it a Fink race if you haven't almost died at the 110 a couple of times? Honestly, it's just part of the game out here in the desert. Noah Hart's come across the line there in the X52, as well as Graham King, 569. We had Jaden Searle across the line in the 557. Also got Alexander Kosnovsky, the 735. Good time there, 2:36.55. Very quick time there, good times. Puts him almost inside the top 100 for the day. Again, this is all corrected on the day. You'll have to have a look at the Tatts Finke Desert Race to see the outrights and everything. Nick Oakley in the 634, 2:34 with a 12. Lee Piggott, the 664, crossed the line in Alice Springs on his 500, 2:34.48. So these guys, hey, how good is that? Imagine you're off the beers for a year, and I'll bet you that Milton Mango tastes pretty good.
Oh, I would say it would taste quite scrumptious at this point in time, especially after riding 2 hours and 30 minutes of some of the hardest terrain in the Australian outback.
Might even suck down a couple of black rats tonight, a bit of cane cutters champagne. No doubt there's no moe or any of that sort of stuff. We don't do that around here.
Oh no, Daniel Piggott makes his way through on the 5-5-1. So whether they're brother-brother combo there or family combo there, it'd be great to see what they're doing. As the next one of our bikes makes their way in, and they'll get that all-important survivor spike. Sean Cheetham does it in 2 hours, 36 minutes and 42 seconds. As the 401 class leader of last year comes through. That's William Nicol on his 250, 2 hours, 41 minutes and 3 seconds there for him. And we're going to throw it back down to the start line where Kate's got some more interesting characters.
Sure do, Liam. Well, firstly, let's talk about this mullet. It is absolutely gorgeous, and it looked like it survived the day. It looks quite clean. Well done. But how was your ride? You made it to the other end. Congratulations.
Thank you. Ride down was pretty rough. No counterbalance on the 2 strokes. Vibrations are ridiculous, but made it through. Got a few more blisters. Didn't hit the ground, thankfully. Steering dampener did come undone at one point, so had to pull across to some spectators, borrow a tool, and
Yeah. Did they lend you a hand?
yeah, fixed it up.
Good.
So
Great.
and got going again. And
How are you feeling physically? So you got a couple of blisters. Ooh, there's some blisters. Show the camera.
not real bad. One blister peeled, blood blister that was there that I expected to blow. Overall, I actually feel pretty well, which is surprising. My back's sore as all hell, but yeah, no, pretty good.
Time for a beer.
Well and truly.
Yeah, excellent. All right, thanks for chatting, Liam.
No, thank you.
Thanks, boys.
Yeah, awesome. Now, listen, as a connoisseur of a fine mullet, Kate, down there, I think the official term is not gorgeous. In fact, it's glorious. So it's a mullet is glorious, Kate, just in case you need to know down there. But yes, that is absolutely one of the most glorious mullets down there in Park for May, and I bet you that beer will taste very nice here in that cold hand today.
Oh yeah, and there's a heap of mullets getting around this weekend. I've just got to put that out there as well. And, well, we've got the silver mullet.
Very interesting.
We'll have a go and have a look at that.
Mullet, go on, give us a twirl. Oh, it's just beautiful. Now, you're getting into the ice creams. It's a good way to be, but diabetes, tell us a little bit about why you're here, what you're raising money for.
I'm raising money so people that can't afford to buy an insulin pump and stuff like that can be provided one through the Dunny Foundation. So it costs about $10,000 a pump.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah, so I was hoping to raise at least $10,000, but I don't know how I'm going yet.
Well, I reckon I'm hoping people can give you an extra bit of coin because you made it to the end. How was your ride? What disasters happened? Give us the details.
Well, I cleared a few extra trees off the track a couple of times, but yeah, I just held it pinned all the way and I had a real lot of fun.
Well, you did it in some pretty good time as well. How was the bike? It doesn't look like anything's too bent. You don't look too bent.
No, I actually had a crash on the way down yesterday, which cost me a fair bit of time, but I got back on a real good time today, so I'm really happy with that.
Excellent. Well, your ice cream is melting. You better get that in your face. Good luck with raising money for your foundation, and we'll see you back next year at Finke, right?
Yeah, hope so.
Yeah, excellent. Thanks, boys. Back to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. What a great cause that is, Josh. It's great to see others out here helping. We often see people out here trying to raise, or like as in raising money for different causes and foundations and that, and it's great that people can look at it and see that the Finke Desert Races are great. You know, what do I want to use the word? Like it's a goal set and headed out. You know, they can earn some money for their great foundation. Oh, a bit of a fist pump there from both sides.
Giving it to it.
One's finishing and one's jumping off the back of a berm there.
So that was Tony Knott across the line in 2 hours, 39 minutes and 6 seconds. And then we had, I think it was one of the 200 bikes who just had a little bit of excursion over one of the back of the berms there, as the 399 makes their way towards the line. Let's see what sort of a time they do. That was the 210 that had that excursion out the back. Dylan Burnett.
Little Husky TC 252 stroke. And again, it'd be interesting to see that 399 might be on the podium in that class. I haven't seen a lot of threes come through. So whether he's in there. So it's going to be very cool. And Lee Craig is also through with a 2 hour and 37. Now we're going to throw down to Kazai, and I believe that she's got a bit of a family affair down there.
I've actually just had Lee pick at Sonny. He just ran off. He said he didn't want to get on the camera. But I did want to talk to Lee because he has done day 2 of this. When did you break your ribs? He's got broken ribs and he still managed to get there and back.
Yeah, so pre-running on Monday, broke my ribs. I was in hospital all day Monday. Prologue pretty good. Prologued in 1:49. And then crossed the finish line at the other end at Finke End at I think it was 1:35. And yeah, I'm not sure what I just crossed then, but me and my son crossed both ends together. First Finke we've done. To do it with broken ribs, I'm wrapped. Oh, I'm absolutely stoked.
If you pan the camera around, his son is just over here, but he's a little bit camera shy to talk. So don't blame him after racing as far as you guys have gone in the last 2 days. But how proud do you feel as a dad to be able to cross the line together?
I'm wrapped. On Monday I thought I wasn't even going to ride. And yeah, it's so good.
Congratulations. Well, enjoy the rest. Go celebrate. This is a time for you guys to just embrace that win and celebrate the fact you've done this. Well done. Congratulations. We can go for a bit of a wander. I know there's a few more guys up here that we can have a chat to if my cameraman can make it through the bikes. Hey guys, how'd you go? How are you feeling? I heard you come in here and you go, oh, I'm probably the oldest bloke here or something.
Oh yeah, I'm in the what is it, the veterans class, over 55. So they tell me I may have won it. So yeah, it's a good effort. I don't know what I come out right, but yeah.
It doesn't matter outright if you've won your class, you've still won something, right?
Hell yeah, I'm bragging out all of them.
Yeah. And what made you get into racing, Fink?
Probably done it for years, and I've got a whole heap of mates that keep me young, and probably I just tag along with them and just keep riding this. So enjoy it, and I'll keep doing it for as long as we can. So
what number is it?
Probably for me about 10 now, I reckon. Did them real early and then done probably about the last 8. So just enjoy the whole weekend, bring the whole family, everybody out. It's great. So.
Family can wave and a cheer, can't they? How proud are they? How proud are you to see him come across the line?
So proud. It was amazing to see him achieve this. He's inspirational for his age. good old veteran.
Well, I love this. You guys celebrate. I might turn around here. So how'd you go?
Yeah, pretty good. Had a consistent run down and back. Felt good.
How are you feeling? How many times have you done this?
Second year. So the first year was last year, and yeah, just glad to finish and get a good time.
Do you reckon you'll be coming back for a third year?
Wait and see. See how the funds are next year.
That is the story. Motorsport is one of the most expensive sports, but oh my goodness, it is so much fun. And there's still so many more stories to be pulling in here at the start-finish line in Alice Springs. And we're going to keep wandering and bringing them to you. Thanks, guys.
No, thank you. I love hearing these stories. It's absolutely amazing. And like that bloke said, he's classed as a veteran. I don't think he doesn't look like a veteran whatsoever, but he'll be very, very happy with a class win. And it's great. The stories that come up and down from this event it's awesome. And girls, you'll really enjoy it this weekend with all the stories you'll find out about.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. And I think old mate Piggott had to get on the Instagram, update the story, set the location, all those sort of things that you got to do.
Yeah, made it home, mate.
Made it home. Was busy.
Yep.
So I like it. Good time. 6:25 on the screen now. Sorry, 5:25 it looks like is the race number. So the 5:25 now making the way through. We also saw the 5:06 of Stephen Dalton through with a 2 hour 38.41 with a 39 second. And again, these guys would be very, very happy with this.
Yeah, these are our spike getters. 2 hours 44 and 9 minutes there from Callum Cosgriff on the 5.25 as the 5.97 makes its way.
Now, I can't tell whether they've been in the dirt or whether the Barkbusters just naturally run almost all the way down like that, but that might be a little bit of a race and set up to protect it from the front tire. I'm not really sure.
So that was James Brockhurst on the 5.97 into Alice in 2 hours 40 minutes and 32 seconds. The X51 of Thomas Tuckerman in a time of 2 hours 40 minutes and 38 seconds. And then you had Joshua Gillies on there 7.93. Wow. 2 hours 46 minutes and 46 seconds.
Yeah, very good run there. It's actually an amazing run that those guys have had, so it's very good.
So now we're going to run down to Kate, who's talking to Dylan River, I believe, the director of Finke there and back.
Yes, exactly. Dylan, you said that you think it's your 13th Finke, but let's talk about this beast of a bike. It's a 2-stroke 500R Honda. How did it go there and back? I'm just taking a look at the tyres. They're looking pretty worn.
Oh, look, it was a handful. Bludge it through the whoops and hunt people down on the straights. And I'm actually riding this. My dad, he inspired me to race Finke in 2005 when he first rode, and he rode one of these, a 1998 CR500. So, riding the same bike and glad to get it to the end.
Totally. So would you do it again on this bike, or is this a kind of a once in a lifetime kind of situation on a beast this big?
Oh, I actually tried it last year on this and I lost my wheel nut at Deep Well. So we Loctited that on and put a cotter pin through it and got there and back. But yeah, will I do it again? I don't know. We'll see tomorrow.
And how was your run? Was there any dramas? I see a few little bits of flora and fauna in there, but did you come off any sketchy moments?
No, a few sketchy moments, but on this thing, it doesn't like the whoops, so I'm riding on the edge, and I've got a few branches through the radiator there, just trying to avoid the bumps.
But how was the experience?
Oh, love it. Love this race.
So good. So good to see this energy here. It's fantastic watching all the bikes come in. Boys, we'll head back to you.
Yeah, talking about old school bikes, Matty McFerrin just came in as well. I think it was Matty anyway on that XR. No, it was Mitch Yeats, I apologise, but I think that's the first. So the 235, Mitch Yeats, is the first of our group of XR 600s. And again, looking at that CR 500, I tell you what, that was built when men were men. And you had to hold on. That is a wild bit of gear. But it's cool to see these guys still out here and having a good time, making it an adventure, making it a story. Sometimes that's what it's about, Josh.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's always about those stories that you take away from Finke, and without them, you go to a race, and that's the great thing about this awesome event is that you can come out here and just have fun. Little things could ruin your day. Otherwise, sometimes they don't. But these two fighting all the way to the line. The 789 and the 703. So two class competitors fighting it out.
I'm not really sure the 703 was fighting too much there. I think he was happy to let him go. I think he was ready to just stop at the old Champagne corner there. Yep. Champagne Chicane.
I think a lot of people have actually seen that as they're coming around that corner and gone, I should stop here, eh?
Bar? Definitely. No, I like it. It's absolutely awesome. And again, that Mitch Yates deserves a big pat on the back because he's nearly, not quite, but nearly inside the top 100 on an XR 600. I tell you what, that deserves a pat on the back. That is a manhandling effort right there. But again, Jason Borchardt in the 789 is in with a 2 hour 44. Daniel Dietrich is also home now in the 703 as we're talking about with a 2:45. So 2 hours 45, 46. Jack Ashby is back with the X23, and the 667 of Philip Streeter is back as well. All having good runs. The 305, another little 252 stroke, making its way round in the stadium now, all the way out. Again, because remember, these guys, they started off corrected time. So, you know, they're still racing for everything. They're not really sure exactly where the class sits, where the positions are. They're still battling it out.
Yeah, that was 3:05 of Alexander Pearson, 2 hours, 49 minutes and 3 seconds. And just a reminder to all our bike riders as well, as you do come in, and if you've shaken your helmet off and you're having a relax down in the return chute, just a reminder to sign off and make sure that you do sign off. And ladies and gentlemen, the first of our female riders, 939, I believe is the number. That there is your female class winner, and let's announce it. Taylor Morse from Alice Springs. You'll be happy about that, ladies and gentlemen, on the Honda 250. Wow, what a ride from Taylor. As the 601 makes its way across the line, Sam Varley, 2 hours, 48 minutes and 53. Taylor did her time in a 2 hours, 47 minutes and 42 seconds. So that's a shout out to her. What an absolute epic time.
Josh, we probably should just mention, seeing as it's corrected time, these are all unofficial, obviously, yep. Josh. We need to wait and crown some... Oh, I don't want to be the bearer. I just was double-checking that everyone understands sometimes what we announce up here, but this is what we're seeing. This is the provisional times, we'll say, and you're absolutely right. Awesome ride by Talia, and to get the 939 bike, absolutely amazing. So we're going to throw down to Kasaya again, down in Park for May.
Well, I found Taylor Maurice. You made it, and you made it ahead of Tamara. How are you feeling?
I can't quite comprehend yet. I don't know whether I want to cry or just, I don't know, keep smiling.
I can see the tears welling up in your eye. Well, you did such a great job. It was so nice to see you at the other end, and being the first girl back, is that pretty special for you?
Yeah, incredibly special. I can't get over it.
We can hear you getting your breath back, but the dust, how was the ride out there? Because was it smoother than yesterday? We're hearing it was a bit easier on the way back.
Oh my God, it was so much easier than yesterday. I definitely had a few big moments yesterday, and I think today I had my head screwed on a little bit more and just knew to take it a bit easy and just ride my own race, and then, yeah, pretty much that's it.
Because Tamara would have started ahead of you. Did you remember taking over on the way down?
Yeah, it was pretty funny. I managed to catch her during those really gnarly big whoops, and I was just like, oh God, as soon as we get to those flat spots, she's going to come for me. So I just kept pushing, had my head down, and just, kept going.
Are you going to hang around and wait for her to come in? Because we hear she's not too far behind you.
Yeah, absolutely. She's such an awesome chick. It's been so good racing her.
Good. Well, congratulations. I hope you've got a lot of celebrations planned because you deserve it. We're going to wait for Tamara to come in and have a chat to a few more of these riders. Very proud of you, young lady. But until then, we'll head up to you guys.
Yeah, thank you. As we look at the bikes coming through, the 710 of Ian Downey, in 2 hours, 47 minutes and 34 seconds across the line there. Christian Gillies on the 694, Samuel Mooney on the X94, and as well as Sam Currington on the 579, all into Alice Springs. The X33 making their way in. And a good run there, riding it all the way out to the line. That's Hayden Burford, 2 hours, 52 minutes and 57 seconds. The X33 as the 469 comes across the line. 2 hours 53 and 13 for Harley Turner there on the 469. Letitia Foster through Deepwell. So still a heap of competitors making their way through there as well. Latest into Alice was Connor Gibson on the X47, 2 hours 52 minutes and 24 seconds. As these two come up to the line, having a little bit of a ride together. That was Ricky Beattie on the 2:13 and Andy Brack on the 2:55. Both under 3 hours for those two. As Catherine Scoble, the second of our females, crosses the line on the 9:34. Big congrats to her. 2 hours 47 minutes and 59 seconds for her. So a little bit. Oh no, that's a very close one in time for the girls. Only a couple of seconds splitting them, so it'll be interesting to see what gets announced tonight as our riders come through. Rod Kogue on his 6:53, Lachlan Bulk on the 2:54, and there you go, Alexandra Long on the 9:87. Another one of our girls makes it in with 2 hours 49 minutes and 40 seconds, so congrats to her and the team backing her. Luke Clem on the X69 through as well, and Trevor King on the 7:50. I'm going to throw it back down to Park Ferme to have a chat with the ladies.
Catherine, that's right.
Catherine Scoble.
Catherine Scoble, yeah.
She started first for the girls, finished second.
Got Catherine Scoble here. Catherine, these initial reactions from you look absolutely exhausted and spent. Tell us what's going on in your head right now.
I'm just rattled. I came from fourth today and passed third at about 150, and then I thought third's pretty cool. And then I got to the 40 and I seen Tamara, so I just had to push, and hopefully she's in soon. Hope everyone just makes it back. That's gnarly out there, eh?
Yeah. How was your ride? Sketchy moments? What's the emotion that's going through you right now? Is it the sheer difficulty of it?
Yeah, this is my 8th one, and that was the hardest one. All I wanted to do was finish under the 3 hours each way, and I think I've done that. So, yeah, I just hope that everyone gets back safe. It was pretty gnarly out there, and yeah, so good to see so many girls.
Oh, so cool to see. I'm pretty sure you're P2 in the women's champion in the women's class. So, congratulations to you. You can walk home a proud competitor of this race, representing the women.
Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thanks, boys.
Yeah, absolutely awesome. And again, just throwing out everything's provisional here because she did say that she'd come through from that 4th position, picked up 2 positions on road, everything's starting off grid. That is an amazing story. What a charger. It's going to be cool to see. Again, there's going to be some celebrations here at the convention centre tonight, isn't there?
Oh, yep. Definitely is going to be.
Class 8,
yep.
Class 7, Class 6. It's crazy to think Grabo won Class 6. He's also got a top 20, not just a top 20 plate, top 10 plate. But that's nuts.
696 makes their way across the line here in Alice as the next two make their way. Fighting all the way to the line as old mate gives it a good old kick.
Oh, look at the Ronnie Mack there, dropping the elbows. I tell you what, he's learned everything he's learned.
Nicholas Boyd on that 256 and Tamara Gray on the 955 through now. So there you go, ladies. She's through there in 2 hours, 56 minutes and 18 seconds. And the 216 through now.
Yeah, the 607's in the stadium as well, the 531. Plenty of bikes starting to come through.
Couple of camelbacks flapping in the air. The 531 is into Alice now, as well as the 523. 531 was Darcy Tomomichael, and the 523 was Mitchell Doa. Both under 3 hours, so respectful times for them.
Yeah, the high line versus the low line on the big screen there. Looking for every way around. The big 122. That'll be a 300 two-stroke KTM. Outpower in the big 4-stroke too. Yeah, a bit of great racing there. Drag race all the way to the finish. Battling in the stadium. We're back down on at Parc Fermé with Kate, with another one of our fantastic competitors.
Yeah, I got Lockie Stewart here. Lockie also competes in the Pro MX Championship in the MX1 class, which is the absolute elite of motocross in Australia. Lockie, well done on getting to the end of this. Tell us how your ride was. I know you had some sketchy moments. I can see it on your shoulder.
Yeah, ride was good. Definitely a little bit different to the motocross track. It's way rougher and it's super gnarly out there. So I had a spill around 90k mark and had to regather myself and keep going. So, you know, I'm just happy I finished. Had heaps of fun and yeah, probably going to do it again next year, I reckon.
Is this your first?
Yeah, it is my first Finke. So yeah, all this is a new experience for me. My old man Jamie Stewart's done it 7 times, so he used to take me here as a little kid. So yeah, it's good to get the first one under the belt.
Lifelong dream, tick.
Yeah, just without the crashing would have been nice, but yeah.
It's all part of it, right?
Yeah, it's all part of it. You just gotta keep moving forward and never quit. So yeah.
Good attitude. All right, boys, back to you.
Yeah, that is the right attitude. There's no question about that. Interesting to hear him say he'll be back next year. It's good, isn't it? Again, a lot of these guys on the park for May do indeed just say, "Oh well, ask me again in the morning." But that's exactly what we talked about up in the commentary box. Is that it's crazy because you do think you're like, "Oh, I don't know about this," but you just keep sucking you back in, whether it be a week or a month. All of a sudden, you're planning your next assault on Finke.
Yeah, good fist bump there from the 6:19. Happy to be home. That's Simon Brommel into Alice in 2 hours, 51 minutes and 18 seconds. Just a reminder to everyone, everything is provisional as of today. And if you want your outrights, go to tattsfinkedesertrace.com.au.
We're also got live tonight from the convention centre. So make sure you join us in. It'll be starting at 6 o'clock, but presentations itself sounds like it kicks off about 8 o'clock. So 7:30 local time, you know, what's that make it? 8 o'clock Queensland time. Anyone else's weird time, I guess. So we're running with Queensland time. Gives you a fair hint.
Brad McDonald
look, coming in with no back wheel on that bike there.
So that would be a hard run. And then Dylan Marriott as well on the 203 make their way through into Alice. That's the 5:14. Undoing the helmet. Getting ready to be done for the day.
Todd Schlintler.
It's the 5:65. Makes its way across the line.
Running it all the way to the end.
Scott Backman on his Husky, 2 hours, 54 minutes and 35 seconds there. And then the 115 currently bringing it in. If you're in the stadium section, ladies and gents, please get on your feet. Give this man a big round of applause. He's got no rear tyre. So I don't know how long this man has been battling this, but you got to give him appreciation. He's got it home.
Yeah, what a legend. Not a bit of rubber left on the back of that bike.
That there was Josh Harris, 3 hours, 18 minutes and 7 seconds. So definitely had the issue there with that rear tyre.
Yeah, I'd say he started a bit further up too, so I'd say he's had that tyre for a little while there, as most of our other riders are running in that 2 hour 50. So for him to run 3:18, I'd say he started on pretty early. So probably a bit of a heartbreaking one for him, I'd say, because I'd say he was expecting to run in that 2 hour 30 mark or something like that. But either way, he is home safe and sound, and that's something to be said for even just that. The 786 over the line of Kit Ballard as well.
How's the 819 with no goggles running? He's got him on his chin for some reason. That was Alan Saunders on the 819, 2 hours, 52 minutes and 56. Interesting way to wear goggles. And yep, there you go.
Few of them stretching out.
Stretching
they know
it out.
That there's no more whoops. That's what they're really excited about. Although the surprising bit is there's still some big berms and still some big rollers in here.
Yep, there's definitely stuff that will catch you off guard here in this stadium section. You can relax the mind a little bit too much and you'll hit one of those divots that you weren't expecting to, and yeah, the bike will throw you off. So Still got to keep that cool, calm head into the stadium section and just get her home.
It's crazy to see how whooped those berms actually are. We're looking at the top of the berm and they've got big, massive rollers in them. But again, can't stress this enough. That happens everywhere. Out on that track, particularly, down near that Redinga checkpoint and those sort of things, there's some big, rolling, whoopy, duned berms up in there. It's almost crazy to think that there's just whoops up and down this course everywhere. Again, all the people in Park Vermeer just nodding. They're thinking, they're remembering. They're like, oh, not for another year, team, not for another year.
The 629 makes it across the line, and it's great to have all these spectators still here hanging around. That was Patrick Nolan, 2 hours, 54 minutes and 27 seconds there. And they're giving a good bit of encouragement to these riders in their last little bit. I can tell you they'll be feeling it.
Yeah,
as the 5:10 comes in.
Yeah, sitting forward on that bike might just be stretching the legs. Wonder if there's a mechanical issue with that. Maybe not. Just seems to keep looking back a little bit. He's definitely leaning forward. Oh, maybe he's just pumped.
Oh, no. That's one of our female riders, the 998.
Wow, that was a big crash there, unfortunately. The bike is actually
on her
at the moment, although she's definitely moving, we want to say, clearly. But, the 998, unfortunately, a big crash right inside the stadium. We were just talking about those big berms. You sort of relax for a second as the 617 makes its way across. Well, there's some great camaraderie. Hopefully we're going to see her up and running again. A few more bikes into Alice. We had the 510 of Adam Roswell. We also had the 617 of Mark Hangen. Jason Mitchell of the 640. The 251 of Tane is also through. Tane Stevens. The 684 of Andrew Grace also through. And again, we're looking for the 998 back up and moving. I tell you what, she's going to get the finish. I can almost see that she's got the will in her. No doubt it doesn't feel good at the moment. But again, how good is it that our racers stop, help each other out? Thank goodness for electric start these days too, Josh.
Yep, definitely.
That's going to make it feel a lot better. But man, 1 kilometre to go and you're just feeling the pain.
And like you said, Dan, the camaraderie of these competitors to stop their race and see if she's okay. And for Olma, I think it's unfortunately time for her to jump off the bike. She's a little bit too hurt.
She's got plenty of time. She does have plenty of time to just relax, have a big breather, get cleared up, get sorted, maybe have a drink of water. But again, Adam Roswell through, who are we talking about there? Andrew Grace has come through on time as well at 684. We've also got Mark Room, 809 is through now. Nice wheel stand. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. She is back going. I can tell you, I've had some big knocks, Josh, off motorbikes. Heck, I didn't know where my car was parked. I'm sure everyone up and down this thing can tell you that story. But she'll be in survival mode now, just the 998.
Yeah. Thomas Jacobson on the 655 makes his way through across the line, as well as John Downey on the 709. And ladies and gentlemen, get up and loud for this next rider. She's had a bit of a stack in the stadium section, but she's got back on the bike and she has fought all the way through.
Got back on the she's actually up on the pegs, having a good ride there. So the 998 making its way around the final corner.
Bring her in,
Alice. Home now.
Big round of applause. Yeah, this is what I love about this event. You hear that crowd, they get behind them. Good
Have a look.
work.
Again, Josh up on the pegs and finishing strong. A great ride there from Amy Butler, the 998, with a 2 hour 59. So again, Josh, she could have sat there for good 20 or 30 minutes and recovered, made sure she was right and still got that finisher's spike. But she hasn't done that. She's had a cracking run.
5.89 and nothing but limiter bang.
Oh my goodness, doesn't it love it?
Christian Frank there across the line, 3 hours and 4 minutes. The 6.28 making their way through. That's Aaron Davies on his KTM, 2 hours, 57 minutes and 54. .710 and the 5.04, I do believe.
Here's another one of our 9s, 9.28. What a great race we're having here, the 2-stroke 2. So cool to see this, the YZ.
Yeah, hanging off it is she. And let's see how that one goes. Let's see what time she's done. That's Hayley Miller. 2 hours, 56 minutes and 31 seconds. Good time. And the 7.41 making their way across the line now. That was Wayne Smith. And the 7.41. 2 hours, 56 minutes. Billy Barlow on the X21 makes his way into Alice, as well as the 7.41 of Wayne Smith.
The 5.07, Cameron Harvey decided that was enough after the corner. He just rode that YZ all the way to the back. He's very happy. A 3.03, he should be very happy too. Great ride. As the 5.09 is on screen now. Was he waving there, or was he just shaking his hand off? I'm not really sure. Maybe punching one out for the crowd, just little double guns. But the 5.09, great ride there. Oh, and it's, listen, bro, I'll give you credit, mate. I know you went for the big stand-up mono, and I know that you can probably do a hell one. But after 226 Ks, oh my goodness, the 6.25, no front guard on that. Wonder if he's had a big moment out the back there somewhere.
It's insane to have a look at these bikes with some of the guards missing. You really go, whoa.
Yeah, it doesn't take too much to knock a guard off it, but 5.09, Gareth Tyler through and home now, as well as Joshua Oliver on the 6.25. Great ride there. Again, all still under 3 hours, which they should give themselves a big pat on the back. Great effort.
Yeah, this is the 5.94 making their way in.
If you're sitting at home thinking that you're a pretty good trail rider, I'm telling you that not a lot of trail riders can do sub 3 hours at Finke, so that's a pretty good ride there from all of these guys. These guys are superhuman and deserve a really good pat on the back. Got that Finke spike, got that position, got whatever they in class, whatever they were achieving, but the achievement is to be back in Alice, safe and sound, or as safe and sound as we can be. Bet you a few of them are questioning tonight laying in bed whether they're safe and sound. They're feeling bones and muscles in their body that they've never felt before in their life. How crazy was that conversation with Jacob Smith where he said, it's never happened to me before, but it happened to me in this race. And that's what Finke keeps doing to people. You can think you can train, you can practice, you can pre-run, you can do all of these things, but when this race comes alive, it's just a different beast. It gets in your head, it gets in your blood, and Finke is life.
The 5.94 across the line. Couple of iffy moments in the stadium section there, but we'll be happy to be home. Cameron Monaghan, 3 hours, 5 minutes and 24. The 1.93 makes their way through. Acknowledgement of the flag. Carl Johnson there. 3 hours and 9 minutes, 36 seconds on the 1.93 as the 780 makes their way across the line. And that was Stephen Payne on his 500 KTM, 2 hours, 58 minutes and 53 seconds as the 5.19 does a little bit of a mono across the line. That's Brody Hodges. And then a gaggle of some 6 and 7s, which was Scott McKenzie on his KTM and Brody Hodges on his Gas, as well as Chris Tatford on the 716, Paul Kleinberg on the 264, Samuel Nelson on the 280,
Yeah, real little battle pack rolling in there, wasn't there? About 8 or 9 bikes all coming through together very quickly.
Timothy Nelson as well through there, so.
And Samuel Nelson as well.
Yeah, so whether it's a father-son combo or a
couple of brothers, right?
Yep. The 736 through the line. That's Clinton Letton. 2 hours 59.04. The 2:43 through now. Lachlan McLeish, 3 hours, 2 minutes and 15 seconds. It's the 6:11, makes its way. Kevin Buntsman, 3 hours, 4 minutes and 37 seconds. As we continue to get a few more updates through Deep Well, so still a couple of stragglers down that end. The 626 and the 828 making their way through. That's Philip Keys on the 626, 2 hours 58.
The 828 having a good crack there too. Out wide, trying to get the wheel up. Again, it's so hard, ladies and gentlemen, because you think you know that you're going to pop that mono like as if you're fresh on the beach. It is not the same thing after 226 Ks on this mongrel track.
Yeah, definitely not. Gavin Dobson through there on the 828. As the 627 makes their way towards us here at the start-finish line. And a pretty good ride from this rider as well. Winding it up down along that final corner. And that was the 627 of Jason Griffin across the line there.
Yeah, running pretty much flat on that 3 hour run now. So all these guys running at about 3 hours. Braden Summerfield in the 758 is home as well. Just a touch under 3 hour. And Justin Simpson, the X09. The X09 of Justin Simpson is home, safe and sound.
Another one of our competitors wearing their goggles in a odd spot. The 513.
Yeah, sometimes even your goggles get so much dust in them.
That is true. Yep.
It is a tough one. Yet I'm reminiscent, but I had a big stack the year I rode it, and I actually had a wave of bull dust just hit my eye to throw my goggles off. Got to that pits and said, "Oi, bud, pour a whole bucket of water in my face. I've got to clean these eyes out." This is a tough race, I can tell you that. And again, that bull dust just gets into. They heard. I think it was Callum Norton talking about the powder out the back, wasn't he? That talcum powder. It is absolutely relentless, and no doubt this guy had no idea whether it was better with or without goggles, but he's trying everything.
Yep, the 573 all the way through, and he'll be happy to finally be home. The 761.
To the crowd.
Yep. 761 as well as the 220 as well.
Now, I want to say something here about this 761. It's odd. That's a very odd rim on the front of a KTM. It almost looks like he may have been donated a rim somewhere on the course. So that's 761, very odd rim on the front of that. So it'd be interesting to hear his story.
Had Jai Williams in the 220 bike on that big XR 600, the first of those to come, or the second of those to come in now. As the 743 makes a nice bopper on the line, as the 538 also makes its way across the line. Ryan Kemp was on the 743. Jake Hoey was on the 538. 254, making its way around the stadium section and towards us at the finish line. Good run there from the 254. Mitchell Island on a Sherco, 2 hours 59.22. As the 699 makes their way in. Shane McGrath on that one. as the 770 makes its way around the stadium section. Holding it flat to the line. As well as the 734 as well. So Adam Monroe on the 770 through there on his KTM 450 first with 3 hours 15 minutes compared to Paul Gubsner's 734 bike in 2 hours 52.21. So that's a good time there from the 734 as the 244 makes its way.
Yeah, Paul Grosvenor there with the 734. Great ride indeed, as you said. Oh, and a good moto there. From the Husky, I think it was. Yeah, indeed it was Husky. Liam Johnston, he got it done, the 244. Always like a good wheel stand. David Turner also through on the 764. Again, running around that 3 hour mark. Pretty happy with that. Looks like the 623 in the stadium. No parts flapping off that. Jersey still looks pretty clean. Say the 623's had a nice clean run.
Yeah, looking good.
We got a little bit of that monkey butt from hitting all those whoops, but other than that, he's going to be ready to hit the casino after a quick scrub.
Yep. Quickly get all that red dirt off you and jump in the shower and yeah.
Well, I wonder if we're going to see the DRZ here in the not too distant future as well, but the 623 home, because I reckon he might ride it straight to the casino, that old DRZ.
Oh yeah. Hey, if it's got a plate, why not?
Absolutely. Might be his transport to the casino tonight.
Oh yeah, that was John Goebel there, the 623, 3 hours and 56 for that bike there as the 721 makes their way in.
Yeah, just seen him just there ripping off the goggles. It's time for a breather. He's sitting down, relaxing. He knows he's made it to where he needs to make it. The 721, although he's got a bike behind him that's going to give him a little spray of dirt if he's not careful. Nah, I think that, they're still drag racing a bit to the finish, but he'll be fine, makes it through. So we've got Craig Harvey through now in the 721. We also have the 103 of Chris Keys through as well in Alice Springs on that 3 hour as we throw over to some of our fantastic sponsors here for the Tatts Finke Desert Race.
The Finke Desert Race Committee and club members congratulate and thank all our sponsors for getting on board Australia's ultimate off-road race. Not only is it the premier off-road event in the country, it's pulled together by a voluntary committee with enormous community support. It is the generosity of sponsors that keeps costs down and assists us to promote it far and wide.
The Finke Desert Race Committee acknowledges our amazing 24 years unbroken naming rights sponsor, The Lot by Tatts. Tatts have invested well over $1 million in sponsorship since 2000, and together we have forged a strong sporting partnership. Their generosity has allowed Finke to grow to what you see today.
The one thing that the Tatts Finke Desert Race has maintained since it started in 1976 is that it allows anyone to enter. Whether you are the best in the country or just in it for the fun, all competitors strive to achieve a finish. It is with the help of our platinum sponsors that anyone can have a go. We acknowledge the following: Northern Territory Government, TAB, Lassiter's Hotel Casino, Alice Springs Town Council, Imparja Television, Lion, Central Comms, Method Race Wheels.
The Finke Desert Race Committee would like to show great appreciation for our gold sponsors who provide key services and expertise to support the running of the event. Exact Contracting, Ram Hire, Chubb Fire and Safety, Morton Brothers Contracting.
With a race of epic proportions, it is the smaller sponsor that gets targeted by competitors hoping to ease their entry burden. A proportion of these also support the event, and we are grateful for their contribution. The club now asks that you support those who support the event.
Think of that the next time you're ready to make a purchase. We'd like to thank the following sponsors and supporters: Alice Equipment Hire, Alice Plaza Shopping Centre, Desert Technologies Proprietary Limited, Red Centre Technology Partners, Asprint, APJ Concrete, National Australia Bank, High Tech Industries, Thrifty Car Rental, Centre Pest Management, Northern Territory Correctional Services, Alice Springs Airport.
The Finke Desert Race Ambassadors are unlike many other promotional modelling positions around the country, selecting real women who have both a passion and interest in motorsport, but also have an interest in volunteering their time to a community event. They become part of the Finke family and are widely recognised. These women all bring a wealth of knowledge, experience and passion to the event and broadcast the race to a wider audience. We thank each girl for their contributions as volunteers.
Get same race multis on tap. Choose multiple runners in the same race for bigger odds to get some of this, this, and this. The same race multi on tap. Download the Tab app.
What's gambling really costing you?
There's a new place to get it all on tap. See every earth-shattering race live. The Downtowns. The beautiful game. Australia's biggest games. This too. Oh, come on, ref. And inevitably, this. All you need to make it happen is this. For racing and sport on tap, download the Tab app.
Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Well, the competitors continue to make their way into Alice. And there's a heap more names coming through as we'll give you a little bit of an update. Shane Garth through on the 412. Will Mahoy on the 504. Andrew Beaton on the 677. Damien Jones on the 197. Lachlan Carter on the 105. Pierre Del La Rey on the 773, and Tom Smith on the 418, all into Alice, as well as Kelvin Hornbuckle, Brad Perryman, Jake Slattery, all through there as well.
Yeah, plenty of good rides coming in here now, and plenty of great stories, no doubt, being told down there.
Yeah, he's very, very happy. 747 makes their way through. Thumbs up to the camera.
Yeah, I think at that time frame we also had William Whittaker come through in the 558, 291 of Mitchell Patton, Shane Pianta, 123, Mark Maidman on the 722, Stephen Ralph on the 742, Calvin Hornbuckle. There's some really good riders out there having a good time. Look, the stadium still packed. Almost looks like a We have a motocross ride around here. 7 or 8 bikes in the stadium at one time. X06 making sure they get all the way home. A little bit of extra bopper past the finish line there. Joshua McDonald making sure he uses every bit of that 450.
Yep, so those in, and we also had Jeff Gordon as well, the 747 through there, as well as the 330 that continues to make its way towards the finish line here in Alice. Sound very, very good, as we have another gaggle of competitors making their way through.
Yeah, 693, and I think that might have been the X06. Although we'll talk about them. Yeah, Miles Beaton in the 330, Samson Steinhardt in the 263, and Benjamin Johnson in the 693. Peter Derman in the 206, home safe and sound in Alice Springs now. Plenty of cheers coming there. Jane White on the 961, Jason Martin on the 547. Still some people out there doing some hard work. Deep well. Calvin Dwyer.
Yeah, no thank you. I can tell you right now, I'd rather be here at this point in time. That's the 753 coming in. He does a nice mono across the line. Mason Venables there on the 753 on his Kawasaki. The 513. KTM bike making its way through, and now mono across the line. Carl Miller makes his way into Alice, as well as the 731. That's some bulk. 723 of Matthew Powell. The 240.
Laying with the feet back, getting all that extra speed.
Carl Miller on the 513, some bulk on the 731, Matthew Powell on the 723, Cody Smith on the 241, Matthew Madison on the 788. Phil Lindmeyer on the 679 through into Alice, as well as Miles Nichols on the 763, Gordon Mallard on the 517. Crowd still super, super keen. Brett Smith on the 748. Sam Hunt on the X36.
Sam Hunt, like the singer, you reckon?
Yeah, yeah. I don't mind a little bit of Sam Hunt.
Oh, well, tell us.
Yeah, no, get it out there, why not?
X36.
Yeah, and then we've got the 798 making their way in.
Yeah, good ride there again, Class 7. Some of our masters out there.
Darren Sheriff in on that 798, as well as the 715. Had a bit of a rough day. That's Daniel Hadley.
420.
And the 420 absolutely hanging off the bob. Crowd very happy about that one. That one's Frank Wilson.
Yeah, a little 254 stroke there. Frank Wilson running it all the way out. I reckon those valves and the rings on that little 250 would be just about done. It'd be ready for a break, I can tell you that.
Yeah, definitely be due for a service or two. So we continue to welcome our competitors in. The 720 making their way in now to the stadium section. And the 829 as well, also in the stadium section. They're making their way towards the line as we speak. Another good ride there. There's some of our veterans coming in. As the 804 also makes their way in. That was Antonio Barrocal on the 829. Good old 804 making its way across the line, and that's a lovely, lovely noise. I love that very, very much. That there would have been Nathan Kelly on his Honda CR500. Love the sound of CR500. As well as Andrew Young and Alice as well on that 650 bike. As the 720 makes its way across the line. Also had Jason Dybel on the 782, as well as Jason McCormack, as we just said, for the 720. And I apologise, that Jason Dybel 782, that's through Deep Well, as well as the 861 of Scott Blanchard, also through Deep Well. So they've still got a 68 grueling Ks left to go.
Yeah, they're right on track though. There's probably no dramas. They look like they, as long as they don't have any dramas in that last 60 kilometres, they're still well within the time limit. 4 hours, the time limit for them to get home to be classed as an official finisher. So still a good run there, the 767. Coming in now, making that final speedway turn. Headed for home. Headed straight through the gap and straight back to the motel, I'd say. Adrian Copeland on the 767, the big Sherco 500.
Yeah, he's another local. He won't have far to go to get home. The 810 making their way through. That's Gavin Gorski.
Yeah, on the KTM 450. Proves time and time again just how popular the 450s are. You might need a 500 to be out in the desert and be really fast, but man, the 450s are a popular option here riding at Alice Springs.
Nice little shuckers there from the 487. Aaron Berthlot comes in. 632 and the 491 in the stadium section also.
An old CRF 452. Shouldn't say old, it might not be that old, but that's the era, the 08 and that sort of thing. When Honda bought that out, it was a big game changer, that Honda. Nice bike. Was the king of the desert for a long time, wasn't it?
Yeah, dominated the desert for a while here. I remember the Desert Edge team out of Alice Springs here were an unstoppable driving force. Thomas Vroomy.
Yeah, absolutely, Vroomy. 632, also out. I meant out on track too, not out of the race, just in case anyone listening goes, what on earth was that? No dramas there, the 632 across the line. Ryan Crombie, great ride there. And wow, plenty of throttle for Henry Buckler in the 730 on the way over. Another one of our 500s. Was revving it like it was a 250, honestly. A little bit of throttle slap there for Max Harris.
I think they've all been told to use the throttle as soon as they get in.
A little bit of whiskey throttle. Max Harris, 273, as we said, in. As is the little Honda CRF 250X of Angus Young. 491, I apologise. And also the Sherco is in of Alex Famonga. Famlonger, I'm actually going to go with. But Alex is home safe and sound on the 549. The 624 has also made its way through, as has Corey Evans on the 654. So the 654 just beating out beating the 624. And again, that's Corey Evans and Keith Borg now safe and sound in Alice Springs, as is Riley Horan, the 219. Just got a big dump through there from Redinga of times. So plenty of bikes still coming through Redinga. Again, that's about 68 kilometres down the track to the south of Alice Springs. They'll be very ready. But to be honest with you, it's the good section of the track. I'm not sure anyone thinks there's a good section of this track right at this second, but I promise you it is. Paul Calcott, the 769. Again, if you're still listening to us now, you are a diehard, and I give you big props. There is nothing more you love than the Tatts Finke Desert Race, I tend to say, or one of your family members that is out here racing.
Or weirdly, one of our voices, apparently.
Nah, definitely not. Hey, Tony Lockett on
Hey,
814
there
came
you
in. We were actually trying to keep an eye on and cheer him in, but the big man, the bomber.
Yep, all-time leading goal scorer in the AFL.
Very impressive.
11 Finks.
11
Wow.
Finks. How good is that?
Yep.
3 hours 15.2. Nothing to be sneezed at. The 8:14. Wonder if he's going to make it 12, mate.
Oh, I'd
maybe
say
you could go for all-time Fink starts.
Yeah.
No, Peter Treese, 30. That's a pretty
Yep.
big number.
Yep.
Hey, you might be riding for a while if that was the case.
Oh, yeah. Yep. The 227 making its way on the horn. Christopher Felden through into Alice.
Oh, drag racing, he's got him right at the end.
The 252 gets the win on the line. That there was Stanley Crowe up against Anita Boston. She's in, sorry, I apologise, she's through deep well. That was actually Stanley Crowe and David Millington on the 644 into Alice.
Looks like the 605 in the stadium now, if my eyes don't deceive me. Got that big KTM wound up and headed for home. Just one corner left. It's a good feeling. I'm sure they're all pumped. As the 605 powers over the iconic start-finish line. Another one of our fantastic females here, Class 9, the 988. As she gets back over the back of that fender and makes her way to pick up her spike. What a great run there. Again, we're talking Luke Symes was through, and Chloe Barton, the 988.
Good run from Chloe there.
Yeah, really, really good. Nice run here. A little high revving two-stroke there, although it's probably a 300 to be honest with you. But a great ride there on the KTM. Aaron Edwards, the 669, and when we're talking about Class 1 two-strokes, the 300 is the small one. Not a 500, not a 700 two-stroke. Not that I'm sure anyone's riding a 700 two-stroke out here. Oh, here's another one. Have a listen at that 300. Class, it's a 252 stroke, super impressive. I don't know how they don't stop and rebuild them halfway down the track. I had a 125 CR, I couldn't keep a piston in the thing, I'm telling you. But Aaron Edwards over the line of the 669, as well as Wayne Harding in the 620 now, safe and sound back in Alice Springs. The 111. Bit of a Dean Ferris number, that.
Yeah, 111 making its way across the line. Sounded very good as well.
Oh, and he's back. He's making sure he's checking the reads in that 250.
That was Angus Barden. Time of 3 hours, 13 minutes, 06. As the 260 makes its way.
And the 326 was Jacob Miller on a Yamaha YZ 250.
.260 across the line.
Oh, nice big stand-up mono too. Making the team proud.
Yeah, Sam Bevan there on the 500.
Again, still plenty of riders making their way into this stadium. Nuts to think just how many riders are still out on course. Starting to get towards our 300th or so rider. Making their way home today. The 806. Good ride there with a bit of a fist pump. The 728 also now in the house. One last quarter as they make their way around.
Yeah, Laurie Fry on the 806 there. And the 728 making their way across the line.
Yeah, Laurie Fry on the 806 on that big Sherco 500. Sure, there was a few times out there that he's glad he was on a 500, all that torque up and down those sand dunes. Have a bit of a break, use a bit of horsepower to get him out of trouble.
Couple of good throttle blips there on the line.
I tell you what, we can still hear the crowd going off. Good times cheering for all their favourite riders. Anyone that makes it home. X74 about to come under the start-finish banner right now. Great ride there for the X74. Again, Ian Griffiths on the 728 is home now. Peter Arnell in the 802 is home. Joel Paxton was the X74. The 529 is out in the stadium now, making their way around those big berms as the 859 passed through just before. Andrew Nicholson on his 500 KDM.
There is another one of our competitors running that number plate. Means it's definitely been ridden around.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Put a few kilometres on it over the years. Again, the 529. Running the yellow plate. You can almost guess he's a New South Wales boy with that yellow plate. And again, plenty of cheers as they go over the start-finish line here at Finke.
Yeah, Andrew Nicholson through the line there, as well as the 791. The 102 also making their way around. So the 102 across the line. So I do apologise, just waiting on an update in the system. There we go. Jamie Smith on the 529. That was Russell Gibson on the 791. And then you also had Kyle Lowen on the 102 just into Alice. All those times under 3 hours and 20 minutes, so not bad at all for those riders. And the 746 now makes its way across the line.
Yeah, still plenty of bikes making their way through now. Again, we're starting to get to a few of the guys that are out here Ironmaning it out, making sure that they get to their spike. Now we're going to throw down to Keziah and Kate down under near the start-finish line.
Yes, well, more or less, there you have it, the 47th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. A huge props to all the competitors here that finished. I mean, it takes so much courage to be here and just line up. Truly amazing. Some epic racing today, Keziah.
Absolutely, and obviously, kudos to our defending Kings of the Champion. Obviously, Toby Price, Jason Duncan coming across the line, making it to... I've lost track of how many titles he's won now.
9, he's on 9.
He's on 9, I knew he was at 8. But then I was like, I don't know, he's edging closer to 10. He has done so well, and hopefully we see him back next year. But also David Walsh, he had such a tough run in the cars this morning, obviously having that breakdown, having to get out of the car into a helicopter, back to Alice, refuel, just made it back to Fink to do the race, obviously back to Alice. So to win that title again, the fourth, I believe it's the first time someone's won 4 back-to-back since the 90s. So such a huge effort for him. But it's also kind of sad right now because bikes are still coming in and we're going to say goodbye. But the weekend is also over and it's been such an awesome atmosphere. We have to give a special shout out to all of the spectators. I know especially while I was down at Fink, we were getting so many reports of just how brilliant they were obeying that 30-metre rule. And everyone's still having such a great time. So it's a bit of a sad time to say goodbye and wrap up the event as well, but no, still a few more bikes to go.
Totally, exactly. So stick around. There's still plenty of action happening here on screen. But from Keziah Dawn and Kate Peck, we are going to say peace out. Thank you so much for having us. Remember to keep it pinned and stay safe. And we'll see you next year at the Tatts Finke Desert Race. You just taught me the keep it pinned. Yeah, you've got to do it with your throttle wrist though, not your brake wrist. Yeah.
I could be left-handed.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll see you next year.
Bye.
Yeah, awesome. And yeah, you're right. The weekend is far from over. We will be still partying at the casino here tonight. And I tell you what, it is going to be a good time here as all of these bike riders continue to come in. There's going to be some guys that are only literally just washing the dust out of their eyes before they make their way to the convention centre tonight. It's a big day when you're coming in when the sun is setting, isn't it, Josh?
Yeah, it definitely is. And what an absolute honour it was to have those 2 ladies with us in commentary this weekend as hosts. They bring so much to the broadcast, and awesome working with the both of them this weekend.
Yeah, it really was, mate. It was absolutely brilliant. And Keziah down the far end there, I'm sure she had her education furthered with the OBR team at dinner and all those sort of things. And Kate, seeing her and getting right amongst the motorbikes, everything like that. Absolutely awesome to have those 2 fantastic ladies on board at the Finke Desert Race. And yes, cannot wait again. 2024, we get to do it all again. The 48th running next year. We haven't even finished the 47th yet. We're already planning for the 48th. And I tell you what, it is going to be a bumper. Does David Walsh return? Does Toby Price return? I mean, all of these things seem like they should be given, but, you know, given the nature of the world that we race in, you just never know what these situations bring. And I tell you what, there is plenty of hungry competitors ready to try to knock them off their king's crowns.
Yeah, the 973, another one of our female competitors, makes her way across the line. Let's see what she's done today. That was Susan Coop on the 973, I apologise. 3 hours 23:03, as the X78 makes their way across the line. Nothing but throttle abuse at the moment from the X78. That was Bradley Bannister as well.
Mate, sorry, I didn't mean to pull you up, but is that a learner plate on the back of his
Yes, it is.
That is fantastic there, Josh.
Yep, so I do believe this might be his first Fink from what I can get, because he is on a 6 bike. So, that's great to see. And the little bit of fun and humour that we tend to have, and a little bit of some rough sections there. He might be earning that L plate on his back, but he's not too far away.
Questioning if he's going to make it to the P plate status, I think.
He's almost home. We might as well. We'll give him an upgrade once he gets in.
Absolutely, mate. He can flip her around and put those P's out. The 884, a great ride there. Looking at some of the times, so that is Craig Saunders. Now this looks like the 641 coming in now. Getting a little bit of Fink trivia. The first man to Ironman was Billy Geddes, did it in his truck being the 441 obviously, and the 641 was his motorbike number, so there you go. Now Alex McGorman on the 639 is through safe and sound, and as you said, that 6 number, so the 639 has now busted his L's out. Got rid of those learners plates, he'll be right. He's ready for an upgrade. Now the 641 looking very clean, composed. Doesn't even look like that Guernsey has any dirt on it.
Nah, it doesn't. Looks fresh out of the washing machine this morning.
He might have changed at the... Oh, no, he's got might have a little bit of dirt on the back there. But he's looking very clean. I was wondering if he might have got a quick change out at the gate there.
Yep.
But again, the closer he gets, the more you can see that iconic red dust. Red dust in everything. I've got it in the hood liner of my Ford Ranger, I can tell you that. It just lives in there constantly, this red dust.
Yeah, you don't get rid of it anytime soon, I can tell you that, Danny. Because, it is a drug, I can tell you that. Once you get that red dirt in there, you can't get it out.
I like it, mate. I like it a lot. Fink is life indeed. The 705 out there. Again, another one that just sort of, he looks like he's ready for that beer at the bar. He's on his way home. He's got one corner to go. He knows that he's done everything that he needs to do. That seat, I reckon he doesn't know whether the seat's comfy or not.
Yeah.
Right now, at the moment, you can't sit down, you can't stand up.
Your butt's that numb from sitting or standing or sitting or standing or, whatever you've decided to do for the day. So, there's going to be a lot of sore heads and a lot of sore bodies coming out of this one. The 705 just crossed the line, and that was Peter Johnson.
The 659 making their way. Ladies and gentlemen, we've said a lot of numbers here
today.
This weekend.
Yep.
We were just saying they all start to run together in the end, but the 659, he's running all the way under the iconic finish line banner. He would be very happy with that. It's a great ride home. He's got his spike. It's a good day.
Yeah, it's a good day once you ride under that banner. You know you're home. You know you can finally chillax. You'll be able to get some beverages into you and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Now that's the 999 there, which is great to see. Again, should be well within time frame too, which is fantastic.
Yeah, great addition to the classes this year was the women's class. Definitely battled it out there.
Yeah, it was definitely tough fought. We saw some real hard charges, some people having a real crack.
It was the 527 makes their way into the stadium section.
Yeah, all looking very clean and composed here for the 999. Doesn't look like there's any damage on that bike whatsoever. Looking clean on the riding gear as well. Another one with our number plate on.
Yeah, that one looks like SA from what I can see.
Yes, keen eagle eyes, I agree. That's a good number. Surely not riding at home to SA. I think that'd be a long way on a KDM.
Would be a very long way, I can tell you that. But you never know, might be one of our South Australian farmers.
Maybe head straight through the middle. It's always a dirt track to take as the 999 now. Home, safe, sound, ready to party. It's Heidi Gersh, the 999 on a KDM 350. Fantastic bike to do it on too. A lot of people should be riding those 350s. They're a great thing.
Yeah, might have to give it a hand at one of these 350s. Cameron Caruso and his 527 making his way in.
173, a big 500 CR. Oh, mate, looks like he's feeling every kilometre.
Oh.
The hands are literally numb, and that's before he got into the race.
Yep.
Those 500s, they are beasts.
The 225 now making their way into the stadium section. As the 173 makes its way around that final berm.
That'll be one of those AFs, I'm guessing, seeing as it's got an aluminium frame job. So a little bit of a conversion done, 500 motor and a later model chassis for a Honda. Very popular conversion for a while there. The 173.
Absolutely singing across the line. That was Matthew Dwyer on his TM EN 300.
Really? There you go. That's how wrong I got that. I did think it had a different front plate on it. But aluminium spar, big pipe out the front. Anyway, you live and learn. It's a TM EN 300, so it's probably a reasonably new bike, to be honest with you. One out of the hard enduro scene.
The X42. So Jamie Hermer's on the 663, also making their way in, as well as Sam Harmon, sorry, I apologise, very close on the last names there. And the 225 now makes its way across the line.
It's funny you say that. I think that they came in reasonably close the other day as well on the way down, and there's a few names there very close, as Jason McMillan in the 225s made their way in. And again, we got the 917 making their way in now. How good is it to see all of these nines coming through the field? The 917.
Yeah, and look at the crowd running up to the fence for the 917 there. Very happy to see her come in, it looks like.
Absolutely, and we're happy to see her come in as well.
Yeah, put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. The 917 making it in. And then the 584 making their way in.
Yep, they are in the house, the 584 as well as the 752. So again, the 752 making their way down the final straight here. 452 hard kilometres done.
Yeah, the 892, some very happy people on the start line there for that one. They'll be happy to see that Adrian Donaldson's all the way home in Alice, 3 hours, 31 minutes and 53 seconds. Not bad at all.
752 of Dylan DeSabo is also home with that 331 mark. Good ride there. The 7, I think that's the 85 on screen now, making their way around. Looks like he's carried all his camping gear on his back there, to be honest with you. Doing a bit of a trail ride. The 584 now making their way around for the final time, coming down towards this big speedway corner.
Looks like the 584 rider's a little bit over it, and a bit of the shake of the head, and you know it's all around. He's very happy to be bringing it in. The 584 in and home at Alice Springs.
Absolutely, he's wondering when the chop stops exactly. Not sure. Might not even be yet, to be honest with you. The old Fink track gets them. There is no question about that. It's rough. It's hard. It sorts the men from the boys. And we've got some fast ladies out there as well now. Now, just keeping everyone up to date, that the Fink broadcast will finish about 5 o'clock local time. Again, we'll have some more bikes through in that time frame, but 5 o'clock local time, have to go and set up and get ready for the presentations and get all that side of things done. Josh, all the official business.
Yeah, no, they've got to tear down this commentary box and get all our gear over to the convention centre so they can get that all happening and produce the live stream over there. So, yeah, there will be a heap of action still to come. You know, we've still got around about 20-odd minutes of racing action here live at the start-finish line here in Alice Springs as the 609 goes across the line.
So if your wife isn't over listening to the Fink Desert Race commentary by now, you can get some more. How good is that?
Yep, there's still more to come. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, presentation at the convention centre tonight. And that kicks off from 6 o'clock. And your actual presentations kick off from around about 8 o'clock, and that's when we do our class and our overall presentations. So
8 o'clock Central Australian time.
Yep, Central Australian time for all you competitors and family members who have competitors here this weekend, anywhere else in the country or around the world. That is, 6 Central Standard Time here in Oz. So Neil Vernals was the 6:09 bike across the line here in Alice last. The 4:61 making its way around the scrutineering / prologue track that we've got here.
Yeah, absolutely. And the nice clean ride. Have a look, just cleaning the goggles off, making sure he's getting ready for these last couple of berms.
No, he just wants to be able to see what beer he wants when he gets across the line.
Gotcha.
One of those.
I tell you what's a rookie move is not having a little credit card in your pocket here while you're riding. You got to make sure you got a little stash of cash in the pocket so that when you get in, you can buy yourself a beer. So there's a tip. If you're thinking about riding next year, make sure you got a little wad of cash on you. There's nothing worse than coming home and not being able to buy a beer waiting for your pit crew to get back.
The 4:61 now through as the 6:57 makes their way into the stadium section. That's Jason Carroll out there on the 4:61 into Alice. 3 hours, 33 minutes and 47 seconds. As the Husky comes in now. That's the 6:57. And that one there was Edward Hartley on his Husky. 3 hours, 33 minutes and 3 seconds for him.
Yeah, great ride from Edward Hartley, 6:57. 6:02 on screen now. Got a couple of bikes inside the stadium again. A couple of bikes look like they might be very soft in the shock setup there. Might not quite have enough low compression on them. Oh, we're waving at the crowd too. This is a happy competitor.
Yeah, the 808.
Someone that's very happy to be on their way home is the 6:02. One of our awesome masters making their way through. Up on the pegs.
Yeah, the
Get
crowd.
another crowd cheer too. Have a look at this.
Gives them the perfect look over. Good old toot, toot, toot on the way through.
Hi, honey, I'm home.
Awesome there. That's a very, very happy team.
Yeah, the 6:02 of Adam Herb. I like it. The 500 KDM, 3 hours, half. It's a good way to do it, 3:30. Can't get it wrong. Got 30 minutes up your sleeve.
Yeah, the 796 making its way in, and that was Stephen Marriott. And yes, some of these competitors will be getting a little bit worried. They've still got, half an hour, 20 minutes, but you never know.
Absolutely, mate. The 808 through now. I think we saw one of our 9s out there as well.
Yeah, I think it was the 901.
901, yep. Nice clean ride all the way to the finish line from the 808. No dramas there whatsoever. A little bit of a fist pump there as well.
Crazy to think how that last sweeping left-hander there has rutted out. Like you're definitely not having the best run like the top boys did this morning.
Absolutely. The track changes immensely, even between the time that they went out yesterday and what they're seeing now on the way back in. It has obviously brought a few competitors the grief. We see them up on those berms, and they weren't ready for just how soft and rutted they are. Got up on the berms like they did on the way out, and ended up going straight over the top of them and into the tyres. So, doesn't look like there's any big dramas here though. These guys have got it absolutely nailed. And I say guys, non-gender, because we're actually looking at one of our fantastic females, the 901, making her way home. Again, the final straight here at the Finke Desert Race for her, the 47th running. She should be over the moon. It is a fantastic result for the 901.
Yeah, great to see another one of our female competitors through, and that's Kate Raymond on the 901. She does it in 3 hours, 35 minutes and 19 seconds on a Husky FX 350. 704 in the stadium, as well as another rider out there at the moment.
Looking at the light on that, that's a couple of year WR. I reckon that's probably like a 2012 or something like that.
Yep.
Not that there's anything wrong with those old girls. They're fast. They're a good bike, but it's got a couple of years on it, I tend to say. Although I'd say that it's been on the ground, unfortunately. Maybe that's why he's a bit ginger. But the front plate essentially is gone off that. It's still got a light in it, but no front number on that bike, Josh. Might be denoting of a little bit of time not on the track.
Yeah, no, this is the second bike I've seen without the front number. So definitely think they've had a bit of an excursion out there, and they're just sort of finding the best way, or the clutch there even, to make it back in.
Yeah, just there for the crowd. I like it.
I think that's another one of our 900s. The 704 bringing in to the line, and hopefully in a lot better ways than they have been today.
Yeah, the bike looks a bit battered and bruised is what you're getting at, Josh, but it looks like they're making their way in now on that Yamaha.
Yeah, give it up for them as they cross the line. 704.
Great ride there to finish the Tatts Finke Desert Race. Damon Wayborough, YZ 450F. Round in the corner for the final time will be the 904. Is it the 994?
994, I think.
994. Getting comfy, just clicking up a gear, making the way home. She's done all the work she needs to do, Josh. The 994 across the line. Big cheers from the crowds as the 994 of Katrina Fry has made it safely home.
Yeah, good run from her, and now another one of our female competitors, the 914, making her way in.
And doing the fist bump too to the officials. So they're officials over there. We should clarify, if you can see people over there, they are officials wearing the vest. And they're over there cheering them on, getting them home. And you saw the hand come off there, the left-hand side. The old roll on, let's make this happen, the fist bump. It's a good feeling coming home, Josh.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's that overwhelming feeling that you've gotten there, you've gotten back, and you and the bike have made it there and back as well, and all off your own back. Sometimes, like, that's the great thing with this event as well, is that there's so many smaller riders that get out here that just, go out there and have a crack and just, really race themselves.
Oh, absolutely. It's a full test of everything, because it's not just a trail ride. I mean, this is tough riding. There's some big whoops out there. There's sand, there's ridges, there's rocky outcrops. It is not what you think when you think desert racing wide open in the sand dunes. It's not that at all. The Finke Desert Race is tough. And it's tough mentally, it's tough on gear, it's tough on your preparation. So when you get across there, and I said that before, I think that's what it is when you come across. This one is special. Every time, no matter how many times you cross at the Tatts Finke Desert Race, you just feel this flood of emotion, as no doubt the 914 is feeling right now. It's jubilee, it's happiness, it's all these things that have come together to get you here.
Yeah, Sophie Kraft on the 914. She'll be very happy with the ride. She makes it in 3 hours, 38 minutes and 31. So another one of our females into Alice, as our male competitors, they continue to make their way through as well, flying in. But it is that time of the afternoon where they've been out there for a while now. And yet the thumbs up from the officials, and that's the great thing. Those officials have been out there as well for a while today, and yeah, it's great to see the riders' appreciation as well as the officials' appreciation for the riders this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. The 835 making its way back through and on the gas too, having a good run there. But what you're getting at is that now it's actually starting to become a race again.
Yep.
It's starting to become a race against the stopwatch.
Stopwatch now.
Which is going to be very interesting to see how that goes, Shane Sullivan, because it is hard. We've seen it year after year after year where they're getting home and then it's a 4:01. Well, officially that's DNF. Officially that's what it is. You're behind the sweep. There is no time. So unfortunately that's going to be a tough one because we can see there's still plenty of bike riders coming back in, making their way through these whoops. Shane Sullivan in the 8:35 again with a 3:40. So he had about 20 minutes to spare. It's a nice position to be in. Looked pretty comfortable. Looked fresh when he was coming back across the line. Again, fresh being a very relative term here,
Yes.
Josh. Fresh meaning that he still had his visor on the front of his helmet.
Yeah.
We've seen plenty of knocked off visors, I'm telling you.
Yeah, no, we definitely have the 7:33 making their way towards the line. Got to give it for our masters and our veterans and all those older blokes here this weekend. It's not an easy race to ride. And
it's not. Another one of these guys that looks like they have a bit of a backpack.
Yep.
Must have a few spare parts and tools. I suppose if you're going to go and race, you want to make sure that you have everything you need.
No, that's just that what a cash you were talking about for the beer.
That's for the beers later. Smart man, very smart man. Heed my advice, hang out with him.
Samuel Burt, that's who was in. That's the 7:33. The 7:11 making its way into the stadium section. And yeah, quite a few little whoop sections in those berms now, so really got to be careful.
Yeah, it's still hard work here. Like you said, we've seen that you cannot let your eye off the prize. Right here, there's some big holes. And this is a funny section because it's almost a little bit like it's gone hard now. And then there's soft sections on the berm where it's powdered up. So it's almost like there's an inconsistency as well as those real jagged edges. So you start getting through these soft whoops and all of a sudden you're hitting a hard square edge underneath the whoops. So yeah, it's an interesting one. You can't let your eye off the prize here. As the 711, the prize is won. Oh, that almost rhymed, the 711, okay.
Yeah.
Poet and I didn't know it. Anyway, the moral of the story is Shane O'Shaughnessy is home on his KTM 350. Had a great ride there, and no doubt that feels very nice to be back in this Alice Springs End.
Yeah, the 751 making their way in now. Just attacking that course. The last little section of it.
Yeah, just having a little look around, making sure that everyone's that he knows where everyone is. Like you said, the 751 doesn't look like there's any issues with that bike. Nice and clean. Jersey's looking like it hasn't laid on the ground or anything, although he may beg to differ. But there's no tears, nothing going on there. So a nice ride there for the 751.
Yeah, good mono at the end there as well.
Yeah, get a little mono finish under the banner. It doesn't get any better for Scott Baker on the 751 on the 500 KTM. Oh, now you know who this is. It's big, it's yellow, and it's got a fuel tank that looks like it holds about 28 litres. This is the DR400.
Great.
Ladies and gentlemen, he's made it all the way there and all the way back, and he's only had to stop for fuel once.
Yeah, it's great to see. That thing's been fueled up the whole way, and yep, the good old wave to the officials.
So good to see that DR out there, having a good crack.
The old paddock bashes out.
He literally said that. He said she's done a few kilometres around the track, done a few kilometres around the farm.
Still got the plate on it, Dan, so you can definitely tell it's been ridden around the farm and done a couple of little, excursions. So it's great to see it, and one of those excursions is just 236 k's up and down the Finke track.
Yep, absolutely. It's a long way from Moranbah, but the 630 has come all that way. And it looks like she's going to do a few more kilometres. Put straight back to work, you reckon, Josh?
Yeah, I definitely think it will be.
Might have a week off. Next Monday we start fencing again.
Yeah, that's true, yep. Race Sunday, go to work Monday, or sell on Monday. Is that what the old saying was?
Yeah, absolutely. Win on Sunday, sell on Monday. You're dead right.
Don't know whether that's just the light reflecting off those turn signals or not, but I did think I did see a little bit of a turn signal pop there, but it's just great to see because the old DR's making its way over the 630.
Yeah, so good, ladies and gentlemen. Again, put your hands together. That's a hard-fought ride right there. The 630 over the line on the big DRZ 400. What a champ.
Clint Miller on that 630 machine. He does it in 3:45.08. Still 15 minutes to spare.
He could have stopped for a cup of tea, honestly.
I reckon he could have, yep.
Was down there about... It's the Hayes, isn't it? They've got a big farm down there. Might have been
Hayes.
checking a couple of their cattle out down there.
Yeah, no, probably was.
Well, good work, Clint Miller. It is fantastic to see you there on the DRZ. And again, a legend just going, oh, well, this is what I got. This is what I know. Let's ride it and get ourselves a Finke spike. There's something big to be said for that. You do not need the latest and greatest bit of equipment. Don't wait. If you don't think you can afford a brand new bit of gear, you don't need a KTM 500 to come out here and have a good time.
No.
Although I'm sure KTM would like you to buy a KTM 500 to come out here.
Yeah, no, KTM would love that. But that's the thing, you know, we don't actually have a KTM dealer here in Alice anymore. So, you know, a lot of people have to go interstate for their KTMs nowadays, or they go up to Darwin to get their new bikes. But, you know, the funny thing is I've also heard of people going over to New Zealand and getting bikes because of the dollar exchange and how things happen over there. Yeah, no, it was weird to me as well. But, you know, people do it. You know, whenever you want to save a penny, they try to save a penny. So
absolutely. We're pretty lucky on the coast, aren't we? 803 as he goes through. But we've got all the dealers that we'd ever need. Yep. And I'm talking about motorbikes down there. So the 803, unless you're talking about Gracemere, there's a few other dealers out there. As Clint Miller would be very happy that Moranbah, and then the 803 of Tony Harvey through on his WR 250. The 690. These guys still coming through. We're getting very, very close to the end here now it is almost 5 o'clock. Still got a couple of CRs, a couple of gases, a couple of Yamahas. They're all still rolling through. The 250s, the 400s, the 500s, the 350s. A little bit of everything. 252 strokers. Haven't seen a big ball for a little while.
No, we haven't.
Haven't seen a 500 for a bit. I think it'll be a good time, because I tell you what, I think there's something about those 500s. They're either very, very fast or not very fast at all. It's a very interesting one. But ladies and gentlemen, the 690 as it cheers across the line. This will be the final bike of the broadcast. We're still racing here, ladies and gentlemen. We've got still more bikes, but it will be the wrap-up here of the 47th Finke Desert Race. Josh, it was an absolute pleasure to be here with you and call these guys through. What an epic year. Third year for Toby winning in the trucks, and the fourth year for David Walsh winning on the motorbikes. We've got some very dominant, probably never seen before, dominant kings of the desert ride in this era, haven't we, Josh?
Yeah, we found ourselves in one of those times here that we love our racing. It's been an absolute honour to be here this weekend for the 47th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. I can tell you it's been an honour to be working alongside the lovely two ladies, Kiaiza and Kate, as well as Dan Curran as well. It has been awesome here. I hope you've had a great time this weekend here in Alice Springs. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, presentation will be going live from 6 to 9, I believe, from the convention centre, and that will normally kick off around about about 8 p.m. for the prezos there.
I reckon it'll go a bit later than 9 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
But again, the 47th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race has been an absolute pleasure having you along for the ride, and we can't wait to get back. Keep up to date with all the action, and ladies and gentlemen, it is time.